brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway.
Tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much hope in our hearts. Brick by brick we shall overcome and walk right into a new start.
Welcome to the brand new world. Give the children of our Mother Earth. Reach out your hands. Let us lead our earth together.
Namaste. Please join us this Sunday on a free global online episode, Well-Being and Wellness.
Stars, they can tell you stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway.
Tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much hope in our hearts. Brick by brick we shall overcome and walk right into a new start.
Welcome to the brand new world. Give the children of our Mother Earth. Reach out your hands. Let us lead our earth together.
Namaste. Please join us this Sunday on a free global online episode, Well-Being and Wellness.
Stars, they can tell you stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway.
Tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much hope in our hearts. Brick by brick we shall overcome and walk right into a new start.
Welcome to the brand new world. Give the children of our Mother Earth. Reach out your hands. Let us lead our earth together.
Namaste. Please join us this Sunday on a free global online episode, Well-Being and Wellness.
Stars, they can tell you stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway.
Tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much hope in our hearts. Brick by brick we shall overcome and walk right into a new start.
Welcome to the brand new world. Give the children of our Mother Earth. Reach out your hands. Let us lead our earth together.
Namaste. Please join us this Sunday on a free global online episode, Well-Being and Wellness.
Stars, they can tell you stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway.
Tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much hope in our hearts. Brick by brick we shall overcome and walk right into a new start.
Welcome to the brand new world. Give the children of our Mother Earth. Reach out your hands. Let us lead our earth together.
Namaste. Please join us this Sunday on a free global online episode, Well-Being and Wellness.
Stars, they can tell you stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway.
Tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much hope in our hearts. Brick by brick we shall overcome and walk right into a new start.
Welcome to the brand new world. Give the children of our Mother Earth.
Namaste. Please join us this Sunday on a free global online episode, Well-Being and Wellness.
Stars, they can tell you stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway.
Tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much hope in our hearts. Brick by brick, we shall overcome and walk right into a new start.
Welcome to the brand new world. Give the children of a mother earth. Reach out your hands. Let us lead our earth together.
Namaste. Please join us this Sunday on a free global online episode, Well-Being and Wellness.
Stars, they can tell you stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway.
Tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much hope in our hearts. Brick by brick, we shall overcome and walk right into a new start.
Welcome to the brand new world. Give the children of a mother earth. Reach out your hands. Let us lead our earth together.
Namaste. Free global online episode, Well-Being and Wellness.
Stars, they can tell you stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway.
Tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much hope in our hearts. Brick by brick, we shall overcome and walk right into a new start.
Welcome to the brand new world. Give the children of a mother earth. Reach out your hands. Let us lead our earth together.
Namaste. Please join us this Sunday on a free global online episode, Well-Being and Wellness.
Stars, they can tell you stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway.
Tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much hope in our hearts. Brick by brick, we shall overcome and walk right into a new start.
Welcome to the brand new world. Give the children of a mother earth. Reach out your hands. Let us lead our earth together.
Namaste. Please join us this Sunday on a free global online episode, Well-Being and Wellness.
Stars, they can tell you stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway.
Tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much hope in our hearts. Brick by brick, we shall overcome and walk right into a new start.
Welcome to the brand new world. Give the children of a mother earth. Reach out your hands. Let us lead our earth together.
Namaste. Please join us this Sunday on a free global online episode, Well-Being and Wellness.
Stars, they can tell you stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway.
memory, we shall overcome and walk right into a new start.
Welcome to the brand new world. With the children of our Mother Earth, reach out your hands. Let us lead our earth together.
Namaste. Please join us this Sunday on a free global online episode, Well-being and Wellness.
Stars, they can tell you stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway.
Tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much hope in our hearts. Brick by brick, we shall overcome and walk right into a new start.
Welcome to the brand new world. With the children of our Mother Earth, reach out your hands. Let us lead our earth together.
Namaste. Please join us this Sunday on a free global online episode, Well-being and Wellness.
Stars, they can tell you stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway.
Tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much hope in our hearts. Brick by brick, we shall overcome and walk right into a new start.
Welcome to the brand new world. With the children of our Mother Earth, reach out your hands. Let us lead our earth together.
Namaste. Please join us this Sunday on a free global online episode, Well-being and Wellness.
Stars, they can tell you stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway.
Tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much hope in our hearts. Brick by brick, we shall overcome and walk right into a new start.
Welcome to the brand new world. With the children of our Mother Earth, reach out your hands. Let us lead our earth together.
Namaste. Please join us this Sunday on a free global online episode, Well-being and Wellness.
Stars, they can tell you stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway.
Tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much hope in our hearts. Brick by brick, we shall overcome and walk right into a new start.
Welcome to the brand new world. With the children of our Mother Earth, reach out your hands. Let us lead our earth together.
Namaste. Please join us this Sunday on a free global online episode, Well-being and Wellness.
Stars, they can tell you stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway.
Tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much hope in our hearts. Brick by brick, we shall overcome and walk right into a new start.
Welcome to the brand new world. With the children of our Mother Earth, reach out your hands. Let us lead our earth together.
Namaste. Please join us this Sunday on a free global online episode, Well-being and Wellness.
can tell you stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway.
Tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much hope in our hearts. Brick by brick, we shall overcome and walk right into a new start.
Welcome to the brand new world. With the children of our Mother Earth, reach out your hands. Let us lead our earth together.
Namaste. Please join us this Sunday on a free global online episode, Well-being and Wellness.
Stars, they can tell you stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway.
Tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much hope in our hearts. Brick by brick, we shall overcome and walk right into a new start.
Welcome to the brand new world. With the children of our Mother Earth, reach out your hands. Let us lead our earth together.
Namaste. Please join us this Sunday on a free global online episode, Well-being and Wellness.
Stars, they can tell you stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway.
Tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much hope in our hearts. Brick by brick, we shall overcome and walk right into a new start.
Welcome to the brand new world. With the children of our Mother Earth, reach out your hands. Let us lead our earth together.
Namaste. Please join us this Sunday on a free global online episode, Well-being and Wellness.
Stars, they can tell you stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway.
Tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much hope in our hearts. Brick by brick, we shall overcome and walk right into a new start.
Welcome to the brand new world. With the children of our Mother Earth, reach out your hands. Let us lead our earth together.
Namaste. Please join us this Sunday on a free global online episode, Well-being and Wellness.
Stars, they can tell you stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway.
Tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much hope in our hearts. Brick by brick, we shall
10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Namaste. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening to all the viewers of Healing Our Earth, wherever you are connected to us from. This is Dr. Amrita Sharma, bringing to you the Wellness and Wellbeing episode at Healing Our Earth. Today's episode is special in itself, as in the Wellbeing and Wellness episodes, we share health, happiness, peace for body, mind, and soul. And we have few guests with us on an open forum discussion, as well as today we'll be going live at Oxfordshire. We have where the Brahma Kumaris Global Retreat Center's inauguration. And therefore, Before we go and move to the exciting sessions and go live at Oxfordshire, let's start with the mantra. As the mantras bliss our life, they enhance the fragrance in our life. My mantra is Gayatri Mantra. You may hold any affirmation as you like. Let's join our hands together, closing our eyes, taking a deep breath, and chant Om. Om Bhurbhuvah Swaha Tatsaviturvarenyam Bhargo Devasya Dhimahi Yo yo na prachodayam. Om Bhurbhuvah Swaha Tatsaviturvarenyam Bhargo Devasya Dhimahi Dhiyo yo na prachodayam. Om Bhurbhuvah Swaha Tatsaviturvarenyam Bhargo Devasya Dhimahi Dhiyo yo na prachodayam. Om Shanti. 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 Welcome back. And this Shanti that vibrates all over and shares the bliss of peace and spirituality worldwide gives us a lot of strength and brings a lot of harmony in our body, our minds, and also our souls. As the mantras are always spiritually enhancing, and we'll be talking a lot more about meditation and relationship of spirituality with meditation and our inner wellness and well-being, let's move further for today's episode. At today's episode, I have with me our resident host, who is also a spiritual person, who is a holistic healer, and I'm very glad to welcome her as well, Riddhi Vyas. Global Namaste, Riddhi. And as we are sharing with Riddhi from UK, today Riddhi is going to share with us her views and will also share with us a lot of other exciting tips, and we'll be having a great time. So how are you
Global
doing?
Namaste, Amritaji. How are you?
Namaste. I'm good. How are you?
Fantastic. And as always, such a great inspiration with health and well-being underpinning not just the mental and the physical, but also the emotional and the spiritual. And I can't wait for today's session.
Yes, that's really nice. And today's session, we are going to have, we'll be moving to different countries, and especially we'll be going live at Oxfordshire, where the exciting event is happening, where the Brahma Kumaris Global Retreat Center, which is having a grand opening of that. And there are a lot of exciting things at that place and event that is going to be there, which is lined up with beautiful meditations, affirmation tree. There is music, there are spiritual songs, and also talks of many yogis who have come from different parts of the world to address this event as well as be a part of this event actually.
Sounds exciting. There's so much to look forward to throughout the course of this session today. And I can't wait for the unveiling in Oxfordshire. It's going to be absolutely amazing.
Yeah. And what are your points on meditation and what do you think is wellness? Because you yourself also meditate. And
Yes.
I know you are linked with so many spiritual people. So, what is your insight on spirituality and meditation?
Spirituality and meditation for me is actually looking deeper within. I think so many times we actually go to the external world in order to be able to get that sense of happiness. Maybe we think a cup of tea in the morning will actually bring us that sense of happiness. Or we're always looking outside. Our external existence is what we perceive as being created in our happiness. But actually, is that true? Dear Amrita, I think you actually do some meditation yourself. And I think throughout the course, you've been able to implement a morning sadhana, just as myself. And you're able to see the difference there between going externally and going within.
Hmm. Yes. The basic journey of wellness and well-being starts from your external self, and you first see yourself as an external individual or a body, and then as the journey enhances and your spiritual wisdom enhances, it drives you to the inner self of yours. And these kind of things always come with your experience, your knowledge, your wisdom, and also being in company with the people who are learned enough to know about these things. So that is why there are so many diverse forms of yoga. There are so many diverse forms of meditation that we have. And it is just a spiritual ignition of your journey, which is your personal journey. And
Isn't that just amazing? Because even within the Bhagavad Gita, we come across certain strands. So we come across like Bhakti Yoga, Jnana Yoga, Raja Yoga, and Karma Yoga. And what are these? Well, Bhakti Yoga, we're looking at yoga through a sense of devotion to a higher power, be that Bhagwan or be that something else that we believe in. And then we've got Karma Yoga. Karma Yoga is yoga through your actions. It's the seva that you can bring into the world, how you uplift humanity. Then we've got Raja Yoga. Raja Yoga, it's all about your mind and how your mind perceives certain actions through your thoughts and through your feelings. And then we've got Jnana Yoga. And Jnana Yoga is all about your knowledge and your experience that helps you to tie things together. And later on, we're actually going to introduce another element similar to what we've spoken about, but yet it has its own stratum of yoga, and that is Vihagnam Yoga. And I am so excited to talk a little bit more about that. But before we do that, Amrita ji, what is your experience? Because I know that you are actually an Ayurvedic doctor, an Ayurvedic specialist in your own right. So what kind of foods do you think we should be eating?
Before we move there, we have our kitchen episode producer and a senior
Fantastic.
host, as well as we have Seema Bhatia ji, and we also have Dins, who is a health and beauty consultant, who are live with us from the Oxfordshire. And I welcome you both. So, how are you feeling, Seema ji? Can you hear us?
Yes, first of all, I'd like to say a very warm global namaste to
Global
all our
namaste to
viewers
you.
and to you, so from wherever in the globe you're collecting to us from. It may be morning, afternoon, or evening. So good morning, good afternoon, and good evening. And it is a wonderful, I would say, sunny afternoon here in Oxford. We're soaking up all this bliss right now, Dimps and I. So we have Miss Charity Universe and our beauty expert and also health and wellness expert, Dimps Sangani with us. I'm Seema Bhatia, as you know, and we feel very blessed to be in this very energetic,
Seema ji,
blissful place.
could you please make your camera landscape?
Is that better?
Yes. Yes.
Okay, so we're both sharing a set of mics here.
Yeah, we're just
So what
sharing
all
the
things are
mic.
exciting
Global
you're going to
Namaste.
share from here? Yes, please let our viewers know about what all exciting things you're going to share with us.
So we just arrived about 45 minutes ago, and the first thing we went into was the main house. It's a beautiful building. It's architecturally, the presence is just, how
It's
would you
very
describe?
historical garden, and it's I think 55 acres of land surrounded by trees, nature, greenery. It's so beautiful. As soon as you enter, the energy is so peaceful, and you
Hmm.
feel that you're entering the land of peace because the meditation is all about the peace, the inner well-being, and I mean, it's just something else. We feel the energies in it.
It's very magnetic. I have to confess. And as soon as we walked in, I think Vince and I were quite captivated by the energy. We went into
Amazing.
this very special room, which is like
It was Baba's room. So we
Babaji's
call
room.
it Baba's room, where everybody goes for a Raj Yoga meditation and they focus on the center light, the center point, where
Hmm.
you just look into the eyes and feel. For example, I'm just giving you an instance where I feel that I am the light and I'm actually feeling the light around me. So it's a rays of light. Maybe I want to see, maybe sometimes I want to be a tree. So I feel I'm the tree and I actually feel I'm nurturing others. So you automatically enhance those energies in inner yourself. This is the vibration that you have in this place.
Wonderful.
Absolutely. And we're
Mm.
soaking in all this nature. And nature in itself is so healing. So what I'm going to do is I'm just
Can you
going
just
to
pan
take
the
off my,
camera and let our viewers see
so I'm
a
going to,
little
that's
bit?
exactly what I'm going to try for a minute.
So to
Can you
let
see
our viewers
we're in
know,
this
we are
present?
live from Oxfordshire at the Global Retreat Centers of Brahma Kumari, and what a beautiful place it is. And you can see the dark clouds, little coming over and showing their presence, and the gathering of people.
It's almost like a picnic here. That's what I want to say. We
Yes,
have a lovely ice cream van here, which Dimps and I are contemplating whether or not we should cheat today and have an ice cream. There's a
It's a
oh,
coffee
very
and
creative
tea
tea and coffee stall there.
with a canopy, as you can see, and they've got everything from gluten free to also with gluten. You can see the building in the
healthy.
background.
Yes.
Everybody's soaking up their presence. Everyone's very relaxed. It's extremely
I can
peaceful.
feel
You
the
can see the
calmness
trees.
actually in the environment. I can see how serene it is, despite there are so many people, but then there is almost a lot of peace and shanti all
Now,
over.
can you see the orange flags in the background there?
A little, we cannot
Oh,
like clearly
should we move
see, but
closer?
yes,
Okay, we're gonna walk closer.
sure.
I'm gonna walk a bit closer with James, and as you can see, we're coming. And
And
this
I
is the
think,
area. You can see all the greenery. Yeah, we're really bathing ourselves up in nature over here, and you can see these lovely flags in the background. And I think this is the spot where they do the Tai Chi.
Yes, that's
So
right.
they
yeah,
have
we can
Tai Chi
see.
happening. They
And we
have
are
the
lucky they are actually doing selfie right now.
What
oh
all
yes,
programs
they
are
are.
going to be here? Could you just share it with our
They
viewers?
have
What all
They have
programs?
Tai Chi, they have an affirmation tree which we're still trying to look for. They have golf cart rides that take you around the resort.
Wow.
There's going to be music, there's going to be meditation, there's going to be everything that nourishes your
See, look
mind,
how
your
serene and
body,
beautiful it is
and your
with
soul.
the, yeah, very
It's
nice.
so beautiful. And
So could we talk with them? Yes.
we have Loki, Om Shanti Loki, and they're
Global
doing
Namaste Om
Qigong over
Shanti.
here. And so this is wonderful. So do you have Qigong happening? You have Tai Chi happening? What Tai Chi? Qigong. Wonderful. Look at this. It's beautiful. And they have a session at 2 to 2:20. Then they have 2:25 to 2:45, 2:50 to 3:30, 3:30,
Oh,
3:15 to 3:35, 3:40 to 4, and 4:05 to 4:25. So you can see that they're giving a lot. James, I'd like to pan the camera over to our beauty expert and Miss Charity University in Sambani. And
Hi, I would like to ask you what's special about did you say Qigong? Qigong.
Qigong.
Yeah, would you like to say some
Um,
benefits of
so
Qigong?
I've been doing it. This is a different type of Qigong that I do. I
Yeah,
do Mark 1 Due,
yeah.
Qigong.
which is an ancient form of Qigong. Right. And it was discovered in 1971. So the tomb was discovered in 1971. And it's an old tomb from China that was discovered, which held Qigong postures and positions from 400 years old. So it's 400 years old. It's very ancient style. This is a different style that we're seeing today. The one that I do is called Mawandui. Yeah. Qigong has the word qi in it. So qi means strong or has this energy, right? So does it enhance the qi in the body? It will enhance the qi. The type that I do in particular is it works with your meridians. So it'll be, yeah. So it would also detox. I wouldn't say detox, but it helps with in terms of yes, the energy flow. Right. Energy flow.
Yes.
Energy flow.
Does that open the chakras? You mean?
It'll be the chakras. It's aligned with the chakras. That's correct. Yeah. And so what I find personally, I've been doing it for about 18 months now. Just in terms of you feel depleted in energy when you do a Qigong session, because it's not only you're taking the energy from the sun, the nature, you tend to do it barefooted, so you're grounded, and you just get a lot of reward, and you just uplifts you. Your energy.
There's a lot of benefits from grounding you get.
Definitely get the mind, but also energy-wise, you get that uplift of energy from doing something like a Qigong. And I'm assuming that you'll get something like that from Tai Chi, most of those kind of things, meditation, where you're slowing down the mind and you're just following the movement and you're going with it. Slow, in the flow, slowness, so you're slowing down your mind. Awareness.
Lovely.
Yeah,
That's really nice.
you'll be more alert to more in terms of nature. So you suddenly become slow, a bit like meditation when you slow down.
So it's going deeper into ourselves.
Going deeper into ourselves. Yeah, you're slowing down. But it's unbelievable because when you're slowing down, you wouldn't think that you're going to get anything, but you do. And you get that energy because you're outdoors. I do the Qigong outdoors, barefooted, and with people of like-mindedness. So you get the energy not only from the nature, but you get it from the group of people that you're with.
It's beautiful.
It most certainly is.
That
Honestly,
is the best thing you just said, and it's a new way of life for me. I think you get the energy from people, and that is when we make
connection.
so connected. Oh my
correct.
God, there's so much synergy.
It's so connected. You do get connected, and like I said, honestly, it's one of the best things that I've done. And at one time, when you're in your 20s, you just want speed, and you're doing, Qigong, Tai Chi is not for me because you're young, you're vibrant, yes. And then when you suddenly do Qigong and you're more mature now, and then I was thinking, 20 years ago, I dismissed it, but look at the missed opportunity, but I'm benefiting now.
I lived in Asia for 20 years, and it was amazing because Hong Kong was by the sea, and I would see a lot of
The Chinese locals, Orientals.
And I couldn't tell the difference.
Yeah.
Between the two. We have, I don't know if you noticed, but most of Hong Kong, although people have a misconception, it's built up. There's just certain areas of Hong Kong that are built up. Most of Hong Kong is
Seema ji, even I have a question.
We've got a question.
She has a question. Yes, Seema ji, she has a question.
So then, I have a question. What are the health benefits of Qigong?
Qigong, right, okay.
For the people, yes.
For the people, so what I've found for myself, I've been doing it for roughly about 18 months now. And what I find is the health benefit is that when you gain, it replenishes energy. So if you're lacking in energy, it replenishes energy. So you're able to build up that energy that you might have lost. That is one benefit that you get from it. But there's psychological benefits in terms of a bit like meditation where you slow down, so you slow down, and then it's a way of recuperating anything that lost energy because you're slowed down. You're allowing your body to heal and re-heal again and reconnect again. And re-nourish. Re-nourish is a good word.
That's good word.
Yeah, so that's, I would say that was one of the benefits of it.
You.
Um,
Can I ask
yeah,
you a question?
mhm.
Does it enhance the meditation?
Most certainly.
Thank you.
So when when I'm doing it myself, I connect to the sun, the God. So I believe in the divine, the higher spiritual being. So I connect that way. And some of my participants that I'm with, some of them believe in the higher spirit, but not necessarily in God. But you don't need to. You just need to connect with nature. Even if you believe in nature, you can benefit from just by being in nature. Yeah.
That was
So
so
that's-
powerful. It's all
Thank you
about
so much.
energies here.
Thank you so
You're
much for
welcome.
joining
You're
us.
welcome.
Thank you, Global Namaste Om Shanti.
Thank you, Global
Thank you
Namaste
so
Om
much.
Shanti.
And we'll be catching up with you again soon. Please show us the other things and what all events are happening. We are pretty excited to see you. And all the team of Healing Our Earth is represented by you all, Dibs and Seemaji. So keep sharing with us and we'll be getting back to you as we are moving to the show now. So in our episode, I'd like to welcome Riddhi Vyas to welcome the guest of our, our, our contributor, the guest contributor of today. So I would like, Riddhi, who is coming and what is special about them? So we would like to welcome Namdevji, who would be with us in a short while. And he's from the Abhyas School of Yoga and is being represented by his wisdom, his spirituality, and his wonders are word known. And yes, Riddhi, over to you. Thank
Yes,
you.
absolutely. So Abhyas School of Yoga, which actually does what we've just been speaking about. It connects us not just with ourselves, but when we connect with ourselves and we're feeling complete within ourselves, we have more to give to other people. And we feel that energy wherever we are in a meditation center, just being able to take in that prana, be that a sense of prana or be that a sense of chi. In yoga, we call it prana. In martial arts, they call it chi, but it works exactly the same way. By calming down our breath and by being present in the moment, our minds are able to be in that meditative state. Whether that is then meditative going within, or actually a meditative moving throughout our actions, just being aware, that sense of awareness. And that is what Namdevji does so well, is that he's able to really cultivate that sense of presence, that sense of awareness. And that's how he's practically managed to put together his own meditative school in Varanasi. So he's actually got a temple structure which again cultivates this sense of spiritual energy, of awareness and of presence. He's also then gone on to author his book as well, which is called Svarvet. We will ask him more about his book, but it is fantastic, which I know has come from a deeper sense of being within himself. And he's also going to be sharing with us some exclusive events that are happening in London next month.
Okay.
So, Global Namaste. Aapka swagat hai, Healing Our Earth पर. Thank you so much for joining us. And do feel free to tell us a little bit more about yourself, a little bit more about what's inspired you on this path.
Namaskar. Namaste. Dhanyabad. Thank you very much. It's such a privilege to be here today. We are all connected with one divine source, as we saw the interview of a lady just speaking about that we do not need to connect because there are so many different manifestations of the same divine. And so what resonates most with all of us is different from each one of us. So strange, but it's the truth. So here we are in this age and time when we are so much challenged by the information. The reason why I'm saying information is that there are plethora of information being trickled down to us from all walks of life, from different sector of and stream of knowledge and language. And in this global world, what is the most essential part of our existence? And that is our own being, which has gone totally out of the window. So if I could ask you, let me know about Tanzania and what happens there in Tanzania. Now, since you have not been to Tanzania, what we'll do, you'll go and Google it out and just rattle off all the information that you gather. But if I could ask you a place where you have been to, let's say India, I'm sure that you all have been to India. So do you know where the Bangalore is? So your mind instantly go to Bangalore, and you have so many experiences attached to Bangalore. So what happens is this body and mind has been structured in a way that is limited to its perceptual understanding, perceptual knowledge. What is the perceptual knowledge? Whatever we perceive from this mechanism, this body. So if I look at you, so now I can see you. Now, if I happen to be in the UK next month, I will recognize you instantly because I have seen you. And the same with everyone. But once we are asked to know something that we have not seen, something which we have not heard, something that has not come into our experience, we do not know anything about it. And hence, that is the reason it is very important to know yourself, because there are all kind of information which is being streamed down to you. It is very important to create a filter so that you exactly know what you are perceiving in, because all that is being told around is not something worth seeking for. So what is meditation here is to come to your own essence, your own existence. And as you are centered within, you would be able to see that the things around you are just happening in the right order. So meditation is about that, and this is what we do. But the larger picture of meditation is different. The school of thought that we come from is called Bihangam Yoga, as you rightly said. It was established by His Holiness Sadhguru Siddhartha Devji Maharaj. Just for a sec, please.
So
Sadhguru
what kind
Siddhartha
of a
Devji.
yoga this is?
Yes, it's called Bihangam Yoga. Bihangam Yoga. So this Bihangam Yoga is not something which is new. It is not a new form of yoga at all. It is the most ancient. It is the most ancient form of yoga. In fact, during the battlefield of Mahabharata, when Arjuna was totally bewildered, what was there any? I would like to ask you: was there any religion at the time of Mahabharata? There was no religion, right? So, because the Christianity came about, let's say 3,600 years ago, Islam is just around 16. Hinduism, the term has come up because a few of the invaders into India could not pronounce the word. So they said they could not pronounce the word because they had to cross the Sindhu River, from which flows in Pakistan today. So there's nothing called Hindu as such. It is a perpetual science. It is a science which goes beyond the very periphery of any religion, so to speak. So when the Krishna taught this essence of wisdom to Arjuna, to bring him the clarity of thought as what he should do in his life. And today the same teaching is as relevant as what it was way back 5,000 years ago. And that is the essence of Bihangam Yoga. But unfortunately, people have been chanting, reciting over and over again. But if I just could go around and recite water, 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 my thirst would not get quenched. The only way I can do it is go and get a glass of water myself. So it is very important that what is that in the teaching of Brahma Vidya Bihangam Yoga that was imparted by Sri Krishna to Arjuna. And that's what we need to know today.
So
So
I have a question from you as well. What kind
Sure.
of programs are run at your yoga center?
So just before we actually come on to that, Santnamji, I have a question for you, and that involves, we actually know what the Bhagavad Gita says. A lot of us are actually well versed in Sanskrit and we can put the two together. However, I feel that there is a difference between actually reading something in terms of theory, in terms of knowledge, and actually the practical application. And I feel nowadays, a lot of the times we're actually moving away from the practical application. What's something that we can actually do that can align us to that true purpose?
if you look at Gita, Bhagavad Gita, you can actually take out three aspects. Sri Krishna said, as far as the yoga is concerned, because the yoga, again, what we know yoga is far away from what yoga is. And it has taken so many branches and ways of yoga, which are so different. But what he says is, first two words say samatvam. He said, yogastaha kuru karamari sangatakva dhananjaya. And then in the battlefield, he was explaining to that, okay? And he said that the essence of yoga is being equanimous, the sense of equanimity at all times. You are stable, okay? You are as still as the mountain in the face of the most adverse blow of any wind from any side. So we're really still. And the second one is, if you look at the teaching, he repeatedly says one thing, and that is, don't do what you want to do in your life. Do what is needed. And that's what he taught to Arjuna. Do what is needed. If there's a fight, go and out fight. Don't go in the Himalaya, sit on the pinnacle of a mountain, do meditation. Don't do that. It's a waste of time. And he himself saying that being a chariot, he is sitting behind as a warrior. You see that. And the third thing is, which he says about, that grow out of your own illusion at all levels, because there is no ultimate reality. Ultimate reality is being presented to you in the form of situation that you're facing at this point in time. So here you are. Suppose that if I want to ask you, the ideologue that you have about someone or something which you used to have 10 years ago, are you holding the same thing about the person, a situation, and the people? Let's say your husband and wife, your spouse, or anyone for that matter, whom you love the most or hate the most, whatever. Do you hold the same level of understanding about that person? Not really.
I believe that the perception is actually fluid. The perception is able to change according to our circumstances. And something that we thought 10 years ago may not be so relevant to our days nowadays. So it's about actually then being able to be fluid in our thoughts and emotions to keep up with the times.
Absolutely, absolutely. Because being fluid is the right approach, actually. But again, having said so, but the relevance of the message of Gita is as important as it was way back then.
Right.
It's not wavered. Everything changes, but the teaching, the eternal teaching, do not change. So Bhyangam Yoga comes from that, because it was lost in the time of oblivion, because as the time went by, people could understand. It was Sadhu Srafaldevji Maharaj, His Holiness, who was I could say that he incarnated himself in India, in the village called Pakri Balia in Uttar Pradesh, in northern part of India, and he went into deep meditation for 17 long years. And though not educated at all, whatever he could experience in his meditation, we are all his disciples. So he wrote a book called Svarveda. I think his hand just became an instrument of the divine design, which he was the most apt for. I would rather say that in that, but because he was not so educated to write a explanation about the divine. So he went into the meditation, and mind you, he did not give any reference of any scripture at all whatsoever, because he was not intellectual. So there was no any mental deduction to speak or reasoning as one would like to know, that will stimulate one's understanding, it was beyond any level of understanding. So having been into that deep level of meditation, whatever he could see, and he just jotted down, and he authored as many as around 36 books based on his spiritual consciousness.
That's
Which was,
amazing. And I believe that one of the books that he actually wrote was Svarved. Can you actually tell us a little bit more about the meaning of Svarved?
yeah. So Svarved is the most prominent epic center of Vihangam Yoga's knowledge, and it has got the couplets in very simple Hindi with tinge of many different languages, and as you recite the Svarveda, you see that you are actually getting aligned to your highest purpose in life. You are releasing things which are not needed, which is the essence of teachings of Bhagavad Gita, because you got to do in this life. Because I personally believe we are born here for a purpose.
Yes.
We're not here just to become a digital lottery, just wandering here and there. No, we are to become better and better with each birth of ours. I truly believe in that. So, I mean, this is what one of the most proponent of yogic science, where it says that, you know, the reason why you are here on this birth is to realize more than what you had in your previous birth, and keep expanding unless you dissolve into the universal consciousness, because that's where you come from, right? So Sadhgurudev actually, Sadhu Devji Maharaj, if one of the organizer here on your event right now could flash it out, his photograph, it would be great if it is manageable, if Chitrali could show his picture. So Sadhu Devji Maharaj, he went into meditation and he jotted down these couplets. As you recite them, you are able to release the karmic imprints of many lives of yours. The only way
incredible
is by releasing it, because as long as you are totally cluttered with all that we have gained, information, whatever it is, you are following the patterns of the past, and there is no progress, and there would not be any headways unless, as long as we are dictated by the events of the past, and that events of the past would not be released unless there is some kind of vibration in your body, and there is some kind of decoding in your system. Decoding in your system is very important, and detying the tangled wired within. So what happens as the moment you start reciting Svarveda, what happens is you are like detangling yourself. You are detangling yourself, and as you detangle, you become free of the the machinations of your mind, the very superfluous knowledge that you don't need. You just kind of clear past it. And you are in know of your own self better than before. And that's how you make progress. And it happens only by releasing the traits of your body. Let's start with the body, because body has a cellular memory, right? Once you meditate, you are able to strike quite a balance between body and mind. And if you aren't able to have this harmony between body and mind, there is a quarrel, there is a chaos in the workplace, in your personal life, because your body cannot be your mind. Because the mind cannot be seen, so it is to be blamed. Whatever is not seen is easily blamed. So easy to do so. But suppose that if I'm angry with you right now, or you are angry with me, and you want to but you don't have to go and slap me, do you? You don't need to. Your anger does not have to translate into fighting with someone else. The moment your mind and emotions start wearing on your sleeve, you start wearing your emotion on your sleeve, that's where the problem is. So you start meditation with what? The first stage of Vihangam Yoga says exactly the same, that how to create this gap. Because you are not your emotions, you are not your feeling, you are not none of these, whatever we go through.
I think that's incredible, because so many times we're actually holding on to certain thoughts, or we're holding on to certain emotions. 96% of our thoughts are actually negative, but by actually just letting go and just releasing, we get that sense of presence within. And also, I believe that your Swahag Mandir in Varanasi as well, you've actually got the writings up on the walls so we can see the different dohas, and even that can actually trigger different thoughts and different emotions and encourage people to start to open up within themselves. So what was your
We will be
inspiration
coming back to
behind
you,
the Mahamandir?
Riddhi will be coming back to you in a while. Please stay around, Namdev ji. We have to go live at Oxfordshire again. Seema ji, can you hear us? Seema Bhatia, we have Seema Bhatia, who is our kitchen episode producer and a senior host, as well as we have Dib Sanghai, who is our health and beauty consultant, as well as our resident host. So Seema, we have Seema Bhatia. Can you hear us, Seema? Are we audible?
Seema, we can't hear you though.
Seema, am I audible? Okay, we'll be going
I
back
think we'll
to
go
them
back to you in a
shortly
second.
again. Yes. So Namdev ji, what kind of yoga programs do you have in the yoga center? So as we have Namdev ji, who is telling about his yoga center and about the book which has been released, and we are talking in today's wellness and well-being episode about this. So what kind of programs are running at your yoga center? Could you please throw some light on that? Thank you. Over to you.
Panchatinam Yoga. There are 5 stages of Bihangam Yoga. Okay. So in Bihangam Yoga meditation, the most important thing is to understand. First, we begin with the mind. Okay. And but to be able to kind of take control of the mind, or I would rather say you cannot control your mind, because it is not possible for anyone to control the mind. It is as difficult as controlling the wind. It has been described in Bhagavad Gita as well, because Arjuna had the same question. And he was saying that Chanchalam hi manah Krishna paramarthi balavadridham. I say, the paramarthi, he said paramarthi balavadridham. The manah is very paramarthi, is very obstinate, determined. Okay. So the first stage of Bihangam Yoga is about saying hello to yourself. Let's say that, like becoming closer to yourself, because you know everything about the world today, but you're yourself. Every information that you seek is available on the internet today, but yourself. So the first stage of Bihangam Yoga is all about bringing yourself closer to your own self. When you enter into the second stage of yoga, it is more about releasing of the illusion, clearing of the illusions that your perceptions form. Your perception form based on the repetitive pattern that has been created, and you cannot cross it. Okay. So what happens is, once you become quite attuned to the subtle energies of your body, which is exuded at all point in time, you would be able to form according to kind of energy that you are exuding. So you are able to take control of the subtle energies of your body in the second stage of Bihangam Yoga.
What are the subtle energies of the body?
Basically, it has to do with your prana. Right. So suppose if your pranas are in control, your thoughts would be under your control 100%. Last time when you were angry with at someone, or you kind of shouted at someone, everything was totally in disarray about yourself. Your body was totally in discordant relationship with your mind. And you had no control on your emotions. So if your pranas are subtle, and if you're more attuned to the best possibility of all the opportunities around you, that is possible only once you let go of the releasing of the past patterns. And the past patterns has to do with the second stage of Bihangam Yoga. All your past patterns could be obliterated. I would say that. I would use this very strong word, washed away by the second stage Bihangam Yoga meditation. You will be totally renewed person. Because Majjun se ho dibya sarupa ge our guru says that all the materialistic understanding goes away. You are cleansed off. You are cleansed off all the memory of the past. So that's the power of second stage of Bihangam Yoga. So that you are able to see things clearly. You are not seeing from the lens of your experiences of the past or the pattern. You are not you don't have a habitual bound existence. You are more conscious. So it's a transit from compulsive life to a conscious life. Let me say that, right? And the third stage of Bihangam Yoga. The third stage of Bihangam Yoga is about the once you are Kundalini Jagran, Susman Pravah, that is the main thing. That's when the Bihangam Yoga begins, because you have totally kind of cut the cord from the past, and you are a new you, and after the Susman Pravah happens, then you are able to connect yourself into the zone of absolute consciousness. That's the third stage of Bihangam Yoga.
We will come back to you with such a wonderful and inspirational insight on yoga and meditation that you have been sharing. Let's go live. If I can see Seema Bhatia, can you hear us? We are going live at Oxfordshire. We have our kitchen episode producer Seema Bhatia and Zim Sanghai, beauty and health consultant, as well as the resident host. Can you hear us, Seema?
We can, and I'm handing you over to Dims over here for our comments.
We have Dims, who is our Mrs. Universe, as well as beauty and health consultant, and our regular contributor and resident host. So, global namaste, Dims.
Global namaste. Finally, I got chance because there's like so much happening here. It's so like nice to interact with people, and there's so many people meeting and talking about their experiences. So we've been just interviewing and listening. Yes. So what's happening now?
Yes, please share with us. We are very excited to see what are you experiencing. We would like to.
I'd like to say something. Our founder and director is here, Mr. Neil Kumar.
Yeah, our founder and director is, you can see behind us, Mr. Neil
Global
Kumar.
Namaste, Neil Kumar.
Global namaste.
Global namaste to everybody on the earth, wherever you are listening to us. This is Healing Our Heart, a free global online community channel. Guess what, where we are? We are here at the Global Retreat Center. It's so beautiful. People have started coming. The sun is out. We're enjoying, and our gorgeous and lovely soul, Seema and Dims, are covering the event live. And at about 4 o'clock or so, we'll be coming live with Sister Jayanti, Sudeshri, and a lot of people at Healing Our Earth. And after 5:30, the stage comes in right through till 7 o'clock. So be right there at Healing Our Earth. I hand you over to Dims and Seema. Over to you.
Thank you.
Get my headphones on. It has been a spectacular event. We've met so many smiling faces. Everybody is very energized. We've had a wonderful cup of coffee, and we're contemplating going for an ice cream right now. But of course, Dims being the health and wellness expert that she is, she's like, maybe no, it's not such a good idea. So we had a wonderful conversation with a lady on Qigong. That she told us it was ancient Qigong. Now, if you look behind me as I turn around, I don't know if you can see that canopy over there. They have a bookstore there where you can purchase books, and they have a lot of free books. They have a beautiful fountain here, if you could see it. Let's see, there it is.
Show them the tea table, how beautifully it's connected with nature.
And the tea table, which we're walking you towards. You can see all the greenery behind us. And
are made of this.
Oh, this is beautiful. Oh my. So let's try and pan the camera over. As you can see, the tables here. So are made with a box of
Eco,
trees.
eco-friendly. Wow, lovely.
Very, very
Made
eco-friendly. And
above
we
the
have
bark of
our
the
lovely,
tree as well as the trunk of the tree.
and we have our gorgeous dims seated over
Yeah,
there, as you can see. And with amongst nature, it is just, I'm having a wonderful day out, I have to confess. And
hmm.
I'm gonna say that it really,
Seema, can
really
you
is
take us
a
to the
treat.
books place as well so that people can
To the
see and
bookstore, yes. Okay, let's walk towards the bookstore.
people
So
can
we're
see
gonna
what
walk
kind of
towards the
books are
bookstore,
available?
as you can see,
Yeah.
and you can
To
see
let our
lots of
viewers know,
people.
we are live from Oxfordshire at the Global Retreat Center of Brahmakumaris, where we
This is
have
the bookstore,
the
as you can see.
bookstore.
And
Yeah.
we have someone very, very special with us today. And she's a family member of Healing Our Earth.
Oh,
She
wow.
is a health and wellness expert and a yoga teacher. And we have Kamuji here. And I'm just going to pan the camera over, and she's going to just say a few
Global
words for us.
Namaste.
Namaste, namaste to you all globally.
And
Welcome.
Kamuji is an expert yoga teacher,
Hmm.
and her energy is, gives, describe her energy in one word, full of love and compassion.
Oh, thank you so much. Yes, I'm here at the BK Center in Oxford, and it is so beautiful, so peaceful. It's unbelievable. The energy around is just awesome. And I wish everybody was here. You all have to come once to the Oxford Retreat Center, and the grounds are so beautiful. All greenery, the air. I tell you, it's just you never breathe so beautiful air in your life. It is that beautiful here. And they've really done so well, very well organized here. It's unbelievable. Thousands of people, and the food, everything is amazing.
Hmm.
Bye bye.
That's lovely. Thank you.
Thank
And as
you.
we move to the books place, yes. Debs, can you please show us the books exhibition?
Yeah,
What
sure.
kind of books
Yeah.
are there?
So let's go. Oh, interesting. We have this called Awakening cards. So these are 48 card deck. You can see it's called Awakening cards. So this is interesting, actually, and it's about, there are books here for self empowerment. It says how your spiritual power.
Can you pan the
Um,
camera on the book as well
yeah.
so that
Uh,
we can also experience?
yes.
Yeah, thank
So
you.
that's
Oh, for
brilliant. Yeah. So
self-empowerment.
as you can
Nice.
see,
Yes,
it's time for change.
lovely.
And this is the cards that I showed you inside about the self awakening cards. So let's read on one of the cards what it says.
It's about relationship. Wow. Relationship is
Yes.
not based on what we do for each other or how we speak to each other. Relationship is based on how we think about each other, which is very beautiful. Negative thoughts weaken relationship, expectation, criticism, comparison, jealousy. Take care of your thoughts. They reach them. Wow, that's very beautiful. And I think,
Absolutely. So it's all about inner thoughts here, how you control your inner thoughts. And
hmm,
then they have these salt energy lamps.
yeah, the USB natural lamps. And then the cards again, the wisdom for the day, I can read out. And there is a calendar of Brahma Kumaris as well, as I
Yes.
can see. Wow. Can you
Yeah.
show us what's
Hello,
the
Om
pictures
Shanti.
around? Yes.
And then there are more books here.
Practical
Hello.
meditation.
Hi. How are
How are
you?
you? I'm good. How are you?
We are from Healing Our Earth. Would you like to say something about the bookstall and what's happening here? Yeah, would you like to have a word? Okay,
Yes,
I
yes.
think I'm just gonna show you more books
Yes.
because
Book called Healing Five Elements.
yeah, and what it's about?
It's all about the five elements, how you can meditate on the elements.
Healing the
So
five
meditation,
elements.
how you can hold
Beautiful.
heal the
Beautiful.
elements.
So with
It's
five
all about,
elements we heal and we meditate.
yes, like we see drought coming or flood coming up, volcanoes are rising. So how do we, what can we contribute to the elements, to the elements?
So this is how we can contribute. We can learn through this book how to do meditation.
Oh, what kind of things are there? What all things are there in this 5 elements
What kind
book?
of things? In this book, all 5 elements mentioned and how we can meditate. Like suppose it's earth. So what type of meditation you can do, visualizing the earth in your meditation. So it will help you to keep the planet also cool and calm. Like we always say, there's climate change happening. So much of climate is disrupted, and it's all because of the human. It's all this we are responsible for destroying the nature. So what contribution we can make towards the environment or towards the nature. So this book explains us that. It helps us in doing meditation.
That's
Hmm.
fantastic.
Thank
Thank
you.
you. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much.
Namaste. Yeah, so as you can see, everybody is so busy here, but it's nice because it's all about meditation and me time and wellness.
Hmm. Oh, that's nice. That is lovely as they are enjoying and also getting the insight of all that. So we'll be coming back to you again, Dims and Seema Bhatia, and we continue with our discussion, Riddhi, as we have our guest Namdev ji, and we was talking about the yoga as well as the
Yes,
concept
so
of
we've actually just had a very fantastic introduction there into what Vihangam Yoga is, and the essence of the Bhagavad Gita, which is really Vasudhaiva Kutumbakam, how we can basically unite our energies together, because at the end of the day, we are one consciousness. So by actually lifting the energies, the pranas within ourselves through the chakras to a sense of awakening the Kundalini Yoga, not only do we actually serve our highest purpose, our Swadharma here in this lifetime, but we connect with other people that are on that same level as us, that are resonating on that same level as us. And in a minute, we will actually see the events flash up on screen, which are the events that Sant Namji is going to be coming to London to put together this very special program over the space of 1 week, where we learned how to go deeper within ourselves. We learn this essence of self-discovery and Vihangam Yoga, acceptance through diversity, from yoga to yoga. This whole union between the Paramatma and the Atma, between ourselves, between the self, the Jiva, and a higher power. And we begin to actually look a little bit deeper. So the first event is actually going to be on Saturday, the 5th of August, from 5 o'clock to 8 o'clock. And it will be taking place in Vascroft Estate. I believe that the event details now are on your screen. This is a fantastic opportunity to get involved further, to discover and learn more about yourself. There is also another event taking place on the Wednesday as well, which will be in the Bhavan. And again, it's an opportunity to come together as one, Vasudhaiva Kutumbakam, which is coming together as one energy, as one consciousness, connecting the mind and the body together, and actually being able to look a little bit deeper within. And I think that is something that Vihangam Yoga has done fantastically well. We've heard earlier from Sant Namji, he has a fantastic team behind him of Vihangam Yoga, which are leading and putting together these amazing events here in the UK. And this is really our opportunity. So I would actually encourage each and every single one of you to go experience what this is like, because book knowledge is one thing. We can all sit and read and get the knowledge from the books themselves, but actually experiencing it allows us to go deeper within. And when we go deeper within, yes, we get those bubbly feelings coming up. Yes, we get those thoughts by actually just sitting, the power of presence, just sitting and observing what happens, not reacting, but separating ourselves from our thoughts, from our emotions, and just accepting whatever comes up is perfectly valid. Whatever comes up, we observe it and then we let it go. And the next thought and the next emotion comes in and we observe that and we let that go. So by actually creating this sense of awareness, of acceptance, we start to feel that sense of self-love. And when that happens, not only do we connect with ourselves, we connect with people around us in the environment. That's why meditation centers are so good at increasing our prana. And as that happens, we also connect with humanity and we connect with the world at large. And here at Healing Our Earth, that is really our essence. That is our motto, is to be able to create this whole harmony, this whole sense of global peace, global unity, which happens when we all come together as one. So we've got some fantastic events. Do feel free to go down, check them out, because at the same time, you have something to gain from that. And when your cup is full, you also have more to give to the people around you. So fantastic events coming up. We've learned here a couple of things. We've actually had a look at the Swahag Mahamandir, which is absolutely fantastic. It's something that's actually happening in Varanasi in India. Varanasi in India, where they've actually got these scriptures that are actually carved into the wall. And it enables you to just look, to put your attention outwards and to gain something as a result. Sant Namji actually has his own school of thought as well, which is Abhyas School of Yoga, which we can actually see on screen at the moment, where they have delicious vegan recipes, sattvic food, lots of water to keep us hydrated during the day, relationships that we build with other people, as well as things like Nasya and Abhyanga, which allow us to clean out and remove all of those toxins in our thoughts and our emotions. And what better way than to actually go for a walk and to do yoga on the beach, where we can just be present and be in that moment. And that is really what Abhyas School of Yoga stands for. And we see this sense of actually coming together. You are very much appreciated as a part of that school of thought when you do attend, and you get to increase your self-confidence as well through yoga, through asanas, through the food that you have, and also through amazing sattvic vegan dishes. And you actually, by filling up your cup, you ascend higher within yourself too. You get to fulfill that swadharma that you were put onto this planet for. And by doing that, you actually meet other people that are there too, to fulfill their higher purpose. So we managed to let go and transcend all of those things that are holding us back. So Namji has actually got timeless teachings in this as well, because he's actually a disciple. And through that, he's been able to lift up his vibrations, lift up his prana, and he's got some amazing videos. So I really do recommend actually going on to naamdeo.org, naamdeo.org, and you can see just the array of fascinating information that is on the website, where you can then find yourself and ascend higher to your ultimate purpose. And by doing that, you help those around you, you help humanity, and you help the global planet. Namaste.
Wonderful. That's really nice. And there are a lot of interesting and exciting things that I can see. And I can also see we have Namdevji. So really go ahead. And so we were discussing about the yogas and the concept of yoga, and you were talking about the journey of spirituality through pranas, as we were discussing. So how can an individual stay in the world of materialism and yet be spiritual? That's my question to you, Namdevji. Thank you.
The only way you can actually achieve whatever you want to have, would like to achieve, whatever you would like to achieve, what you have not been able to achieve, is by becoming more spiritual. So if you want to, if all of you who are listening to this, if you want to have everything in your life that you have possibly imagined that could ever happen to you, please become more spiritual.
How can we start to embed that into our daily sadhana? I know that a daily sadhana is really about being able to awaken ourselves on that spiritual path. What are some of the things that you would actually recommend to do?
The first thing is to do is to become more aware about yourself. That is the first thing. That is the most basic thing about becoming more towards. I would like to avoid the word spiritual. But let's say if you want to upgrade yourself.
Right.
Suppose that if the word spirituality frightens you and you think that no, it means that it's spirit and all that. So you may have some level of aversion towards that word. Forget about it. If you
It's
want
really
to,
about doing that sense of self-development, though, isn't it? Being able to develop ourselves to be more, to do more, and to have more, but ultimately creating that sense of peace and stillness within.
very true. So irrespective of any caste, creed, color, religion, if you just want to make headways towards becoming a better version of yourself, let me
Yes.
put it that way. The first thing is to do is to become aware about whatever you are doing in your life, as small as eating the quantity of food. If you become really awakened within, I can tell you the consumption level, whatever you consume on daily basis, will come down about 50%.
Right. So they say things like mindful eating is really helpful as well, don't they? They say it takes 20 minutes for your mind to actually find that you are satisfied, that your stomach is full. And by actually being more mindful with our eating, we also become mindful in our daily actions.
Very true.
So
Thus,
that
I'm very
was
happy to
really
have you
lovely.
because you are able to explain so well. I don't have to explain it.
Thank you
That's
so
amazing.
much,
Thank you very much.
Navdeep, for joining us, and from the team as well as the founder and director of Healing Our Earth. I wish you all the very best, and we would love to have you again at our episode to share about spirituality and the wealth of knowledge that you hold to give it to the whole world for the humanity as well as the progression of the world towards the better well-being. Thank you so
Thank you
much
so much.
for joining us.
Thank you so much.
Namaste.
Thank
And
you so much.
maybe we'll also actually take an essence of what we've come across today. There has been so many golden moments and so many golden nuggets that have been shared. Even if we can just take a couple of those and embed them into our daily lives would be so much better as we grow to become our higher selves. And again, thank you so much for taking the time out of your busy schedule to be with us here today. It is truly appreciated. And we wish you the very best of luck with the events that you have coming up in London as well.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. Healing the Earth. Thank you very much.
That was Namdev ji sharing his views on yoga and his journey of meditation. And we are today sharing wellness and well-being tips for everybody on this online, free global online community channel with everyone. And
we are also live on social media, on Facebook, on Twitter, on Periscope, on YouTube, as well as many sister partner channels as well. We also stream these channels free to a global online audience. And a lot of us are actually based in London, but I know, Amrita ji, you yourself are based in India. So how is the weather out in India today?
Weather is pretty good. It's rainy season, and the raindrops also remind you about the bliss the water has to give us, and therefore they also heal. So healing our earth comes from the 5 elements, and as we had the Dems Sanghania from live from the Oxfordshire, and Dems shared about the books and lovely books that Brahma Kumaris have, and it's always a very good insight to see things and to practically look at them, and you get a lot of information about what people are thinking about, and especially on these spiritual grounds where nobody has time today for themselves. But then when you take a pause for yourself, the journey of well-being, according to me, starts from there. Isn't it, Riddhi?
Isn't it just? And by actually bringing that awareness that we've just spoken about with Sant Namji to our breathing, because our breathing and our mind are very intrinsically connected. So by actually just taking that moment to just be present and just to breathe a little deeper and allow all of those thoughts and emotions to just disappear for that moment, to just be present with our mind, don't we just find that our thoughts begin to slow down? Our thoughts begin to slow down and we manage to take in more information. We can perceive more. With our limited sense of senses, we can actually start to look within, but we can also start to perceive what perhaps was hidden to our subconscious mind before. So absolutely, by actually listening to those raindrops, Amritaji, that are actually triggering down in India, I'm pretty sure that's actually going to trigger some emotions for you as well. Just even a sense of presence and relaxing and letting go. And sometimes with meditation centers, like the one that we see in Oxfordshire as well, with the beautiful Seema and Dimps, who I'm sure will be on pretty soon to share a little bit more with us, to just seeing that scenic environment and that peacefulness and happiness, as we can see how different sciences are actually interlinked together.
Yes, I think Seema and Dims are there. And they would love to again share with us something which they are experiencing. And I think they are with Seema. Can you hear us? Are you there? She is with people, and I think she's communicating and talking and getting experiences. And
that is perfect, because I am very excited to hear the stories that she has to share with us in just a second. I also believe that actually by listening to other people's stories, it grows our own perception, because we don't have time to go through all of those experiences ourselves in our own lives. But by actually learning from other people's experiences as well, it increases our perception of life. And Seema, if you can hear us, please do come on and join us.
Seema, can you hear us? I think they are having the beauty of 5 elements, along with the sun and the wind and the pleasant breeze over there. And
I think so too. They are absolutely engrossed in their environment at the moment, which is absolutely fantastic and fascinating. But Amritaji, do you actually find that by connecting with ourselves through meditation, there's certain foods that we can start to eat which enhance our sense of mental well-being that is conducive to meditation? Do you find that?
Yeah, I find a lot of things, and we have our Nishit over here. Nishit, your comments, as you have been in such a big journey from such a long time with Healing Our Earth, and we have been addressing so many wonderful episodes on wellness and well-being. What is the definition of wellness and well-being, and how does food, as we have been talking a lot about foods and spirituality, is about the knowledge?
Well, yes, thank you very much. What a wonderful session we've had, and some amazing contributions from Satnamji already. Wellness and well-being is one of my favorite sessions, because it's so wide-reaching and has such a big impact on people in today's lives, especially. For me, when you look at wellness, you're typically associating it with physical health, but it also encompasses a broader, more holistic approach, I would say. So wellness for me is an active process of making choices towards a healthy and fulfilling life, whether it is physical, it's mental health, even social well-being. And it extends to being more than just disease-free. It includes things like dynamic growth, change in your various dimensions of life. There's a difference between being alive and feeling alive. There's something being disease-free, and there's something being really, really healthy and well. So that's where I think people need to focus on what can you do to get the most out of this little journey in life that we've got for the number of years that we've got here. And in terms of well-being, obviously, it's an overarching term that covers all aspects of somebody's life. Basically, you can think of it like how a person feels about themselves and their situation in life as they are in at the moment. And obviously, it includes physical health. I know so many people who've got ailments, and that sort of consumes their life. And it also looks at mental health. It looks at social connections. For example, I know a number of people who may be retired, and now suddenly they have.
Sorry to interrupt you, but I think Sima is there live from Oxfordshire. Sima, can you hear
Let's have a
us?
look if I can get them to unmute.
Yes. We'll be back with you and the discussion on the wellness and well-being.
We will be back if they unmute.
Yes.
If they don't unmute, they don't come on screen.
Sima, can you hear us?
I think they're still in prep mode, but I want to say absolutely, Nishit. I can actually see that as well. The time that we actually have that triggering, activating event and the outcome, we've actually got a gap of 5 seconds in which time we can actually choose what action we want to take. And let me tell you this, by not actually making a choice, we're also making a choice. So we may as well make a choice that is actually going to help us and to be conducive towards the results that we want, rather than for our subconscious mind to take over. Have you found this as well?
Yes. So basically
Absolutely. Not making a choice is making a choice as well.
So basically,
fantastic. So what would you actually say then, Nishitji, is actually conducive to help you to grow in health and wellness? What are some of the things that you've done that have helped you in your life?
Yeah, great question. So one of the very first times when I got into a little bit of, I would say, wellness and well-being stuff is when my son joined Sai School, and they used to have this children's meditation before they start the school.
Right.
And those meditation sessions, I'm talking of probably maybe 10 years back. And for me, being a busy business person, we have such a hectic lifestyle that half an hour I was forced to sit in with him, but that was so amazing for me. And till now, I still remember those times, and I still go through meditation.
And do you see the difference between those days that you do the meditation, those days where you might be running a little bit late or you've missed your meditation? Do you feel a difference between the two?
Absolutely. Absolutely. And then after that, I sort of started seeking out other places where we could do some sort of meditation that suited me. And so that has been my journey in that side of things. And I would say, for those who are considering it but have never done it, just start off, like Satnam Ji said, you can never train the monkey mind. It will always do what it's trying to do. But if you can sit down and just experience it, I went in knowing nothing about it, and I just followed. It was guided meditation. Nowadays, we are so lucky. We have so many apps, so many recordings or videos of people who can guide you with guided meditation. And so even today, we still do meditation every Saturday, and that's the way I keep it.
Amazing. And absolutely, because our mind can keep jumping around. Our mind can be like a monkey and Rajas state, or it can be totally not being responsive to anything in tamas, and we can move between these different states of sattva, rajas, and tamas. So actually, by just paying attention to what's coming up for us in that second, in that moment, we're actually not then being so reactive to everything that's going on around us, but we're starting to proactively take responsibility for what's happening within.
Yeah,
absolutely.
Because our inner wellness gives us the knowledge and light to progress towards sattva. So just to let the viewers know, the Indian philosophy believes in the 3 states of energy, and the creation of nature is based on the concept of 3 energies. The first name is sattva, which is related with purity, and the sattva word is derived from the Sanskrit word. And the rajas is turbulent, which means your energies are basically very turbulent. And the third energy is the tamas. The tamas basically is the energy that is giving you a lot of inertia in your life. So as you are taking these energies, and life is all about energies, nature is all about energies, and the well-being is about experiencing those energies around us. And when these energies, they vibrate under us, so whether in the form of, you say, the five elements, or you talk about the vibration of my mind, and how do I feel in a party when I attend a party? How do I feel when I sit at a meditation? How do I feel when I take a light walk in the garden? And how do I feel when I'm going to sleep? So there is a lot of difference in the energy. And these
Yes.
kind of energies define your state of mind.
Yes, it's like the jumping monkey and the drunken monkey. The jumping monkey being that state of rajas, where we're so active that we're actually jumping around to different conclusions. We're jumping around between loads of different tasks, and we're in that state of karma. We're in that state of creating our own actions, and that actually determines the results that we get. Or we're in a state of the drunken monkey, and the drunken monkey is in a state of inertia. For example, when we wake up in the mornings, and we may still be feeling that little bit of tamasin within us, we may still be feeling a little sluggish, or it could even happen after a heavy lunch, and we're feeling that our blood sugar levels have spiked, and then they drop, and that also can create that sense of tamas within us. And I actually find, Amrita, that with meditation, it's never about me actually pushing away my thoughts, but it's about me actually bringing in my thoughts. I think a lot of the times there's a misconception around meditation, and that is that we have to actually just not think anything. And the second that we actually put that demand and expectation on ourselves to just not think anything is the second that we're actually inviting all kinds of different troubles into our life. It's like thinking about a pink monkey. When I say don't think about a pink monkey, what happens? You think about a pink monkey, right? Exactly, Nishitji. Thank you. So
I found one trick that works for me though.
Go on, go ahead.
Which is simply to put yourself as a third-party observer,
right,
and what your thoughts are doing.
Yes.
Yeah, absolutely. So by actually being mindful, by being aware of our thoughts, and guess what? That's not just something that we have to sit in Padmasana and say Om and do, but that is something that we can actually take into our day-to-day actions to start to be a lot more meditative in our daily lives. So by actually, as Satnamji was saying earlier, by being mindful of the food that we are eating, by slowing down, by chewing that food actively, letting it turn into a pulp, letting it mix with the saliva in the mouth, and then by digesting it, swallowing it, we find that the Agni is a lot more awake, it's a lot more rekindled, so we can digest that food better. Well, isn't that a same acronym of what's happening in life as well? By slowing down, by being more aware of our actions, by widening up our perception of life, we allow things that aren't conducive for us. A, if it's not helping us, and B, if it's not serving us, then why on earth are we holding on to it? By letting it go, and I know this is something that's easily said and not easily done, but by actually starting to catch even those triggers as they come up, we then have that 5-second gap to do something different, to start to think a different way, or to start to feel a different way. Because guess what? Emotions can only last in our system for 60 seconds. After that, we've got a conscious choice to actually change it, to flip it, to do something different. So the question then becomes, what are we doing?
Well, you know what they say, nobody has the power to make you feel bad unless it's yourself.
Yeah.
And the same way holds for nobody else the power to make you feel good. It's only yourself.
True, both of you.
So I'm going to take this opportunity while we wait for Seemaji and Dims to come online live. Why don't I take this opportunity?
So if we have Hani Kalaria, who is our senior host at Healing Our Earth, and if she's there, we would love to have her discussion as well. Global Namaste, Hani ji. And
yes, please do come join us. It will be amazing to hear your thoughts on meditation. I know meditation is something that you've done quite a lot, Haniji, and it's something that you continue to do every day on a daily basis too. So Global Namaste, how are you?
Global Namaste, Riddhi ji, Nishit ji, and of course, Dr. Amrita ji. It's been so wonderful listening to your discussions. I was dying to jump in and say, hey, what's going on here? Very interesting points that you guys were sharing. And about meditation, I think meditation is one of the most important things you can include in your daily life. And we always talk about life management, don't we? How do we live a life which is healthy, mind, body, and soul? We always talk about. So, of course, mind is always making sure you're staying positive. You stay resilient with all the issues that you have to deal with everyday life, which everyone has to deal with. So, mind-wise, you have to stay quite alert, But at the same time, the soul part is also very important, and that's where I believe the meditation comes in, because you get a chance to connect to your inner being, who you are as a person. Sometimes you get pushed around in the world, okay, do this, do that, do this, and you're doing everything, but not what you enjoy, or not what's giving you joy and what's giving you inner satisfaction. And that's what causes all the frustration, the stress, the tension. And many years later, you'll see these people getting really annoyed, frustrated, because they feel life has just gone by and they haven't enjoyed life at its fullest. So I think the mind, body, soul, when I started meditating, it actually changed me completely. So Riddhi ji, you must know as well, because you're a regular meditator and a real good proficient, you're always promoting the fact that it's a really good thing to do. You can see how we change, your personality changes. I always say you become more patient, you become a little bit more understanding, you start seeing life in a different perspective. And I also believe, with all our viewers, all our lovely Healing Our Earth viewers who are out there, each and every one of you would be seeing things in a different way. So if we all have the same situation, like we're here on Healing Our Earth, let's say, every single audience member will be seeing it with a different colored eye, like they say, sort of colored spectacles.
And
somebody will say,
we are live with Seema Bhatia and Dim Sanghania from there. Yes, Seema, please, what you are showing us now?
So it has been a wonderful afternoon, as we've been saying, and we've got to meet a lot of members from the esteemed Brahma Kumari community and family rather, and the smiles here, the welcome, the warmth, and the energy is wonderful, isn't it, Dim?
Yeah, it is. Actually, let's show them a glimpse of the audience, how much audience there are here. The ground is more full now, because at 4 o'clock the whole show will start here. And you can see there are loads of...
So we have our founder and director,
So met someone at Healing Our Earth.
Global Namaste. And
we're just
yes,
panning
how
our
many people
camera
do you
around and
think
you can
are there
see.
around, and from how many countries? Which countries have you met?
Oh, what is lovely is that there are people from all over. I mean, there's a lot of cultural diversity here.
There are people from all over the world, Australia, England, there's from Gloucestershire, I've heard, Birmingham. A lot of local people from here have also come a lot. There is also, I heard, people from Canada as well. So yeah,
Yes,
I
we
mean,
met someone from Canada.
we
in
met
fact. It
somebody
was
from
lovely.
Canada, yeah.
And yeah, it's just the weather's gorgeous. It's a perfect day to be out in Oxfordshire. The ambience, the environment is full of energy. There's a huge spiritual vibe.
Yeah.
Yeah. And we're having a really good time, aren't we?
Yeah.
And of course, it's wonderful to be here. And I have to say, we have Dibs' lovely daughter here, Kushi. And of course, our founder and director, Mr. Neil Kumar. Any words from you, Mr. Neil Kumar?
Global namaste to everybody. We are enjoying ourselves and having a lovely time. And shortly, the live stage will open up. So we'll be connecting with you within an hour. And what a wonderful amount of people over here, all enjoying the peace and tranquility. Thank you, Seema. Thank you, Dan.
Thank you very much.
What a
So
lovely
you can
time.
see that the
Yeah,
vibe
there's a lot
here,
of people here.
there's a huge amount of people here, as you can see. I'm just going to take the camera around one more time for all of you. And really, we are here physically, but we have you all in our hearts with us. in our minds, in our hearts, in our spirit. We have all of you with us while we're enjoying this wonderful, sunny, gorgeous afternoon in Oxfordshire. And over to Dibs.
Yes. Then guess what? We have also a special guest whom we are going to invite very soon, Simran Ahuja, who is there with us today at Wellness and Wellbeing, and I'm pretty excited to welcome her as well. Yes, then first you show, and then we'll quickly move to Mumbai to talk with the gorgeous lady, Simran Ahuja. Okay, yes, Dim.
Hi, Simran. Hi, everybody. Global Namaste. Hello, honey.
Hello, my dear.
Wow.
Really
Yeah.
enjoying watching what you're doing. I wish we were there, every single one of us.
I'd like to say once again a huge global namaste
Simran.
to all of you. A very warm global namaste to you, Simran ji, looking gorgeous as always, and Honey looking stunning as always.
Yeah, Simran is here. Yeah.
Amrita ji, you bring so much sweetness to Healing Our Earth. I think I just want to jump out of the screen and give you all a big.
Simran, what a wonderful surprise to see you live on this peaceful day. And Amrita, and Honey, and Riddhi, and Nishit.
Yeah.
Well, hello. We seem to have a full house, and don't count me out either. We are having a wonderful time here. Shortly, we'll be entering a reception mode. Enjoy on your behalf. We're gonna have lots and lots of food and drinks, and then a live stage show will appear. Thank you.
Thank
So
you.
when I talk
Thank
about
you,
global
Dibs.
namaste, I think
Thank you.
Dibs and I have already
Absolutely
devoured.
stunning. What are you doing there? We're going from the wonderful Brahma Kumaris to this gorgeous shop I think you are in. Where
Yes.
are you? What are you doing?
Simran is going to
So,
the shop.
Global Namaste, Simran Ahuja. Global Namaste. So, kindly unmute.
Oh, yes, yes,
To let
perfect.
your
I was just
viewers
waiting to
know,
be on unmute.
Simran, most
Hi,
welcome.
I'm so happy. It's the first time ever I'm getting to see Neil Kumar live, and I'm in love with you, Neil. Thank you for bringing the world together, and thank you for bringing us all on this wondrous platform, Healing Our Earth. So I'm at Delhi airport now on my way back to Mumbai, and I said I have to come every Sunday on this beautiful family, group and meeting that we have, by spreading love and happiness across the world. So thank you, and a lovely big hello to everyone.
And a big
And
hug,
Nishit,
and a big hug from the UK
and,
to you too, Simran. We love you to bits and we miss you lots. And we would love to
and
have you here every Sunday. Wouldn't it be wonderful? You'll add some light and sparkle to the whole Healing Our Earth, show.
and
So thank
Honey, I
you.
can see, and Honey, I can see our Mala there as well. And it's so wonderful to see that we are almost getting a full house of today's hosts and over there. So for well-being and wellness, temporarily, we're gonna bid you goodbye as we enter into the reception. We love you all and see you in a moment.
Thank you. So, Simran ji, what a beautiful surprise. As you have been a big name in the industry, you are already. Please share with us few tips on wellness and well-being for all the viewers. So just few tips on wellness and well-being, how to look gorgeous mentally and spiritually, and of course, physically. Over to you. Thank you.
Wow. Sorry, was that for me?
What's for you, my
There are a
dear?
lot of sounds around.
Yes, I would like to know some of the viewpoints about wellness and well-being from you.
Absolutely, absolutely, my pleasure. All right. At first, we all have our own, of course, days with different experiences all together. And the sooner you realize that you are going through, this phase of life, the sooner you realize you have to come back and be into yourself, because we all have to realize that, every moment is precious for us. We really don't know how long, and how much time do we have in this world. So forget it and let go of it. And make sure that you do the best from now on. So just be aware of that moment. Say, this is the moment. I'm not going to repeat whatever happened to me, or if something has happened. It's definitely accepted that it's the divine grace. It was bound to happen. If there's something we can do about it, we should do it. But if there's nothing you can do about it, don't do it. So what I've realized is what I do now is I put in 100%. and given my heart and soul to it. And then, even if it's not as per my expectation, or, I don't really gain success in that particular thing, I don't think about it. And I'm just going to take 30 seconds and give you an example. I had my flight to Thailand last week. He's my best client, ever, who trusts me like crazy. I was booked 1 year back, and I didn't realize there was no space left in my passport for stamp. I go to the airport because I'm so excited that I'm going to buy a Thailand event for my conference. And it's the best thing, to have ever happened to me, that, okay, first time all the Iranians are coming to Thailand. And I go to the airport and I'm sent back. And I said, I'm not going back home. I'll try my best, no matter what. I took the second flight ticket because he said maybe other airlines allow you. I tried the other airline and they sent me back. I came back home thinking what to do, because next day is my show in the next 20 hours. My clients are thinking in the hotel at Kempinski at Thailand. And I had such a heavy head. I didn't know how could I be so funny and not check my passport, that there's no space to stamp anywhere. I gave it my best shot, got permission officially from the DGCA, and, got my permission from Thailand that I have a special VIP invite at the entrance. Everything was done. And I fly to Kolkata at night so that I reach there early morning for my conference. And I'm sent back from Kolkata. It was via Kolkata. But at Kolkata, now till then I had bad headache. It was almost 28 hours that I was in that stress. That what can I do? What can I do? But I'd given my heart and soul. But the moment the immigration officer sent me back saying that it's better you go back from here rather than come back from there, because there's no place left at all, where will they really stamp? I said, no, I'm a VIP guest there. He's saying, but I would still prefer you go back. Otherwise, our jobs will be at stake. I said, I didn't want to do that. And that moment itself, I was very much satisfied. And I called my client and I gave him someone else and I apologized to him. But that was the happiest moment for me, because I had given my heart and soul and my 100%. So it was my mistake, I realized. But after that, I gave my 100%, because then nothing was in hand. So I said, nothing should affect me right now. And rather, I will be more sincere and be more effective in everything that I do. And this is what, since the past 1 week, I've been so dedicated to everything I'm doing. And Neil, this is how I'm here, because every time I think, every Sunday, that I'm tired, okay, later, I said nothing doing. Before I check in, I have to come on Healing Our Earth, because this is the platform which has given me abundance of love, faith, teachings. At the same time, you continue to do so. So today I made it a point, because since 1 week's time, I'm like more aware of every moment. And this is what we all should do, given 100%. And then if it doesn't happen, just accept it and then move ahead, and you'll really be very happy in life. Thank you. Thank you. I'm sorry I took too much time. Love you guys. And I promise, Nishit, Annie, and to everyone present here, I'm coming here every Sunday, no matter what. Even if I'm in a show, I'll just come and be on mute. So thank you, and I love you guys. Thank you, Neil. Love you so much. Neil's birthday is coming, so the world should wish Neil Kumar for his forthcoming birthday. I'm so excited and thrilled. Yeah.
Yay! Well, have a lovely, safe flight as well, dear. And Simran, thank you for joining us as well, as always. We love you. You look gorgeous, by the way. Absolutely stunning, like a little angel.
Thank you, love. Thank you so much.
Love you from Healing Our Earth.
Love you so much.
Thank you so much. Thank you.
Love you guys.
That was Simran Ahuja, a lovely surprise in Miss India 2013, an actress, TV host, as well as a doctorate in nature care, and much, much more. The queen of many hearts with us, sharing her tips on wellness and what she said to give 100%, which is so important in life. And to give your 100% means to be in the present mode, actually. So what do you think, Honey and Riddhi, what Simran shared with us is so important and so wonderful. And to give your 100% and to stay in the present will make you so igniting about what you're doing. And I find this has given me a big spark on thinking about it. Yes.
I think Nishit wants to come and say something. I feel this. I feel Nishit really wants to. I think we need to get the male people on the board as well and allow them to say a few words whilst us ladies take over Healing Our Earth. Nishit, it's all yours.
What I was suggesting is it's so nice to see Simran. It's been a while, I know. I've been following her progress online, and she's been blazing a trail wherever she's going. And good luck to you. long may it continue.
I also just a fascinating story as well that brings together all of those concepts of what we can actually achieve when we are 100% present in the moment. It's just having that awareness of our thoughts and our emotions and continuing through life no matter what.
Absolutely.
Absolutely.
And you're very much like this, aren't you? You're a solutions man, and I know this because every time there's anything, any hiccups or whatever, you always stay patient. You still stay focused. You always find a way to to deal with the situation. It's similar to what Simran has been speaking about. It's okay. You try. If it doesn't work, you've tried your best. What are your thoughts?
Having that problem solution orientated mindset. That okay, fine, there's going to be things that happen in life. There's going to be situations that we come across. Not everything is going to be to our liking. Some of the things we are absolutely going to dislike as well. Some of the things where we could beat ourselves up in that movement, we're actually choosing to come from a state of love. We're actually choosing to come from a deeper sense of being that says, okay, it's okay. Whatever happens, I will give it my 100%. But at the end of the day, I have no choice over other people's outcomes and the results that they choose to portray in their lives. All I can do is be present in my life and ensure that I make the best choices that I possibly can. I will not respond to other people's reactions, but instead I will be a proactive co-creator with the universe.
You know what? I have a thought. I've got all these ladies who are experts in health and wellness and well-being, etc. Why don't I do like a rapid fire session and ask you some questions that some of the viewers have been posing online? So anybody can jump in, and I have plenty of questions. So maybe just one or two answers, and then we'll move on to the next question. So the first question is, how important is it to take a holistic approach to wellness? Do you think it's just one thing that can solve everyone's problems, or is it a multitude of things? So let's start with you, Riddhi.
I think holistic, it's a lot deeper than what people actually think it is, because it really calls for us to encompass all parts of our being. So it's not just the thoughts and it's not just the emotions, but hang on a second, it's a lot deeper. We're starting to actually tap into who we are being as a person. Who we are in that moment actually determines the results that we create in that moment, and those results determine the next set of results that we create. And so by actually choosing to stay present, we start to create the life that we want. We start to create the life that solves all those problems in that given moment and allows us to come from a deeper sense of being, a deeper sense of Swadharma.
Super. So, Haniji, can you let us know how physical, mental, emotional, and spiritual health intersect and affect people's overall well-being?
I think this is a very, very interesting question, Nishit, and a very important one too, because when people talk about well-being, it's not just health. It's not just, one of the areas. As you mentioned, it's a holistic approach. I believe there are 5 areas you have to always deal with in your life to enjoy the best life ever. And that is, you have to look at emotionally, mentally, physically, spiritually, and materially. Because also work and career and things like that give you self-esteem, confidence. It helps you to interact with other people, socialize. So there are other areas as well that comes in, for your own well-being as well. So there are 5 areas that I think we should work on in our lives. And if you have goals in all 5 areas to better yourself, you will find that you will start enjoying a very full life in all areas. And sometimes, it's like when you have a car and you've got 4 wheels. If you've got a puncture in one wheel, the car will still not drive properly, you see. So you need to have all the areas working well together, then you'll speed forward nicely, and you'll enjoy your journey of life in a better way. So that's my answer to that, dear Nishitji.
So one of the follow-up for you. Now, you teach dance, you involved with music, you are also involved with meditation. Can you share us an example of maybe how you've helped somebody through whatever challenges they've had, leveraging these 3 areas that you are really excelling in?
Absolutely, absolutely. There are many areas. So let's take dance creativity, for instance. for example. If you want to use creativity and dance for well-being purpose, I used to run dance classes, as you know. We used to run 20 dance schools, and one of the students that came was a 40-year-old. She came to the class and she said, you know what, honey, I'd love to learn dance, but I'm just old now, you know, so it's no point really. I've missed my chances for all of this. And I said, well, you're only 40 years old. Your life hasn't even started yet, I said. I said, why don't you come and join, you know, some classes? And she goes, yeah, but I'm a little bit overweight. And, you know, I feel a bit not very comfortable in class because whatever I wear, I'm going to look a bit big, you know, whatever. I think, you see, there was all these confidence issues. Underlying is I want to learn dance, but everything else was preventing my age, my weight, my this, you know, I may not have the time. So I said, look, why don't you just ask your husband that on a Tuesday evening for 1 hour, just to, you know, give you that time for yourself, come for a dance class and see how you go. And I'll look after you. Stay in the back of the rows, you know, don't worry about standing in the front and just enjoy. You know what happened? In 3 months, because it's once a week, 12 weeks, she lost about 10 or 12 pounds, you know, weight-wise, almost 1 stone she lost by just joining classes. And she came on the last day, you know, she goes, oh my God, she goes, I fit in my jeans. She goes, I fit in my jeans that I used to wear before. And that plucked up her courage all of a sudden. She goes, I want to join again for my next course. So what you realize is you have to help people around you to get those little steps forward to help them get to the point where they start feeling confident. But that wasn't the only thing. More exciting was she got so excited that she booked some private lessons with her husband so they could learn private lessons for dancing, you know, social dancing for dinner and dances. When they learned the dancing, they went to one of the dinner and dance Christmas dues or something like that. And suddenly they played the same song that I was teaching them in class. You know, they were playing that. So both of them did their little, you know, nice little twirls and, you know, social dancing. And guess what she came back home with? A champagne bottle as a prize for being the best couple dancers. So from someone who said, I can't dance, I'm not very good at this and blah, blah, blah. Can you imagine how you can support somebody along the way? Just give them little nudges and support them. And she ended up, and after then, her personality just changed. She was like loving dance. She was wearing her jeans, used to come with little short tops. And around 6 months to 1 year, her whole, you know, life changed through dance. So that's one example I can give, you know. So age doesn't matter. Your skills do not matter. It's taking the first step that matters.
So the reason I brought this up is because I hope that through this story, we can inspire whoever is listening in whatever position they are, to start from where they are and then make that decision to move forward in their journey. Things can get better, but it's up to you to make it better.
Absolutely.
So you know, facts still, we can talk all the facts about health and wellness and doing this and that, but stories still. When you see somebody else walking the path you're walking and doing good, that'll inspire you to take some action as well. So thank you for sharing that.
I wanted to share something there. What you said is so powerful because we are here on Healing Our Earth, sharing the most important knowledge, skills, expertise, whatever people are coming to share, you know, and insights and pearls of wisdom, let's say, and stories, as you mentioned. But from the audience point of view, it's always the action part which is important because we read, oh, if I eat this or I have these minerals, if I have these vitamins, it'll be good for my, you know, joint pain, it'll be good for this, it'll be good for that, but nobody does it. That we all know the information that we should be eating 5 fruits and vegetables a day, but we just maybe eat an apple and that's done for the day, you know. So what I'm trying to say is the action that we need to take is the most important, very, very powerful. Then your whole life changes, as Ridhiji said. It's making that decision.
So yes, so just to remind all the folks that we are waiting to go live with the Brahma Kumari Center in Oxfordshire, and as soon as we know that the program's moving forward and the team join us, we'll be able to share the live stream. But in the meanwhile, we're filling in with some questions and answers on well-being and wellness. And Amritaji, I have one question for you. What are simple ways that people can incorporate wellness into their daily routine? Maybe share some top 3 tips that you can give to them.
Top 3 tips that I would like to share for people is the first important thing is about mindfulness. And that is the utmost important thing. And if you're mindful, you will be thinking about what you are thinking actually. So to give a thought on what your thoughts are, what are you eating, what are you doing, and how are you spending time in this journey of life is the first tip for well-being, because it's about harmony, the harmony that comes from your hormones as an expert on the medicine side, and the harmony that comes from your inner visualization and experiences that you have on many grounds. So basically, we as an individual are the blueprints of three things in life: the physical stuff that we all are seeing each other, but there's an energetic, subtle stuff that we are experiencing each other, which is beyond our sensory perception. And the little soul, which is the beautiful, pure part of it, which is residing in each one of us, which is pretty similar and which is pretty imbibing. And that soul connection with the body is only there when we are mindful and reminding ourselves how beautiful this journey of the body is. And then you take care of your diet, you take care of your lifestyle. And the second tip is giving time to yourself. It's very important to give time to yourself. And as we all have been talking about, as Riddhi mentioned and Honey mentioned about how beautiful it is to have your own stuff, and the holistic approach that we have in life is very important. And to be mindful and giving time to yourself, we are able to be aware. And as Simran Ahuja just mentioned about how important it is to give yourself. So it turns you around and thinks about, on the roller coaster ride of life, when I'm turning up and down, how can I think about myself to be better, and where I'm moving to, which journey of life I'm into, which road have I taken? Otherwise, the roads keep rashing around with so much of traffic of people and so many overwhelming minds, which comes from either the mobiles, which comes from the people around us, and we get lost in that journey. And we are not reminded of what we had to take and where actually we had to move. Therefore, giving your time to yourself in any form is very important. And at the time of COVID also, I had been taking a lot of workshops globally and in the schools with the children and at many community levels. And the first thing is imbibing your hobbies, into your life. So whatever you like doing will always give you happiness, because it changes your perspective, it changes your mood. It also gives a big change into what monotonous life you have been spending the whole time. And yes, if today I love sketching or painting or singing or dancing, as just Haniji mentioned about it, so how dancing can change. And I know so many people who have taken these trains and have changed their life, which is beyond the pharmaceutical industry, which is beyond the medicines and the drugs and everything. You don't need doctors. You don't need people like us on that verge. We don't need to go anywhere. You are the master of yourself. And
so I got three takeaways from that.
Yeah.
The one takeaway was conscious living. The second takeaway was self-care or self-love. And the third is find a hobby that excites you. It's not part of your daily routine, but it's something that you will enjoy doing, whatever it is, whether it is dance, photography, whatever it is that excites you, but something that will ignite a little passion and a little bit of enjoyment in life, fulfillment when you take part in that activity.
And really, Nishitji, I just wanted to add to what Amritaji said. The vibrations, we talk about the law of vibrations, because ourselves, if we vibrate on a higher frequency, you automatically start seeing life in a better way. So when we talk about self-love and you're doing things that you love, automatically your aura starts vibrating at a different frequency around you, you know, which helps you to attract similar frequency things as well. So if you're going through a bad patch, you'll be more bad happening, you know, because you're in that mood, you're depressed, you know, everything's bad.
I think I heard a saying that your vibe attracts your tribe,
Yeah,
or something like that.
yeah, yes, absolutely.
So if you're thinking of those kind of things, you will attract those kind of things.
Yes, and there was one a very good example we can give to our audiences, that if you're looking to increase the frequency or your frequency vibrations, there's a really good little exercise you can do. And what you need to do is have a book, and in the book you write number 1, number 2, number 3, number 4, like that. You just write down numbers, and you write down all the fun, happy moments of your life, all the memories that you can think of. Oh, I achieved this, or I had spent time with my husband with this, and I did had that gift that somebody gave me, or somebody said this to me and it made me really happy, or the fluffy little puppy that I bought, you know, that brought me so much joy. Whatever it is, little things that will make you happy. And then what they say is every day you just pop in and you say, okay, I'm going to choose 5 things to look at of what my life is about. Number 6, and you read it. Number 55, let's read it. And it just uplifts you all of a sudden. Life isn't so bad anymore, because when you think of those beautiful memories, memories tend to have vibrations, and thoughts, you know, have vibrations. So that automatically uplifts you. So with all the troubles of the days and the weeks and the challenges of life, if you can try doing that little book, most of the motivators, coaches, life gurus, and somebody who helps, I know a coach who makes people into millionaires, you know. So this is one of the exercises he teaches, is that make sure you vibrate on that highest frequency. So I just thought I'll share that with everyone.
That's awesome. So just to recap, we had
powerful as well, because sometimes what we actually find is our life is going around in loops. So our fears, what we're actually feeling, either as like butterfly feelings or spider feelings in the stomach, and then that becomes our reality. And by doing what Haniji you've just described to us, bringing our awareness to our senses, starting to come up with the 5 ways of being through our senses, we start to change that sense of perception. We start to tap into something a little bit deeper, and those deeper senses then actually create our decisions, because it's the actions that we take in the present moment that decides what decisions we will take, that then creates our habits, and our habits create our reality. So isn't that just so powerful? By actually tapping into those 5 things and those 5 elements, we can start to change the course and the direction of our life to create what it is that we do want.
Super. I think Mala wanted to say something.
Mala has to say something. Yes, Mala.
Hello there, honey. Your
Hello,
point about raising Haniji, on that point about raising your one's vibrations, could you tell us how to do that? A lot of people won't know or understand what it actually means in, you know.
Sure. Everything in life, they say, is energy. Everything. So even if you look at a table, or if you look at, you know, a drop of water or anything, everything is like little energies. As you start looking at a microscope, you go deeper, you'll start seeing there's just little energies moving around, you know. So everything's vibrations. Vibrations are different types. So you'll have fast oscillating vibrations or slow ones, as we say. When somebody's in a hospital, you go dut, because their vibrations are going lower and lower. And somebody's excited, happy, you know, full of energy, you'll see the you know, excitement going there. So there's a lot of vibrations there. In the same way, your aura automatically is vibrating in a certain frequency. So it's either attracting. So the way to change this is, of course, through practices like meditation. What meditation, first of all, does is it starts balancing all your chakras. So it doesn't make you too active. It doesn't make you too passive. Everything is in balance in life. They say that if you want to follow the path of spirituality, you don't follow duality. There's only oneness. When you say this is good and this is bad, that still is not how we should see life. Things are just as they are, you know. I hurt myself. It's not good or bad. I hurt myself. That's the actual reality. It's the how you see it is what you're putting the meanings into, you know. Oh, it looks like we are actually moving out somewhere else, and I think we're joining into and we're traveling. So Amrita ji, where are we going now?
Yes,
I think we're tuning into our dimps again.
Sorry to interrupt you. We are going live.
The strawberry.
Yeah. Over here. So
This looks nice. You're on the same page.
yes, then are you able to hear us?
Yes, we can hear you and we can see your feet rather than yourselves. So how about Seema, if you can show us your gorgeous face again, Neilji. Your phone is, yeah, I can see the food now. Would you like to share what you're sharing and tell us a little bit about it?
I can see a lot of wonderful dishes and cuisines. I think multiple cuisines. Can you hear us?
Very lightly.
Come and introduce you to the mayor of Lero, and you take him. Oh, you know, yeah?
I believe
Can
we'll come
Okay,
back. We will come
Nishiti,
back
my
to
mouth is watering looking at those delicious, yummy foods.
You feel my tummy just rumbling, isn't it, honey?
You know, Vidiji, I have to say, when I go to Brahma Kumaris, every time I've been to the Brahma Kumaris, you'll have the most delicious foods that you can ever have. First of all, they make it with so much love. Secondly, it was always healthy. And any things that like sugars and things which are not good for you, they put things like, you know, jaggery and other things which are good for you. So every the thought, like this, yeah, like you say, the thoughts go into it. The present moment is always there when they're cooking. They're always there with lovely music in the background, which is like a lovely chanting maybe sometimes. So I love the fact that, you know, every time you go to Brahma Kumaris. So I'm missing Neil, Simaji and Dimps are having so much fun. I hope they bring packed lunch for us.
And
Malaji.
absolutely, those thoughts and those emotions that we're actually cooking with at that time that create the love and the gratitude that go into the food. When somebody actually eats that, they consume those feelings of love and gratitude as well. And that's why an environment like that is so conducive to health.
Yeah, absolutely. And
Malaji,
Simaji,
you had a question
Mala-
earlier on.
yes.
Oh, it was on the vibrations.
Yes.
Also, on that point, Hani was talking about the food from Brahma Kumaris. I was a Brahma Kumari in South Africa, but I went to the Mauritius branch when I was traveling in the 90s, and they gave me the best reception, and I'll always remember it. Now, all the food, they just I unexpectedly visited. They received me well, and I had to have lunch. But lunch was everything was grown in the back garden. They took me to the back garden. Even the soji and desserts were made from wheat. I saw it grow in the backyard, and they use the most natural ingredients. Everything's organic and made from scratch. And I will always remember that style of eating, and it'll always, like, you know, resonate in my life. So it's healthy as well, but the love, you can't match love and compassion and the love that they put in the food, because it grows in that food, is the best.
Well, if you look at the olden day villages, you know, where the olden people used to live, they used to make their own foods and their own vegetables, and they never used to get ill. They used to, you know, they used to always be very healthy. And when they're even 85, 90 years old, they're still making their own foods, walking around, cooking themselves, you know. There was no all these other things like arthritis and this and dementia and Alzheimer's, all this stuff that happens nowadays. There was none of that happening at that time. So food, we know, definitely has a very important part to play in our lives. And I always share a very good example, and that is, if you eat a banana, what do you think happens to that banana? And everyone says, well, it comes out of the other side. You know, I think, okay, gross, okay, fine, it happens. But it's not actually, because that banana turns into your cells, and that cells turn into your body. So if you can imagine, if you want a nice healthy body, you should be thinking about everything that goes into your tummy is going to be turned into your body. So you want the best of the best to be given. That's why people say, if you eat fruits, if you can, try buying the organic version, you know, because at the end of the day, it's not just the fruit. It could have some pesticides on the skin, or wash it properly, you know. So there are other things you need to look at as well. It's not just you're eating a vegetable or a fruit. You
Well,
have
they
to.
say that your body is recycled every 7 years. Your brand new cells every 7 years.
Yes.
So
yes.
Wow.
now is the time you start thinking of it. You recycle through it.
Come back, healing our earth. Today should be the day, whatever the day, 23rd of July, everyone write it down in your diary to 2023. So when we come back in 2030, we should all be brand new, every single one of us, okay?
So I want to move this. I want
to
to move this forward a little bit. I can see Dims is trying to join again. We'll see if they're now ready for us to go live.
Sure.
I'll wait for her audio to connect.
Yes.
And in the meanwhile, just a recap, we've looked at, what is wellness. We've looked at examples of how it has helped people change their life around. We've looked at holistic approach to wellness. We've looked at certain easy tips and tricks that people should incorporate to making wellness everyday practice. Next, after we speak to Dims, we're going to look at overcoming the obstacles that people face in taking on wellness in their regular day-to-day practices. But let's see if we can bring on Dims and Seemaji.
Dims, can you hear us? We can't hear you.
But we can see you.
Bear with me. Let me see if I can. They don't have their audio connected. They need to connect the audio.
Dims, if you can hear us.
Yep, there we go. I think they're connecting to the audio.
It's gone into mute, actually.
There you go.
Global namaste.
Global namaste.
Global namaste. We are here with
Subhash Chakrar, former chairman of the London Chamber of Commerce. Can you hear me okay?
Yes, we can hear you very well. Most welcome at Healing Our Earth.
Thank you.
So
Thank
you
you.
are at Brahma Kumaris at Oxfordshire. How has been your experience at Brahma
Oh,
Kumaris?
this is my first visit. I've never been here before.
Okay.
Although my wife had been here before, and it's a fabulous place, beautiful building, and I haven't done the tour yet, which I will do, and see the other parts of the building. But whatever I've seen is immensely impressive and really beautiful place.
How are you feeling, by the way, in this environment, which is quite spiritual and quite vibrating, I can see. So
Yes. Yes, there's a lot of peace here, despite lots of people. There's a nice, pleasure, peaceful movement going on. There's no kind of running around and hustle and bustle. It's very peaceful, and that's a nice experience. I think one of the amazing beauties is all the sisters are all the time smiling. So makes it very welcoming.
That's really nice. I think that precious gift you're also going to take away from here.
Yes, indeed, very much. I've been to, I've had the pleasure of taking the blessings from Dadiji, and also been to the pump house in Neasden a few times. And had the pleasure of having the last occasion of Raksha Bandhan, when we had the Rakhi. And then I had the Prime Minister Rishi Sunak visit my home. So we collected an extra Rakhi from Brahma Kumaris, and we tied it. My daughter tied it in his hand before his election. So Brahma Kumaris gave a blessings to our present Prime Minister.
That's wonderful, and the wishes, they came true, leaps and bounds, and that's why
Thank
we have
you.
him. Wow. And what are you looking forward to in this retreat in the coming future?
Well, I just want to experience what is there, and then take a view of what's to be done, but how we can get involved and participate. It's a beautiful title of retreat center, so it must offer retreat and some experiences for people who are living a busy life to come and spend a few days here and learn new techniques of meditation and so on. I meditate, and I therefore, look forward to further experiences here.
That's wonderful to know that you are meditating. What kind of meditation, may I ask you?
Well, I do my Hatha yoga, and then after that I follow with the meditation, which is more recently Raja Yoga, as taught by Brahma Kumaris. I used to practice normal meditation where you tend to get into a quiet mode, whereas Raja Yoga is all about improving and helping others. So that I benefited from, because I have direct experience of praying for others through meditation, through Raja Yoga, and seeing that their character or their health situation improves for the positive, for the better. So that's a fantastic power that we all have when we want to benefit others. Raja Yoga, that method of meditation does help. That's my personal experience.
That's really wonderful that you practice every day, and Raja Yoga meditation helps
Thank you.
and you advise
Thank
everybody
you.
to practice that as well. That was really wonderful to know about your experiences and your journey towards spirituality. And I think there are a lot of people accompanied around with you. And we have our Neil Kumar, our founder and director. And yes.
In Amrita, I need to tell you, apart from being a dynamic businessman, he's a super philanthropist as well. And that is one and only Subhash Thakrar. Thank you.
Thank you.
Wonderful.
Thank you. Lovely to meet you and see you.
Meeting you as well. Thank you for coming at Healing Our Earth from our
Pleasure.
team as well as the founder. Wish you good luck and best wishes. Thank you for coming.
Thank you. Namaste.
Thank you, Mr. Subhash Thakrar. Thank you. Yeah.
That was them.
So we stay online. We are interviewing Sister Jayanti now. Just 1 second. Stay with us. I think. Yeah.
For you.
So that's a wonderful opportunity for us at Healing Our Earth, where we can have Sister Jayanti live with us.
Yes.
To share her thoughts and give us the wisdom of life of what is about Brahma.
Amrita, stay live. We are going live to the additional global director of Brahma Kumaris, Sister Jayanti. She's here and you can just see her in a moment. Okay, so Seema and Dims will be interviewing her, and say global namaste to Sister Jayanti.
Yes.
So dearest Amrita, isn't that just great to actually learn a little bit more about Raja Yoga? And guess what? We don't have to just block out our thoughts. We can actually start to our thoughts. Go ahead, Dim.
Global namaste. Om Shanti, Sister Jayanti.
Om Shanti. Lovely to see you all. And here
Lovely
is
to see you, and how wonderful it is that I got an opportunity, and all the team and the viewers of Healing Our Earth have got an opportunity to meet you personally. We are really blessed with that.
my pleasure and honor. And yes, it's a beautiful day. The sun is shining here. I don't know about London, but certainly Oxford, the sun is shining beautifully. And we have a gathering of sparkling stars from many, many different countries here. And it's a very, very beautiful event. I think it must be about 1,000 people that are on the grounds already. And the program's due to start in about 45 minutes. But we had people coming to visit the house, and I think Dims will show you a scene of the line of people waiting just to come in to see the interior, because the exterior, of course, is beautiful, the gardens and everything. The most important message, of course, is the message of peace, that it's important to carry peace in our hearts, peace in our minds, peace in our words, peace in our smiles, peace in our behavior. And in that way, then we can share and communicate peace with everyone around us. And not only then people, but the world around us responds also. Everything responds to the vibrations of peace. And of course, the bigger picture is that as the community of peace-loving individuals and families continues to grow, there will be a time when one day there is peace in this world of ours. And I hope that that's not too far away at all. around the corner. It's just waiting for individuals to come to that state where they have a higher consciousness of time and peace is our birth.
Wow, that was so powerful, so peaceful. And, you know, thank you, Mr. Jayati, for being on the show, and feel that the energy is vital. Pleasure. Thank you. I'll show you the line from here. So you can see the people are queuing up from outside, and this line has been ongoing from last 30 minutes. So there is more than about 700 people are expected today, and 1,000. So yeah, so we have expected big. And as Sister Jayati just said, please, the whole environment is brilliant. That people, it's just everybody has come here for an experience, and they're surely getting that experience. And in Sister Jayati's words, she said, it's just a matter of time. A little bit of peace is around the place for all of us. And that is what we, our family here at Healing, wish for the entire world and the land of peace. And peace and love, and unity and joy. Moving together with peace, as Sister Jayati just mentioned earlier. We have now Mayor of Harrow here just with us. So we're going to be asking some questions here with you.
Namaste.
Hello there, how are you? It's indeed a pleasure being here.
Welcome to Healing Our Earth. We are delighted that you have joined us, and you have joined the retreat, and it's like a very special experience for everybody. So what are your experiences as of now at present? Please, over to you. Thank you.
I usually go to their center in Woolsden, but this is the first time I've actually been here with the renovation, and the retreat that they have is so unique. There's so many people out here in the actual parks, the activities that they have, and all the rooms are so special. It relates to calm, relaxing, meditation, and not just that, the rooms are so special. I understand as well that anybody can come here and actually book a resort to actually come and do their meditation. They don't charge anything for being here. You just have to book the slot. It's unique. They haven't taken any money from anybody to actually build here. All donations given from the heart of everybody who turns up to this venue. But I can't say anything more than that because it's unique, and everybody should actually attend and come and see this resort. It's calming, it gives you meditation, yoga. It makes you a better person as well.
Thank you, Ramji, for your kind words.
No, thank you.
Thank you. Thanks for coming on Healing. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Global Namaste. Thank you.
Global Namaste.
And that was the Mayor of Harrow, and we feel so blessed to have met such wonderful people here who share the vision of peace and want this world to be a better place. And in Sister Jayati's words, just a little bit of time,
yes,
and we have a more peaceful, blissful, more loving, joyful planet. And as we say that, we want to wish you blessings, Amrita ji. We want to wish you lots of love and blessings, all of you, our whole family at Healing and Earth.
And we want to pass you this energy from here to there, so you all feel what we are feeling.
And family members who are not with us, you may not be with us physically, but in mind, in spirit, and in our hearts, we're holding you all very close with us today at this very spectacular event.
I'm going to quickly show you the refreshment room, what they have on the table. So you can see the beautiful setup here.
Yes. That's a lovely ambience, and I think a lot of people are already in. Yeah. So what all things are there? Dims, can you just tell us, and we can think about and imagine them? Isn't it Riddhi and Nitish and Honey. Oh, we have sister. Yes,
Yeah.
so they yes. That's nice. As we move from one hall to the another one, and Dimsa is showing us outside. Yes, so we had them, and it was really lovely, isn't it, Honey? It's so good, Riddhi. It's so nice, and
It's beautiful just to be able to listen to the experiences, to be able to absorb that energy, and just to hear the fantastic work that Brahma Kumaris have done to be able to live people's lives, to enlighten, to really create that sense of being. How was it for you, Amrita ji?
yeah, it was a very lovely experience, and even to get a glimpse of Sister Jayanti personally, to hear her words, because as we see all over every time, I'm a regular viewer of Brahma Kumari, so I often hear them, and it's so peaceful. So my personal experience with them has been very beautiful. In fact, and in the hustle bustle of the day, if you just give 2-3 minutes to yourself and just listen to them, it just takes away all your stress. It takes away all your negative energies. It just brims you with the peace and shanti. And then with that energy, you walk over. I think their presence and their ambience in itself is very empowering.
Yes, absolutely. And doesn't it just show us the power of being, creating so much serenity in that environment? And just actually, I got a little bit hungry. I could hear my stomach going whilst they were showing us the beautiful food, the sattvic food that was actually on array in the room. And doesn't it just enliven everybody's spirits to be in that environment, in that energy together, to just really be able to reflect inwards, to be able to reflect on what life is really about? And that's what I felt, even through the power of Zoom. And isn't it just incredible that we've actually managed to put together this whole program on Zoom that can go globally to people around the world, to be able to share this unique divine experience with them, to just be present.
Yeah.
Well, I think this might be a good time to explore the intersection of spirituality and well-being, which is today's topic, and that's how we're involved with the Brahma Kumaris. So, how does spirituality influence personal well-being? Mala, you have some experience in this area with the Brahma Kumaris.
I was listening to Sister Jayanti speak, and in the 90s, we were much younger then, and there were lots of developing people in, they're getting to a different level, becoming Kumaris, reaching different levels. But one thing she used to always tell us, be careful when you get to a different level, and the more you pray and meditate, it could bring you down. Egos, you could even get an ego. She used to always warn us of an ego, and she'll say, keep it simple, because when you get to the highest power in terms of spiritual levels, she used to always say, you'll get lots of spiritual attacks, and the wrong people will be coming. And her messages were so simple. She'll say, keep it simple, don't overdo your spirituality, and ask for help, because you may attract. There was somebody that was there, and he was leading, and he was a Brahma Kumari for 10 years, and he reached his highest peak, and temptation hit him, and he dropped right to the bottom. So they'll help you, and she does that a lot. She helps you and guides you at every level. So it's very important when you're not a leader, you're not more powerful than, she'll always tell you that, you're not more powerful than the person or the amateur sitting next to you. You could go back to that level and watch the ego, and that's the most important thing. When you're leading, especially people, and guiding them in spirituality, she always focused. I can't believe I'm seeing her, because we met her. She came quite a few times to South Africa. We'd had one-to-ones with her, and she still looks radiant. She was younger then, and she still looks just exactly how I remember her. She left us with wisest words. And you know what? when we go to the Brahma Kumari, you just sit there, you don't say much, you don't talk, you listen, you meditate, and it's self-realization. The most important thing, I go back to self-realization. It taught me a lot, and it strengthened me as well in my life.
Fantastic. And that's why the Brahma Kumaris are a really good partner for healing our earth, because I think our values align very well with them. So, Riddhi, a question for you. In what ways can nurturing one's spiritual side enhance mental, emotional, and even physical health?
I think that's a fantastic question. I'd like to come back to something that Honey mentioned earlier today, and that was material wealth. And I come from the perspective of, yes, material wealth is there. It comes to us when we look at it from the spiritual angle in the form of dharma and artha. And that is that we need a certain amount of spiritual wealth to accompany that. So yes, we've got a material wealth. We can work at something. We can do more. We can actually add more value to people's lives in order to be able to grow that sense of material wealth. But also it's something a lot deeper. So I tend to look at it as zeros and ones. We are perfectly fine to have ones. It's amazing to actually have that sense of material wealth, because at the end of the day, if we don't have any material wealth, we'd be in trouble in that as well. The addition to that is to actually have zeros at points of our life. And those points are there for spirituality, for a sense of deeper reflection. Because when we actually manage to do that, sometimes we just don't realize how much we're actually holding on to. There was a test that was done earlier, and that was that 96% of our thoughts are actually negative thoughts. They're actually repetitive thoughts that we keep thinking about over and over again, and yet they serve no ultimate purpose. So by getting present, by dipping into this sense of spirituality, we're able to say, yes, fine, it's perfectly good that we've got the sense of dharma and artha and kama, because we do need those things. But actually, there's a simpler sense of actually just being. By just being, we tap into the spiritual side of ourselves. And the spirituality for me is nothing more but connecting with my higher self. So when I find that I actually manage to tap into that sense of just present awareness, people actually mentioned on the video that actually doing this Raja meditation manages to actually get us to think a little bit more. The way that the Brahma Kumaris teach it, we're not actually coming from a sense of no thoughts, because let's face it, all of us are going to be thinking thoughts. Like, what would the world be if all of us had absolutely no thoughts? I think we'd probably just be in a state of tamas. And even then, we're creating certain realities. But by actually being aware of our thoughts and of our emotions and what we're actually starting to create, we can co-create with our higher selves by tapping into the state of rajas, and by breaking it down into its certain elements, by breaking it down into its senses of what are we thinking at a particular moment, how are we behaving at a particular moment, what does that make us feel in that moment, and what actions are we taking as a consequence of the other three. We start to do these activities that enable us to tap into that higher being, that enable us to say, okay, fine, we've got this whole bridge, we've got a gap so wide, but we want to get from point A to point B. How are we going to do it? And this comes back to something that I was saying earlier as well, that is that we've actually got the power of choice, and we've got the power to decide what we're going to do about it. So by actually becoming a lot more spiritual, we start to see life from a different angle. And even then, within the Bhagavad Gita, I've probably taught the Bhagavad Gita now for about a decade. Nowhere in the Bhagavad Gita have I actually come across the word Hindu. It just doesn't exist. So actually what I'm starting to see is that the Bhagavad Gita is a book on yoga. The Bhagavad Gita is a book on meditation. By actually starting to tap into it, what we're starting to do is to come to a sense of solving our problems in a spiritual way. because we are all divine beings. We already have those answers within us. We just have to be present and be still enough to listen to what those answers actually are for us.
So we looked at meditation and wellness. We looked at spirituality and wellness. And from what you just said, we have the hardware, but we also have the software that needs to be tuned as well to coordinate everything. And so the last piece of the puzzle for me is yoga and wellness. We had meditation, spirituality, and now we've got yoga and wellness.
Yes.
So I'm going to ask a quick question, Amrita ji. Can you discuss the physical and mental benefits of engaging in yoga?
We can't hear you, Dr. Amrita ji.
Can you hear me now?
You can, yes.
Yoga is a very beautiful science to me, because yoga gives you a wonderful vision into a lot of aspects of your life, actually. And it takes you to know about yourself in so many forms, because it gives you a light of a change in yourself. It teaches you, I would say, how to sit, stand, and also how to die. And that's what life is about. And therefore, the imbibing self of the Shavasana, which comes every time with yoga, is the real self, which I believe. And when I practice, I visualize the practical aspect as well as the truth that yoga has. So it's about discipline. It's about disciplining and doing things what are in your right way. And when you do all those things, you definitely get an insight to a well-being on all the ways, whether it is physical form or spiritual form or emotional form. I think we have Dims over here, and we moved live to Oxfordshire. We have Dims Sanghania, and we have Seema Bhatia with us, who is will be joining us shortly. So as we have Dims from there, who is at Oxfordshire, and we are taking you live to the Global Retreat Center at Oxfordshire for the inauguration with the Brahma Kumaris. Global Namaste, Om Shanti.
Om Shanti, Global Namaste. We have Maureen with us, and Maureen here is the right person to ask. Sister Maureen, tell us that what your experience has been here in the preparations, in terms of how long have you been preparing all this, and how do you feel today?
Well, which bit should I answer first? First of all, greetings, namaste, om shanti. And well, if I think about how do I feel today, I feel on top of the world. I feel really wonderful because we're seeing all of our friends, old friends, new friends gathered here, and everyone wants to celebrate with us the reopening of this beautiful place. I have been coming here at weekends, weekdays, many visits for 30 years. And I have seen people benefit so much, whether it's been social workers, prison staff, health workers, people who want to come and learn to meditate, people from all different backgrounds. And when you see people's faces coming maybe on a Friday afternoon, and then when you see their faces leaving on a Sunday afternoon, well, you just know that magic has happened. So I do feel this is a place of magic. I invite all of you to come here and also experience the magic today with us virtually, but also please come physically and be with us at the Global Retreat Center. Thank you, Om Shanti.
Shanti, that's wonderful.
Thank you. What more I can say? We have one more VIP guest with us. His name is Mr. Sunil, and he is the mayor. London Borough of Southwark. And would you like to come slightly in the light so we can talk to you properly? Yes. So I assume you just reached?
No, I've been here nearly an hour. Over 1.5 hours.
And how has your experience has been so far?
It's very nice, very exciting, especially very good to be here today at the opening of the retreat center. And I had an honor and privilege to walk around in the big garden here, which is the site is nearly 55 acres. I saw lovely historic trees, preserved tree, So when I was walking during passing through those trees, so I felt very relaxed. I feel like I should come here for, more often, stay a bit more longer, and maybe do more medication here. Because when you're here, you really feel relaxed. So I encourage everybody to please come and have the experience here. It's a wonderful experience. And I've been invited a few times here, but unfortunately I could not come. So I was thinking, why didn't I come earlier? So I would like everybody to come here and enjoy that experience. It's very peaceful here and people are lovely here. All the volunteers are here. I met many people from different parts of the world. There's a volunteer. So it's something different and something unique here. A lot of good vibes. So I'll ask everybody to please come and share this experience.
Thank you, Mr. Sunil Chopra.
Thank
Thank you
you.
so much.
Have a-
Really appreciate it. Yes. So I think we will sign off soon now because we'll be going to the main program. But it's because there's been a lot of disturbance in the back guest and also to share the experience with you because of it's in open air. So the noise is not matching when we are talking, but I again apologize and I hope you guys enjoyed. We might be back with one more guest. Thank you so much again. Thank you.
It's been lovely. You're doing a wonderful job. And so we are waiting that when you bring the next guest as well for giving us such a beautiful ambience and the lovely experience from Oxfordshire. So thank you so much for joining and we are waiting to look forward to you.
My pleasure. Thank you.
Thank you. Riddhi, we
Yes.
also have a guest from Israel, and her name is Rena, and her full name is Rena Foster, and I'd like to invite her in a while. That she is a holistic healer, a yoga therapist, as well as she's been doing a lot of wonderful things from Israel, and she is basically a US citizen. And there we have Rena, who will be sharing with us the thoughts on her wellness journey of life and how to encourage women and their life tips about how to move in a beautiful way in life. So global namaste, Rena.
Global namaste.
Unmute yourself and if you yes.
And isn't that just fantastic that we can actually start to empower women around the world through the whole arts of wellness, well-being, meditation, yoga, and I'm sure that our dear guest Rena will have some fascinating tips for us all to listen to as well. Global namaste.
Namaste, and thank you so much for the invitation and the opportunity to be here. It's a real honor and a privilege.
Yes, and so we have moved from UK, Oxfordshire to Israel, where we have Rena. Rena, what are your thoughts and what are you going to share with us today? Over to you. Thanks.
To me?
Yes. What are you sharing with us?
And what I want to share, my thoughts and what I want to share are about health, hormones, and happiness.
So tell us more about how is health connected with the hormones and what all things do you do? What are your tips for us on health, hormones, and happiness? Yes.
So wonderful question, Dr. Amrita. Health, hormones, and happiness are all interconnected with each other. And there was someone who was speaking a little while before, spoke about how it's so amazing that there's many different mindfulness practices. And I have many in my own life, but the practice of tracking my menstrual cycle and tracking my hormones is one of the most fundamental mindfulness practices in my life that allows me to live a healthy and happy life that's unique to my own needs. So in terms of tips for other people, it's really hard to give tips because every person has their own unique needs. And I don't know the people who are listening to this, so I already am not qualified to be giving tips to people that I know so little about. But what I can advise especially for women who might be experiencing challenges around their menstrual cycle. Maybe, maybe it's PCOS or endometriosis. Maybe there's PMS. Excuse me. Excuse me. Let me take a sip of water. Maybe it's PMS or PMDD. Maybe it's headaches. That understanding where you're at in your menstrual cycle can be really helpful. I like to think of the menstrual cycle like the 4 seasons of the year. So we have menstruation is like winter, ovulation is like summer, and the path from menstruation to ovulation is like spring, and the path from ovulation to menstruation is like autumn or fall. And so if we understand that, excuse me, and we conceptualize, okay, so winter is a time that we often hibernate. It's often cold outside, so we want to keep ourselves warm, as opposed to ovulation being like being like summer. And summer is a time when we want to be social. We want to be out having fun. We want to be out in the sun where it's really bright and warm. So if we understand those two things, then we can also understand that the needs of a woman are not only unique to her, but they're changing every single day, because every single day she's at a different point of where she is in that cycle, which can be compared to the seasons. Are you with me so far? Yeah? Okay, great. And so my advice is to start to pay attention to where you are at in your menstrual cycle. And there's a scientific method that I use that's called the fertility awareness method of birth control. It takes a little bit of learning, but it's essentially tracking my temperature every morning, as well as a couple other symptoms, to understand where I'm at. Am I around ovulation? Am I around menstruation? Am I in the path from one to the other? And once I have that knowledge, then I can build the other mindfulness practices in my life around that. So for example, if I know that I'm around ovulation, then swimming or more of a fast-paced vinyasa yoga practice are going to be really important. That's also a time when I actually works out really serendipitously now that's around where I am right now, and it's a perfect opportunity to be out and speaking and interacting with a lot of people, compared to moving towards menstruation, when we think more of, okay, winter time, hibernation time. That's a time for maybe more of a yin yoga practice, or maybe a gentle walk around the block. And it also connects to nutrition. So again, I can't be telling anybody what to eat or what to not eat, given that I don't know anything about the people that are listening. But what I can advise is that if you're a woman and you're aware that you're around menstruation time, then think about what are the foods that generally we eat in the winter, and your body might naturally crave these foods. So you want to trust those cravings. So it could be warm soups. It could be chocolate, which is an interesting thing, why the body is craving chocolate at that time, compared to around ovulation, when you might naturally want to be eating more salads, more fresh foods, maybe a smoothie. And so it's important as a woman to build a mindfulness practice around the menstrual cycle, so that we can be setting our bodies up to function in the most optimal way that they were designed to function in. And I can talk and talk and talk, but I actually feel very privileged to have the opportunity to share of a program that I've put together, where I actually walk women through this process. And the program specifically right now is designed for women 20s, 30s, and 40s before having children, to understand what are the things in their life that nourish them, and how do those needs for nourishment change throughout their menstrual cycle, going a little bit deeper into understanding the hormones and how the hormones change, and having more discussion around this concept of seasons, and understanding ourselves as having a cycle similar to seasons, and also understanding food as a form of nourishment that is connected to all of our lifestyle habits and our lifestyle choices. Those two things very much influence each other. And oftentimes women are I mean, people, it's not just women. A lot of people are very confused about what you go into a grocery store and you say, I want to eat healthy. I want to make healthy choices, but you don't really know what is healthy. And how many times have you maybe picked something up and wondered, is this healthy or is this not healthy? So these are the type of questions that we go more in depth with in this program that I'm talking about. And is it okay to share? I didn't prepare anything to share, but I'd be happy to, like, I have a website, I have an Instagram. Can I share those things for people to be able to find me?
Yes, you can. Of
Yeah.
course. Yes. But before that, before you share, I'd like I want you to tell about how, as a holistic healer, can a woman empower herself, whether it's the time for hormone stuff that is happening, or it's with the mood swings, or it is with the like the flow of things in our life, how this kind of stress management she can do, and what are your tips on that?
Yeah, that's a really good question. Again, it's hard for me to really give tips because I believe that everybody has their own unique needs and everybody is in their own unique place on their own personal journey. So, and I also believe that most people already know what they ought to be doing in order to feel more balanced, feel more fulfilled, feel more nourished, feel more calm, and feel more energized. But it's oftentimes hard to actually make those changes. So for each person, the tips are unique, but I would encourage each person to listen to their own intuition and their own needs and wants and desires. And for example, you might hear a voice that says, I really need to be taking more walks, but I just can't find the time. Or I really need to be eating more apples, for example, but I don't like cutting them up to eat them, and I don't like the way that that's just an example. Or maybe there's I really need to be going to sleep earlier, but then I'm going to miss out on the time when I can be with my partner. And all of the first piece of advice that's coming from your intuition, for example, I need to take more walks, or I need to eat an apple, or I need to go to sleep earlier, that's the voice that needs to be trusted. And the voice that comes afterwards that says, but I don't have time, but I don't know where to find it, but it doesn't feel good in my teeth, but you want to trust what you're feeling in your body. That is a different story. Or it could be, but I want to spend that time with my partner. Those are logistical things that can be worked out. And that it also can sometimes be rooted in our ego, because our ego is here to protect us and wants us to be safe. And so anytime we have any changes to make, then our ego jumps in and says, oh, that's not safe, that's not scary, let me give you all the reasons why you shouldn't do that, even if it's things that are healthy and that we know and believe will make us feel better in a way that we want to feel. And so that's where also I would encourage people that if you have a sense of what you need to do to make yourself feel the way that you want to feel, I encourage you to reach out for some kind of external support, because it's really helpful to have an outside perspective to keep you in check, to say, hey, that's your ego, and also to help with perspective, because our minds often see where we're not, it's really easy to see when we slip up and when we miss something when we're building these new habits. And it's really important. It can be really helpful to have an outside perspective to help us see, oh, I am making a lot of progress and I am making a lot of changes. And this is also why I view myself as a holistic healer, because the tools of yoga also help us with managing the ego and regulating the nervous system amidst these changes. Oh, that's my website. I can't hear you, Dr. Amrita.
Yes, hello. That's a beautiful website, I have to say.
Yes,
absolutely wonderful, and I love that. The care, they take care, take care, take care. I think that's a really, really powerful word. Take
Then
care.
I'm on your website as well as a teacher, so I feel so honored on that. I wasn't knowing about it. This is a big surprise for me, rather.
Sorry that I didn't tell you before.
And you're on the same little paragraph with Deepak Chopra. Oh my God, it's amazing.
She deserves it. She
Yes,
deserves it.
absolutely.
Thank you so much for that much of honor. And Rena has been doing a very wonderful job on community basis as well as empowering women as well as children with a lot of her work all over, not only in US but in Israel as well, where lately she is, and she had been doing a lot of environmental programs with them. And I think we are live. So stay back, Rena. We'll be coming back to you. And we are live at Oxfordshire, where there's a global retreat center of Brahma Kumaris, and there's a live show performance, as we can see from here. And what a beautiful stage and the colorful background, as we all can see, with the spiritual ambience that gives us so much of peace to see even all that. Yes, Dims, we have Dims, and we have Seema with us who are the resident hosts of Healing Our Earth. So you are watching the show. What is it about? Can you please tell us? I think there's a lot of noise as well, so.
There doesn't seem to be any sound coming through.
Yeah.
So I think they're just looking to but I mean, it looks great, doesn't it, Amritaji?
Yes.
Look at that, very colorful, so many people. I can hear them now, I can hear them.
Waiting hopes reignite colors on the rain.
We'll be coming back in a while.
So that was our Dims and Seema Bhatia are with us. And yes, wasn't it lovely, honey ji?
Yes, I mean, I've been to Brahma Kumaris actually, and I have to say one thing very, very powerful and very beautiful about this particular organization. You will find they're all so heart-centered, very heart-centered people, very loving, very caring, and you see the smiles which are genuinely there, sincere smiles that are always there on their faces. And it's not about pretending or trying to be happy. There's some kind of a bliss each one of them enjoy from within. That's the beauty of this, because you can pretend to be happy for a while, but you can't be very happy, for long, unless you're a happy person, right? So when I went to India, that's one of the things. When I went to Mount Abu, first thing I noticed that every sister that I met, every Brahma Kumari brother as well, all the brothers that we met, all of them, very beautiful auras, really, really gentle people, very, very, I would say, peaceful. And you feel that when you're sitting there and talking to them, the way they speak, quietly, very, gentle. And when I go there, I think to myself, oh my God, I feel a little extra happy here. Because I'm normally quite a passionate person. I'm very enthusiastic every time I go places. And each personality is different, I know. But there, you'd automatically go, and you feel, oh, I feel a bit peaceful here. So Brahma Kumari is one of those most powerful, very beautiful organizations that are doing great work around the world. So I'm very, very proud to know so many of the sisters and the brothers from this particular organization. And they have also transformed so many people's lives. What I love about the organization is that use spirituality combined with psychology. So they're not just making something sound spiritual, but they're helping you to have practical approach to that through psychology of how to implement those teachings in your everyday life. And I think that's a really, really great practical way of enjoying transformation in one's life. What do you think, Amrita ji? Have you ever had a chance to practice some of the Raj Yoga that the Brahma Kumaris teach?
Yes, I got a chance to practice this when at Dharamshala, where I am from, basically, and it's very peaceful, and especially the moment you enter the room where everybody is, it itself is so empowering. That gives you a big change of your mind from what you had been thinking, and all your mind that has been talking about so many things. It just comes to a full stop for that moment. And
Yes.
that pause basically is very important. So I always say that full stops are very important in life, and it's very important to give full stops in your life, because that will make you go with the 3 dots of ready, steady, and go. And,
Yeah, and nowadays we're always ready, steady, and go all the time, because we know we're family, we have families, we have this, we have that, we have parents, we have kids, all sorts of things are there. And there is schooling, and there's food, and there is social events to attend, and all sorts of things. Then there's your own hobbies and their own things and own ambitions. So many things need to be packed up in a day that you forget the fact that you need to stop for a few minutes and just sit. And I know that they also have a practice that every hour for 1 minute, they sit silently. And that's again, a very powerful technique to include in your everyday life, which we tend to always forget. But if you did that, just for the 1 minute, it helps you to stand back again, to relax, to look at things, get your thoughts back again to your everyday life, rather than get pulled in by your conscious things, because you subconsciously do things, don't you? And you have to become more aware and more conscious of every single steps and every action and every thought that you are going through. I think that from your side as well, Dr. Amritaji, that you have the medical background as well. And there is this powerful connection between subconscious and conscious mind. And sometimes we find that we start doing things that have been programmed into us because you've repeated things in so many times. It's gone from doing things to becoming a program to you not even thinking, and it just happens automatically. And you need to become very conscious of every action and everything you're doing. And that's where meditation tends to help as well, to bring awareness to everything we do. What do you think about that? How can people combine the medical knowledge of subconscious mind and the conscious mind into everyday living? How can people use that knowledge?
It can be very empowering, and it can be very supportive for people, because it can especially change your perspective to look into life and to see how good you're feeling. And it is, so when we talk about psychosomatic disorders, where there are a lot of issues that are related with psychic and the body, and in that case, a lot of diseases can be prevented and disorders can be prevented at a very large scale. If we think about all these things, and we talk about spirituality, and we think about the spiritual being within us, and that's how the well-being and the wellness comes into. So it's not about curing, it's not about treating, it's about healing. And the wellness and well-being itself is an approach, as Rena said. So we had been discussing a lot about, me and Rena, about the healing processes in life, and how people individually need to know about the importance of healing, which is not only curing yourself from your diseases, but it's also empowering you at many bases. So it's guiding you towards prosperity, it's imbibing in you optimism of life. It changes the perspective of your life. So that is a real well-being in my own self. So how good I feel about myself. I got up today in the morning, and how do I feel? I'm sleeping at night. How do I feel? Am I happy with my own life or not? What is it that gives me real happiness? How can I count those happiness? Isn't it, Haniji? So when we
Yes.
talk about it, we count all these things, and that makes us a real a seeker of a well-being.
Oh, that's beautiful. Sometimes I think to myself, because through my spiritual journey and combining wellness activities in my life as well, one thing I found really helped me was to think, I'm perfect. I'm perfect. Everything is fine, right? Everything's fine. Now, what are the couple of things that I need to just be aware of, that I need to get back into the perfection mode, So what I mean by that is God has made you like himself, right? So we have the inner power to heal ourselves. We have the inner power to make the right choices. And we also have the inner power inside us to decide at this moment in time how I'm going to feel, right? So if anything happens, I'm the actual owner and have the power to make the decisions of how my life is led. So if you sit there and you think to yourself, well, I'm perfect anyway, so what can I do that can move me more into that area? Because I have the ability to have the likeness of God in us, because God is within me. And if there's a God which is an ocean and you're the drop, you still have the same qualities as the ocean. So why not work on trying to bring that into your life? So I sometimes try to remind myself, say, let's say I'm getting a pulled muscle or something, like I've been dancing too much and my legs are tired, then I go there and think, well, I'm meant to be perfect and I'm meant to heal myself anyway. So what can I think? So I visualize that my leg is healing. I go and walk outside in the garden to pull all the energy, and to balance the energies through the earth. I take little actions like that, which I know are natural, because I'm getting myself back to that middle state, which is not the person in pain, but the person who has a nice fit body, let's say. So in this life, the life that we're leading, especially the modern times, with the food, the atmosphere, the environment that we're living in, the hustle bustle of everything, it's not conducive, you see, to healing. Because it takes you away from that healing. But if you were living in the countryside, if you're living in quiet area, you're meditating all day, there is no stress of work and your family and this and that, then I think you would have this 100% chance to get yourself in that area. So we have to be aware of the fact that we're living in this humdrum of life. And we have to find that time to go and connect with that nature. We have to find that time to sit back and think, okay, let me eat more delicious food. Or even when I'm eating, to make sure that I'm absorbing the food and knowing in my mind I'm eating nutrition for my body. I'm feeding myself with delicious food, not just nom, 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 I have to go my next appointment, no, which a lot of people tend to do nowadays. I see them gulp the food down and off they go, Even that is not good for your stomach. Is that right, Amritaji?
Yeah, true. That's really true. And so the things that you have mentioned about how the life is and how the things we should do is very important to know about. How can we change them, and what kind of changes actually we can bring to ourselves. So
yes.
Okay, can you hear me well?
I cannot hear you at all. I'm hearing only some words.
Wow.
I'm having a conversation with you throughout, and I'm just not being able to hear all your words.
Hi.
I think there's some voice, there's some sound thing. Well, it's been
okay.
there
Let's
all the way
go
through.
live to Dems, where I think Dems is there from Oxfordshire to show us something. Dems, can you hear us?
Better, yes, much better. Thank you.
I think we are having they're at the live performance and the live show that is going on there.
Yes.
And we can see the beautiful stage around. And so there is some performance going on. But we don't have the sound. Dems, can you hear us? Well.
Seems like we can see them, but we can't hear them.
Yes.
Fantastic presentations in full flow there.
Yeah. Dems, can you hear us, Dems? I think they are at the show and they
Yes.
are enjoying, and we can feel the presence actually.
I think we can go back to them a little bit later.
We
But
just get glimpses of their participation in the event. Because of the ambient noise around them, they're not going to unmute, I think.
no, exactly.
Yeah, I think so. Am I audible to both of you right now?
Yes, we can hear
Yes,
you loud and clear.
now it's much clearer.
Okay.
So we're going to wait for Hani ji. I think she's off camera again.
Yeah, we have Lakshmi Vyas ji as well, and we have Mala ji as well, and global namaste, Lakshmi ji. So I would definitely like to know your points about how do you keep yourself well, and what are your tips for wellness and well-being? Because it's been a big journey in your life and so many things. And we had been discussing just a few days back about how wonderful your life had been. So am I audible to you?
You're asking me?
Yes, Lakshmi ji, I'm
Okay,
asking you.
I just put the audio on. So what you spoke a little earlier, I didn't listen carefully.
I will repeat. I was just talking that we had just a discussion few days back, and I would definitely like to know your tips about wellness in your personal life and how important is wellness in your life. Over to you. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Amrita. It was very nice talking to you, in fact, a couple of days ago. And for me, wellness meaning, remain healthy all the time. And your food intake and what you eat and what are your activities, what is your mind working on, all these things are very important to remain well. So what I do is I don't eat rubbish as much as possible. And most of the time, 95% I eat at home, homemade food. Sometimes I'm tempted to eat bhel or something like that, which I do enjoy sometimes. But basically, I do Iyengar yoga. I do Shirshasana, Sarvangasana, and the cycles every day without fail. That helps me a lot. Plus, being happy, being nice to everybody, that also makes me very happy. That's my goal. That's what I do to remain the way I am. I'm 73 years now.
You definitely don't look it though. It seems like you've got an amazing sadhana practice with the food that you're intaking and the yoga and the meditations that you're doing first thing in the morning. So it seems like it's keeping you in high spirits, nice and healthy.
And what an important point and a beautiful point that you have added of staying happy. So being happy is so important actually. And
yes,
that is the
it
first
is.
step.
Yeah, I mean, you shouldn't be sulking. You shouldn't envy anybody, and accept the people as they are. That's how I manage. You can't change anybody. Accept them as they are.
This is so important, accepting them the way they are. And this gives the crux of so many things about wellness in itself, actually. And staying happy. So what all things, Lakshmi ji, do you do for staying happy? Please share with our viewers what
I keep myself very busy. The Hindu Forum of Europe keeps me busy, and I work with the census. I work with the SACRI members. I work with a couple of organizations, which really keeps me busy. And I get to help also those people in some way or the other. And even by helping someone, you feel so satisfactory, so happy. So sharing good things with each other, sharing something that what the other person doesn't know, this also helps. So I'm an extrovert. At the same time, I see that I follow my principles in every way.
So could you tell your principles to everyone if people can follow on that. What are your 2-3 tips of wellness and the principles that people must follow, because it's a big journey of life you have continued with. So over to you. Thank you.
Okay. What I perceive is I talk to everybody. I whether he's an enemy or a friend or somebody who's very high in their life or whatever. I talk to everybody. I smile. I always smile at people. I never sulk. Number 2, and number 3. If anybody is in problem in the road or in the train or something, I volunteer to help them. So when I help somebody, I really feel highly satisfied. And 4th thing is, I also go to different parts of Europe and other countries where I get to meet new people, different kind of people. We don't even understand the languages clearly, but somehow we gel with each other and we talk to each other. So one of those experiences, a recent experience was I must have mentioned this even before, that we 75 women had met in Vatican City for interreligious meeting, and that is the place where I could mingle with people whom I never met, with people whom who speak totally different languages. They are from different religions, but we all gel together. And today, even today, we are in WhatsApp, meeting and talking. And the Sister Grace from the Vatican City, she monitors us like, okay, tomorrow is this meeting. So Lakshmi, would you like to speak something? She will ask me. So if I'm free, I contribute. So this way also, when you meet so many people and interact with so many people, that also gives you a lot of happiness, because you learn from each one of them. People living in South American area or in Africa or in some of those Middle East regions, they are so poor, and they're ready to mingle with you, and they're ready to take up any advice that you give it to them. Now all these little things and the interaction really helps me also to grow further, and I also feel quite content.
That's really very nice, actually, and very beautiful tips, I would say, that you have given to stay happy, to be optimistic towards life,
Yeah,
and
optimistic.
to be sharing with everyone, whether it's your enemy or your friend. And even if you don't know, what a wonderful tips that you have shared. This is really, really, really encouraging and empowering. Nishit ji, what are your words on that? What have you to say about what Lakshmi ji has told us about wellness?
Well,
Over to you.
I've known Lakshmi ji for a while now, over the course of years, and I know that she is somebody who has been blazing a trail in her own way. Her journey of how she got started with Hindu Forum of Europe, and how she has been making her progress slowly and steadily. She's come on this program a number of times. She has brought her friends and contacts as well onto this group. And I know that she is doing this as a way of making things better for people around her.
Thank you.
That's really nice. Thank you so much, Lakshmi ji, for sharing so many beautiful words, as well as these small words, because everybody thinks wellness and well-being is about beauty tips, or it's about reducing weight, or it is about making yourself more furnished in many ways. But I think it is an individual's perspective that you have lighted into. And so many people who have joined us have shared so many different components about how well-being can be incorporated in their lives in so many forms, which is beyond any books of wisdom, which is beyond any knowledge that you can just take from the book and then follow, but it's about your own insightfulness and how you make the things know. And we have our lovely Honey. Honey, yes, what are your take on that? And I would be giving you, I'll be taking a goodbye from everyone for a short while and giving you the stage to hold on. Yes.
Sure, thank you so much, Amrita ji. I have to say, you know, it's really lovely discussion. Lakshmi ji is always amazing because all her tips that she always shares, there's always these pearls of wisdom that come through, and there's always something you can take back from that. So, which is a lot as well. And Amrita ji, you as well. I just wanted to say thank you very much also for your insight into all the different things. I'm sure Nishit ji will also share and probably agree with me that you always give these wonderful tips as a doctor and as a good human being as well, from the medical profession side to the spiritual side. So you have this wide, vast knowledge that you share with the audiences out there. So I just wanted to say well done for that as well. We always go back with something special. Actually, I wanted to ask Lakshmi ji something very special too, if Lakshmi ji can be coming on here. Lakshmi ji, I just wanted to say, first of all, a global namaste to you.
Global namaste.
You know, you meet so many people around the world from different backgrounds, because you have different cultural backgrounds, people that you meet. You're in Europe sometime, you're in this country, in that country, you're in India, you're in UK. So you're traveling and doing so much great work out there. What do you find? Do you find that are more healthy? And why do you think that's the case? Because I've heard that Norwegians, for example, are the happiest community in the world. They tend to, you know, be very happy, healthy. And I looked a little bit into this and I read about it, and they have certain rules in their country, like they don't work in weekends. They have 9-to-5 jobs. After 5, even the work employers say that we want you to go home and relax with your family. They actually encourage people to enjoy a full life rather than you have to work. So what are your thoughts from all the different cultural groups that you meet? Is there any tips you can give from what we can learn from others?
Yes, when I travel in Europe, it's not that it's easy for me, because the language is different, the people are different, and language is a big barrier, because some of them speak English, some of them don't speak English, they speak French or Spanish or some other languages. So actually the interaction becomes a little difficult, but we have signs, with hands and signs we talk to each other. My aim is to talk to everybody and as much as possible learn from what are they doing, how can I learn a little more from them. And even the food, for example, wherever I go, I get I do not get vegetarian food. So it becomes really difficult to survive, because they don't serve specially anything for you. Whatever is available, you have to take. So these are some of the problems, but I don't sulk on it. Okay, I can manage with bread and butter, and okay, the whole day I can pass. If I get sandwich, I'm happy. I don't need anything else. So this way, I sort of adjust with the kind of people. Really, you have to do adjustment. It's very important to adjust with different kind of people. And yes. So you're happy, they are happy. And I don't like sulking at anybody at all. I like to be happy with everybody. And so the next time when we meet, we meet happily and not in a very other, different mode.
You're very good at building relationships with people to appreciate different
Honey, you too. Nobody can be better than you, honey.
Oh, thank you so much. I take that as a compliment. Actually, I love people. I genuinely love people. And whenever I meet anybody, I sometimes say, this is what they do. And I think, oh, that's different. But people are different. It's like when you go to the Middle East, people hug each other and they kiss in their... think, oh, that's not like in India. India is like, oh, don't even, say namaste. They don't even touch and shake. They don't even shake hands. So there are different ways of respecting and different ways of showing affection and love, and at the same time to build friendships. Friendships is one of the most important things, because people who are having problems in life is because of isolation, because they feel lonely, because their family members are not looking after them. They've just been left alone, which is very sad. So by having good friendships around the world adds variety, because if you have people from different cultures, it adds variety, it adds richness into your life and diversity into your life as well. So I think that's very nice. Thank you so much, Lakshmiji. That's really great. I learned one thing from Japan, for example. I also learned that from rice, you can turn that into little paste, skin paste, and you can put that onto your skin. So anybody who's got wrinkles and things like that, if you use this rice water and you put it on your face and you let it dry and then wash your face, you do that for a week or 10 days or something like that. It's meant to really, really tighten up your skin and make it glow. So sometimes you find that the Oriental skin is very, very, very smooth. You don't see too much wrinkles on their faces. So you learn tips as well along the way, and wellness includes, when you feel confident in yourself as well. Some people, physical appearance is important for them because automatically people don't feel very good about themselves otherwise. So thank you, Lakshmiji, very nice. And I thought I'll just share that tip with the rest of our Healing Our Earth family members too. Thank you.
Honey, I would like
Amazing how even though we could be in a completely different country, even though the language isn't the same, there's still a way of communicating through, I think you mentioned, Lakshmiji, it was the actions. And isn't that really coming from like a deeper sense of being? Because it's coming from more of like the emotions, right?
Yes.
So the connections that there are actually very heart-centered connections. And so even though we're not using our thoughts or our words, it's the actions and the emotions that are driving the conversation.
Yeah, well, they say 90% is your gestures, not your words, isn't it? Your body language is normally about 90% of what people understand. Some people don't enjoy spending time with you because of your body language. So people subtly and subconsciously connect with you just through your body language. So again, like you're saying, the words and the heart-centered connection is very important. But your body language, just warmth and your smiles and all that also is very important without you saying anything. So absolutely right with you. Very true with this, what you're saying.
Have either of you ever felt that you've walked into a room and you can feel those vibrations of something might have happened or something isn't quite conducive to the way that you want it to be? What have you done in that instance?
Well, if it's myself, when something like that happens, when you think it's not conducive, first thing is I always learn, I see life as an adventure always. So for me, it's a learning process always. So when I go into a new situation, which is not that I'm comfortable with, it's different, it's new for me, I always think, oh, it's time for my soul and for me to evolve. I need to learn something new from here. What can I learn from this? Well, how can I even understand myself better? That look, I'm reacting a little bit, negatively here. Why am I not feeling so comfortable? So, I ask myself those questions. What is it that I'm feeling? So for me, it's an evolvement process because I believe that every soul has come into this world to evolve to become a higher beings. To move up the ladder, let's call it, to evolve, to become a better person, a better version of yourself. So for me, that's a chance and an opportunity. That's what I would say. I use it as an opportunity to learn something new, to observe something new, or even just to think and expand my awareness levels or knowledge of something.
So isn't that then amazing that we can actually start to look at things from a slightly different perspective? I call it the rose-tinted glasses and the black-tinted glasses. And by actually changing our focus or changing our perception, we start to change the way that we're feeling. We're starting to change the way that we're vibrating in that particular instance.
Yes.
The changes, the decisions that we make.
Yes, and don't forget that everything, and Amritaji, I think, and Lakshmiji will also agree with this, you know, life is also not just about 9 to 5 jobs and, you know, in the morning I have to do this, in the afternoon I have to do this, in the evening I have to do this. It's not that. Actually, it's all about trying to new things, learn new things, be, you know, stay full of surprises, do new things. You know, those new things that you're doing is what's adding richness to your life. Because those people who work 9 to 5 and are into those schedules and they more, you know, this is how they work, you will find they don't expand further. Their life becomes 9 to 5 and this and that for the rest of their lives, and there's nothing new that they learn in life. So I would always encourage people, of course, you choose whatever you wish to do from your life point of view, but by opening up your mind, becoming a bit more open-minded to the world, letting people be who they are and learning why are they such a you know, being such people. You know, somebody may be having such a bad day because they may have had a divorce 2 days before and they're really in a bad mood, you see. They may not normally be that way. So you have to understand and appreciate that that person may be, you know, so you just let go, like Lakshmiji said, it's okay, they may be that way. And if you're a true friend, this is something I would always say to someone, you accept people for everything that they are. You accept them for their good, fun parts and everything, and the sadness and the tears that are coming through because this has happened in my life, and whatever it is. And I believe a true friend is somebody who will keep your secrets, who will listen to you, be there, whatever the case is in your life. And you never have to worry that, oh, this is the whole world's gonna know about my, you know, situation. So to have good friends like that is also a blessing. And that also adds to your wellness, I believe, that in your life, surround yourself, even if it's just 2, 3 good friends of yours, close friends that you can be yourself with. It's so important. I mean, sometimes even my mother is my best friend. So it doesn't mean that you have to go out. You can speak to your mom about anything and everything and just share whatever you want and know that she will just be there to lean on and hear you out, you know, and listen to you and understand you. So from a wellness point of view, I think that is a very important part. Don't be lonely. Don't isolate yourself. Always have good people around you. And if you're good to them, you'll always find people are good back anyway. And if they're not, that's your learning process, right? Of how can you be more patient? How can you be more understanding? How can you be more tolerant? You know, that's your training that's taking place at that moment in time.
Honey, for a while, I'd like to ask Rena also the same question, because she is into with so many people about relationships. And how does she think about relationships? And how are people in Israel? And how do they communicate? And how has been life with her? Because she being a US citizen and now moving to Israel, how does she find the wellness approach in Israel with the people? Over to you.
Oh yes, wonderful. Reina, yes, and we were listening about your hormones and changes and wellness, and we were listening to all that very good, important information that you shared. Let's hear about your multicultural travels and your wellness knowledge in that field. That's wonderful.
Thank you. Thank you so much, honey. It's a pleasure to meet you.
Pleasure back, and it's my pleasure. Thank you so much. And Reina, such a beautiful, smiling, glowy face, I have to say. Wellness in its whole package, the way it should look.
Thank you, thank you, thank you. I'm very humbled. And so the question is about wellness specifically in relationships and my experience with that in the US compared to in Israel, right?
True.
So I can't be a spokeswoman for everybody, but I can speak from my own experience and from my own, what I see. And I see more people in Israel getting married younger comparatively to the age that people get married in the States. And I believe that it just has something to do with the religious aspect of the country, and also it ties into the way the economy is built in this country, and that it really, oftentimes I think of Israel kind of like decades behind the States, and Israel often catches up, but like whereas in the States there used to be a really big wage gap between male and female, and there is still a gap, but the gap has gotten smaller. In Israel, there's a much bigger wage gap between men and female doing the same job, and also jobs that are typically done by women are typically paid a lot less than jobs that are typically paid by men. So that creates an economic need for a partnership.
So how do you think that wellness and approach of wellness can be really helpful for them? What are your tips on that?
So it's hard for me to share because in full authenticity for me, I was married. I was in a relationship with an Israeli man for 4 years, and we were married, and we got divorced last year. So now I'm divorced. And to go back off of what you said, honey, that sometimes someone looks like they're having a bad day, but it's because they got divorced 2 days before. And yes. So if I have to give advice, which is what I'm being asked to do, it goes back again to because every person has their own unique needs. Every couple then transforms into a unit that also has its own unique needs. And so again, it's hard for me to give practical advice because each unit is its own thing, but a few rules of thumb are to, first of all, keep up with your own personal self-care practices and taking care of yourself and showing yourself a lot of love and doing your own inner work to deal with all the stuff in our mind that ends up impacting what we experience in the world. Excuse me. And to remember, just like with everything, I'm sure people know this saying, energy flows where attention goes. And so if you think in a relationship, and it's the same with what I was speaking about also before with habits, that if our brain naturally sees the parts of the relationship that are more challenging or might be lacking things, and that's like a survival mechanism of our brain. So if you can build some kind of a practice to notice the good things and honor the sacred moments in the relationship, then that's how those moments grow.
I noticed one thing, Raina, that each person has sometimes you find that both individuals are really amazing people, but sometimes they just don't gel. It's just the fact that you meet each of them and every single person has these beautiful qualities, yet they just don't get on. Sometimes, you have divorces, you have separations, and also, that's also a topic on its own, very deep topic. But, there is certain things that do not connect with each other. So sometimes if we have values and characteristics that we develop, such as respect, compassion, understanding, things like that can help you to at least deal with the situation in a much better way as we have to go through certain issues in our lives. But I've noticed that when you're quite a nice person yourself, you still cannot get on with everybody sometimes. It's they themselves don't get on with you, and you think, well, I'm friends with everyone. I've got nothing against anybody. But it just doesn't work for them. They think you're just too happy, or they may think this about, or whatever they want to say. It doesn't matter, because your journey is your journey. But when you go through divorces and that wellness side, more important is if you were going through a divorce and a separation, how can you deal with that as well? Because that in itself is a time when you need to think about yourself. You need to think about how to get yourself from a partnership to single life as well. And that could be like a traumatic situation for some people, especially if they were very reliant or dependent on that particular relationship. So more important is if people are listening or watching out there, and there are Healing Our Earth audience members from around the world that have tuned in right now. If you are unfortunately going through some kind of separation or divorces, there are a couple of things I always think, and that is, if you look at the karma, law of karma, sometimes you can look at the fact that you've just completed all the things that you were supposed to give and take with each other. Everything's completed, so it's ready to move on. Your life is ready to move on because you've exchanged everything you needed to, learned all the lessons that you needed to learn, and moved on. So that could be a good way, if you believe in the law of karma, for you to think this way. And the other way to think about it is, well, at the end of the day, it's your evolvement process, isn't it? if you've been with a partner, you've learned something. What were the good things that you liked about it? What was not so good? And what are the things that you could have done better in that particular situation? And you take that with you and you move on. It's not the end of the world. I always say this to people: you have the right to choose your life the way you want to live it, not everybody else. They will just go blah, 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 blah for 10 minutes. You shouldn't do this and you shouldn't do that. And you should. And then they go off with their own lives, that they leave you with these thoughts that, oh, I shouldn't have done this. And it's okay. You know, I say to everybody, whatever's happened in your life, it's okay. It was just meant to be. It's fine. It's past. It's never going to, you know, it's you can't change it. What you're doing today is what changes, and what changes your future. So Reina, from that point of view, maybe, you know, that whatever's meant to be exchanged is exchanged. It's about, how do you deal with this? How are you dealing with this separation? How are you dealing with the fact that, you know, you've gone through a divorce? And it's just that, if you don't mind talking about that, maybe there are people out there who are going through such situations.
Well, I'm actually really, really humbled and really honored to have an opportunity to speak about it, especially in this way. So thank you for the invitation. And when you speak about that divorce can be a really traumatic experience for someone, especially if you're really dependent, I will touch on that. I also want to share, just given that I grew up in the States and now I live in Israel, and I did grow up Jewish, and Israel is a Jewish country. And so the bureaucratic process in Israel is based on religious law. It's not based on secular law. So the divorce ceremony in Israel is a process, a ceremony that was written thousands and thousands of years ago, and that ceremony in and of itself is something that is often very traumatic, especially for the woman. And I'm really grateful. I'm sharing because I'm really grateful that it wasn't for me. And it wasn't for me because I have a practice, really a yoga practice, and a practice of being aware of my thoughts and being able to regulate my nervous system. So, and because I have that practice, when I was in this potentially traumatic situation, I just felt like I had like this imaginary briefcase with me. And I just kept pulling out all my imaginary tools and doing all of the tools. And if people looked at me like I was strange, I just closed my eyes and I just kept doing it. And so that's number one, is keep up with your practices, because I never expected to be divorced. Probably the hardest thing for me in processing was the shock of it. But because I had this practice to lean on, it was really, really helpful for getting me through it. So you never know when things are going to come that require you to bring those briefcases out. So you want to make sure that everything's well polished. That's number one. And then the second thing is, and it's much deeper, and it goes back to what you were saying, honey, about that there's often a dependency cycle in relationships. And I was aware that existed in my relationship, but I wasn't aware of just how deep it went and inside me, and what my responsibility was in fueling that cycle. And so when I got divorced, like that was kind of the peak of, I mean, the experience of itself, I could be a whole 1 hour story of just deciding to get divorced. And I got COVID from a friend who I hadn't seen in like 15 years. And my husband at the time just really wasn't able to be there for me in the way that I needed someone to care for me. And I'm in this country without my family. There had already been some challenges in our relationship. And I said, that's it. I don't deserve the treatment of someone who I married in a country where my family is not. When I'm sick with COVID, I don't deserve the treatment of being ignored and neglected and not having food. And I got up and I left. And I found a lawyer and we got divorced. And so in that, like immediately following that, the dependency that I was causing in that cycle kind of became heightened. And then it was really a process of, okay, first let's get the basic physical needs taken care of. Let's get into a new house. Let's get the house set up. Let's make sure that there's food. Let's take care of some of the basic needs. And then like slowly, but also quickly, things kept coming, like another layer would come up to my consciousness and another layer came up to my consciousness. And it was really just this past February, I woke up one morning in California. I was visiting a friend. I woke up and I couldn't move the whole upper part of my body. And that's never happened to me before. And I had no idea what was going on. I was in excruciating pain. And after a couple of days, I started seeking out healers to help me to figure out what was going on and relieve the pain. And I tried acupuncture, it didn't do anything. And I found a chiropractor. He was a really, really incredible, gifted chiropractor who really takes a holistic approach to healing. And I sat and he saw me on a Saturday after hours. He had already finished with all of his other clients, and he brought me in, and I was really, really grateful for it. And he did his assessment and he did his clicking and all these things. I'm sorry, clicking, for me, that's not a word that triggers me, but I'm sorry if for other people that's a hard word to hear. He did his professional work on me, and he also looked me in the eye and he listened to my stories. And I had already, you know, with my own knowledge of the mind-body connection and my own awareness of myself, I started sharing with him, and he looked me in the eye and he said, "You probably have a herniated disc right here in my neck from a motorcycle accident that I had when I lived in Vietnam 7 years ago. And that for whatever reason, it was resurfacing now. And it was right in the throat chakra. So I left, he got me enough relief that I then flew and I met my parents. And while I was with my parents, the throat chakra opened up, and I just was talking and telling my parents, I need help. Like, there's something in my brain that is stopping me from getting to where I know I can get to. And I'm not sure what external support is going to help me get past this, but I know I need something. And they said, and they helped me brainstorm, and I was working with a therapist at the time already. And they said, why don't you talk to your therapist and see what she has to say about it? And I talked with her, and she said, I can put a one-on-one program together for you. And so I worked with her one-on-one for 6 weeks, starting in February. So it's been done now. And in that process, I was able to really go deep with her, helping to hold the space into what was going on in Vietnam that really, I mean, what went on in my childhood, but also what went on in Vietnam that was reaffirming these beliefs of needing to depend on someone else and really victimizing myself.
Wow.
And
Do you know what you're just sharing here, just for our audience members to also appreciate and understand that when you go through a traumatic situation or a real tough situation or a challenge in life, it's not just that challenge. Everything is hooked onto it from previous. So, you know, you could have all these various different traumatic situations and something that pop up, you know, at the same time. And this is something we were discussing a little earlier about the vibrations. And we were talking about how energies and how vibrations you attract things. So if you're in a sad state, let's say, or a low state at the moment, everything else you will start attracting, including the memories as well at that time. And they'll fuel that particular energy. And it can also work the other way when you're very positive and everything's great and you just see everything in the best light. So even if something goes wrong, you think, oh, it's okay. I learned how to do this at that time. It's okay. You know, you see everything in a positive way. So I can see this thing that's happening here. And I'm sure there are many, many divorcees or people who've gone through separations or going through this situation. Thank you so much, Rena, for sharing, at least up to that point. It's good to see that you're smiling. And one thing I've learned, and this is something I'd like to share with the audiences out there, Rena said something very special and very important, and that was the fact that she carried on with her practices. Because what happens is when people get married and when they have partners, the partners will have their own ideas of how to live life, and, or, you know, their own, perhaps something that they would try to pass on to you, you know, that we should do this, that we should do that, just like you have. So if there are things that are very important to you, then if you have the right partner, he should value and he should respect those practices of yours, because they love you for who you are. They don't love you because you follow this religion and you follow that and you follow this, or you eat this and you don't eat this. They don't love you for that. They love you for who you are. And just like Rena's second bit that she said is you need to feel valued. So when you're in a relationship, if you're somebody who is not feeling valued, that's a very important thing, because it's not very good for your self-esteem, your confidence. You don't feel loved, especially with when you're in a nest, like a home with your own family, you want to feel this is my nest. Everybody loves me, whatever the case is, this is still my family. So you need to have that feeling. If you're not feeling that, then I think then you're going through this really, really terrible, situation where you do feel isolated, you do feel not heard or not understood and not loved. So Reina, thank you very much for sharing this, because I'm sure there are many people out there who are connecting to these feelings and these thoughts. Amritaji, what do you say about that?
Yes, definitely. Rena, you have raised such a beautiful point for wellness and well-being, because we had been talking all about the goodies of life, but then these bitter truths of life, and specifically the point of understanding the well-being in terms of our relationships and practically putting them in life is so important. And it becomes really hard, and it becomes really tough for us to understand how should we meet all those standards. And the second important thing that Haniji, you added up was that a relationship is about two entities who are still two entities, but fulfilling up together, not giving in yourself and completely dissolving into it, because an entity has to have its own existence, and a creature in itself as a human being has its own existence and will be having. And in any form, if we are suppressing that or dividing it, whether we are culturally doing it, socially doing it, or any parameters on any basis we are doing it, would definitely harm the existence of that very relationship, which has been kindled with the light of love, compassion, hope, as well as your future, which you see into the two people together for growing up better in life, actually. So thank you, Rena, so much for sharing such lovely thoughts. And we'd like to have you again at Healing Our Earth for sharing so many points of life. And as I know you to be a very beautiful person, we need beautiful people like you to be here, to be the wonderful contributors in enhancing humanity for the better of the mankind. Thank you so much for joining.
And take care, as we say, right? As you say on your website, take care. We all from Healing Our Earth send our love to you, and we all wish you the best and lots of blessings your way.
Haniji, so before we move forward to the next guest, I think it's time to say a huge thank you to our two wonderful hosts for today, Dr. Amrita Sharma and Riddhi. You've both been wonderful hosts for the show so far, and your contributions and the way you've handled the session so far has been amazing. And so stick around. We're going to hand over to Haniji. Before I hand over to Haniji, just want to do a quick share of my screen, just walk you through the upcoming events that we have here at Healing Our Earth. So what we've got is a series of events starting from, well, this is today's one, but the next week we've got International Day of Friendship, which will be on 30th of July. We then have our bumper 200th episode, which will take place on the 6th of August. I still cannot believe we've crossed, we'll be crossing that landmark number very soon. And then, of course, on the 13th of August, we have Indian Independence Day. On the 20th of August, we got World Humanitarian Day. So that's the lineup of the programs coming up on Healing Our Earth. If you've been following us or engaging with us, you know that we always make this an exciting event every Sunday. And there's always something new to learn. So with that, I'm going to say thank you to Dr. Amrita Sharma and to Riddhi for being such wonderful hosts. And Haniji, over to you for the next guest.
Yes.
Thank you so much. Thank you, Nishit ji, and thank you, Riddhi ji, and thank you, Amrita ji. As always, it's a real pleasure to have you around, and also being part of our family. All the volunteers, just wanted to share with our Healing Our Earth audiences, every single person who comes here, every host, every team member, technical directors, everybody who works on Healing Our Earth, and our special guest contributors, they all do it free of charge on a voluntary basis, with one vision in mind, and that is to just share love, joy, and knowledge transformation around the world. So we're very, very proud to be part of that. So I love to connect with my family every Sunday. And of course, I hope you will continue joining us every Sunday and hearing and also learning along the way and celebrating along the way as well. So now, We're going to be moving on to our next guest very shortly, and I believe he'll be joining us. His name, actually, he's a spine specialist. He's a back specialist. He is somebody who is a very good doctor. He travels from India to UK, and he'll be joining us very shortly. Meanwhile, I believe that we had another Dr. G, who's just left. Let me call Mala Ji. Oh, there's Rajiv Gupta Ji. Rajiv Ji, may I request you to please come and join us? Hello, Global Namaste.
Global Namaste. Thank you so much for putting so much of energy into it, and both Amrita and Ridhiji for really hosting it so well. The session seems to go well, and again, looking toward showing the 200 episodes we have completed. I cannot just believe time has flown around, and God has been very, very merciful to us to allow us to contribute to healing this Mother Earth, which deserve our attention and our prayers and our healing touch, as well as all that we can afford to do in terms of eating, in terms of doing activities, exercise, looking after ourselves, physically, mentally, spiritually, and socially, so that we connect to each other and do this work for everybody. So I think it's really
Rajiv
good.
Ji, we've just lost you on your video, if you'd like. Yeah, and Rajiv Ji, from everything you have done, you've been part of our journey on healing our earth, and you've been sharing so many tips and knowledge about how to become healthier, how to develop our wellness, and on many levels. And you have also invited many guests to come along and share their knowledge and their skills and talents. So what has been your most memorable experience of being part of healing our earth? What are those things that tend to stand out for you?
I think there are three things which I can remember. The first thing which is most amazing for me is that there are people contributing like every weekend onto it, but more importantly, they are so passionate about it. So I am on very many platforms, as you know, having done the work in the medical field, the integrated field, scientific field, editorial field, and all that. But in all those platforms, what I find missing is that although some people have some passion, but it's not actually a holistic thing, and it's not that energetic, because weekends are, people think, is my own time, it's my family time. But healing our earth is very different. Weekend time is our time together. Let's contribute and make the earth a better place to live. And let's heal each other. Let's help together. Let's be in the journey. And that's something very unusual I have not found in any other place. And
beautiful. That's brilliant. And you yourself are a really magnificent, a really great doctor. You've been working, and whilst we're on this journey, we have also been working to develop an organization, association of health practitioners from around the world. And we're now not talking just about orthodox medicine, like medical surgeons and consultants, etc., but we're also talking about holistic practitioners as well. So we're talking about Ayurvedic doctors, we're talking about acupuncture specialists, yoga therapists, all sorts of things. Can you tell us a little bit about that? Why do you think this is so important for us to bring to the world?
So that is a very important question. Thanks a lot. You have actually put a very, very important question, Anji. And this is because I have been an allopathic or Western medicine or modern medicine practitioner for almost now 30 years. And I have found along the journey, there are many practical problems. So the allopathic or Western medicine is #1 rewarded medicines across because of the governmental support, because of insurance and whatever. However, there are limitations. The first one is it is a disease-centered approach. So it's not a health center. So people have the problems, they go to the doctors, get the treatment, come back. So that's kind of the journey, which is half cycle. So that is a missing link. However, through the rest, which is integrating the alternative and complementary medicine and my vision, which I have written in my book. The book is called the one which has come out not long ago and has second edition is called Integrating Modern Medicine with Yoga and Ayurveda.
Wow, that's really nice. We should actually go and check that out. So can you repeat that one more time? So just in case there are listeners and people viewing this particular program, if you're interested, this could be a very interesting book for you to read. Can you please share that one more time?
So it is called Integrating Yoga and Ayurveda with Modern Medicine. And if they put with my name, Dr. Rajiv Gupta, hopefully they should be able to find out. And what I have tried to put into that is many years of my experience, but more important, where the gaps are in the modern medicine and how yoga and Ayurveda can fill the gaps. So what I've tried to create is not a competition, but a collaboration of all three so that we can provide a better care to the patient and a lot more cost-effective care.
Cost effective is very important because the medical profession has become very, very expensive at the moment. So we first of all say to everybody that reason Healing Our Earth is here as well is not just about helping to heal people, but it's also for preventive medicine, where prevention is better than cure, as they say. So a lot of the tips and advice are also at the beginning stage where you don't want to get to the point where you need any kind of support afterwards. So the healthier you are in the beginning where you prevent this. So that's also part of the teaching and the education part that you share. That in order to keep yourself, make sure you eat these vegetables, make sure you have vitamin, make sure, you do this, that, all that is also part of that. But, Dr. Gupta-ji, when we're talking about life development, life management, why do you think there are so many people getting ill at the moment? Because there are so many health issues in the world. I know we talk about healing our earth, which is to do with our planet, with the people, with everything that's on the planet. But how do we go into the healing angle rather, because we're going opposite. We're all getting worse off, people having mental health issues, Alzheimer's and dementia and, issues from the heart attacks and all sorts of things. Even diabetes has really, really grown a lot, increased. What is actually happening? What's happening to our world at the moment?
I think there are a couple of things which are in a natural way and some additional problems that have happened man-made. So the first thing is that the environment we live in is so much stressed. Everybody like 30, 40, 50, 60 years ago would have really been into the nature, near the trees, near the natural air and sunlight and whatever, natural environment. While we are housebound, quite often with a limited exposure to the green, natural beauty. And also we are stuck to the television, to the computer. Social media addiction is prevalent. In the home, 3 people are sitting and 3 of them are on WhatsApp. Sometimes even talking to each other on WhatsApp.
Yes.
And then the Facebook, and then you have, all variety of that. Instagram is a new addiction for last 8 or 10 years, which is just massively increased. TikTok has come into the short reels and whatever. So that consumes our mind in a very different way. Doesn't allow the mind to really ventilate and heal.
Good point. And of course, then there's also things like GM foods as well. So there are all sorts of other things as well, because of what we're putting in our bodies, food is meant to be the thing that gives us health and vitality and energy. And suddenly we're putting all the pesticides and all these little fertilizers and things like that as part of the food in our stomach. So there is also those kinds of issues taking place as well, which is not helping. Absolutely. And I think what you just said is very important. You know, before we move on to our wonderful guest who's going to be joining us just shortly, Dr. Keyu will be joining us very shortly. And he's from India and UK, so he travels up and down. He's a specialist, so you will be hearing a little bit more about him. But just wanted to finish off with what Rajiv Gupta ji has said, which is a very powerful, important message. There are so many people out there who are not spending enough time in nature, which is our natural way of living, connecting to nature, having fresh air. There's too much pollution outside. There's cars and petrol fumes and factory fumes and all sorts of things outside. We all live in cities. There's no open air. Nobody's active anymore, playing in the parks and going out in the fields, etc. And there's so much technology because there's 5G that affects our aura, affects us and our vibrations and our energy levels as well. There are so many children in schools who have become ill. People don't realize it's because of the big masts, you know, the 5G poles that are put outside their schools. And then we have also the social media that instead of children and people socializing for well-being and fun and, you know, enjoyment, you have people just sitting there. So there is no knowledge of how to socialize sometimes. There are fights all the time, arguments all the time, not enough tolerance, you know, because people are so used to living by themselves and being and doing what they want to do, etc. So, and we also don't live in extended families anymore. Before, we used to have grandmas and grandpas helping to guide us and give us good wisdom and knowledge. And now everybody's got just one child, you know, it's too busy. I can't bring up more kids. I've got my career to think about, whatever the issues are. I'm just saying, this is just general, but point is life has changed so much. So we need to go back to that natural way of living. Rajiv ji, I was going to say thank you very much. If you do stay behind, do stay. We have Dr. Keyu, who we're going to be speaking to right now and finding out a lot more about health and wellness through his eyes and through his experience of how we could develop our health and wellness. So Dr. Keyu Butch ji, I just wanted to say global namaste to you. Welcome to Healing Our Earth. And thank you for joining us for our wellness program. We're here, of course, sharing knowledge, pearls of wisdom, tips and advice to all our viewers who are here normally from 140 countries around the world, from different cultural backgrounds who are joining us today. First of all, tell us a little bit about yourself. Thank you very much for joining us and sharing a little bit of your precious time to be with us today.
So it's my pleasure and privilege, that's number one, being with Healing Earth and yourself, Honey, and your entire team, and being with all the viewers. So I'm an orthopedic surgeon, originally from India, but I was practicing in UK and USA for about 25 years. And the last 5 to 6 years, we are in India. And I like this, so that we help patients from all over the world who travel to Ahmedabad, where I am in India, for their treatments. From my side, it is back, neck, shoulders, knees, etc., etc. But now we know, and you know, I like this title, Healing Earth, because in India, in the Indian system, we have this concept of Dharti Mata, Mother Earth. And therefore, and Mother heals, you know, that's the, and so therefore Earth heals us. And when we don't take care of our own healer, and of course, you know, people go for mud therapy, etc., that all comes from Earth. And therefore, this whole concept of Healing Earth, in a way, is getting us back into that system where we had Mother Nature, Mother Earth healing us through the food that she gives us from the earth, and so many other things. You know, all the houses were built from earth, from mud, and they still are. So this concept itself is at the core of how healing should be, close to the nature. And you know, you mentioned a lot about COVID vaccine and 5G. Of course, the towers do have. But coming to the area that I deal with a lot, because now there is understanding in the conventional or allopathic medical science that everything is linked. There wasn't before, but there is now. And that's because of efforts of people like yourselves, really, telling us doctors that, look, don't just look at my knee, or don't just look at my, eye or whatever, and tell me what is it about me as a person. And now we know the terminology in the medical field, it's called metabolic syndrome. Now, it should have been blindingly obvious decades ago, but I'm, embarrassed and ashamed as an allopathic doctor that it wasn't. So metabolic syndrome means whatever we do with our lifestyle gets into our body, whether it is emotional, whether it is physical, whether it is nutritional, whichever way. Our work, everything ultimately gets into our body, because mind is basically a function of the brain, and the input we give to our mind alters our brain. And that's why this phrase used more recently called psy-op. Typically operation is a surgical thing, but there is this psychological operation that people talk about, where you still operate and change somebody's perspective of an adult. So this metabolic syndrome it touches my field, which is orthopedics. You have knee arthritis, but then with that you can have cardiac problem, you can have fatty liver without drinking alcohol, you can have cholesterol problems, diabetes, and we have found out with scientific evidence, whatever that means nowadays.
Yes, no, it's important, right? Because there's facts as well, which are both sides of the medical profession have an important work that they're both doing, So I would say that definitely what you just shared is important. There's research, the facts, and that actually gives a little bit of comfort, when the patient is listening to certain things. So absolutely, yeah, please carry on, yes.
So we know that all these things are linked. So knee arthritis, patients used to come and say to me here in England, my mom had knee arthritis and I've got knee arthritis. And then I had to explain to them that, look, it is not actually transmitted genetically. It is, you have a similar problem as your mom because both of you led similar lifestyles. And the food you eat, the amount of activity you do, etc., has how you sit, how you stand, all these things. Like if you sit with your knee flexed, like you're sitting on a chair, your hamstring muscles are going to be permanently tight. Now, if you have tight hamstrings at the back of the knee and the hamstring muscles start from below your lower back, then your knee will be more bent and it will be difficult to keep your knee fully straight without feeling the stretch. Now, what that does, that hamstring muscle pulls your tibia bone, the upper shin bone, to the back and to the back and to the inner side, and the inner compartment of the knee wears out. And that's where we see that the bone is touching against the bone in the knee arthritis x-rays. The same tight hamstring muscle actually bends your spine, and therefore there is more pressure on the lower discs, and people get slip disc and degeneration in their spine, which then brings the vertebrae together, whereas they should be separate. And when the vertebrae come together, the nerves between them start pinching. And the pinching nerve gives pain like that of touching the electric cable. If you touch your finger on electric cable, and the current you get is what these patients are actually experiencing. And because it has become a mechanical problem, because it's gone so far, at that stage, the treatment is also going to be mechanical, which is unfortunately surgery. So similarly with the knee, if we can do preventive work from the beginning, so honey, yourself, you're very much into yoga and so therefore stretching, but not just during your half an hour yoga session in the morning or whatever. You have to do it several times a day, just like, like we breathe 24 hours a day. We don't say that, look, I'm going to have half an hour for breathing and rest of my day will be all right.
Yes, absolutely.
Krishna Bhagavan says in Bhagavad Gita, and I take Bhagavad Gita as a manual of human life science rather than belonging to a particular sect or a religious label. And he says that even though I'm an avatar, again, very modern word nowadays, avatar, you know.
And the movie Avatar, yes.
From us. And there was an article in The Guardian, you'll be surprised about it, how that word came into Hollywood. But yeah.
I'll have to find out about that. Sounds interesting. Yeah. Carry on, yes.
Coming from Guardian, it means a lot, but there you go. So, yeah. So coming back to it, so he says that I'm avatar of God, Bhagavan, But when I am on this earth, even I have to remain active 24 hours. You know, so activity directed in a correct way is the formula for healing.
Right. So how would you say that? So if our viewers are there, because there must be so many people with back problems, knee problems, arthritis, degenerative conditions. There's so many issues that everybody's been, you know, and when they get to a certain age, it seems like it's not even like some people having a healthy life. It's like 99% of people are all sharing and having these problems. What is going on? What can they do from now that they can help to prevent? And if they have got this, what is the next stage that they can do?
I think you have hit the nail on the head, Anil, with this question. So about the prevention, I said about knees, for example, and back, stretching your hamstrings and keeping them stretched, you know, is the most important preventive factor. Then the other thing is the good bone health. So if you keep your bones in strong condition by having, you know, good exposure to sunshine, taking good vitamin D, not having too much salt in your diet, because if you have too much salt in your diet, which means any processed or restaurant food will have more salt than your body needs. It just, unfortunately, that's the only way they can keep their meals safe and edible, because salt has antiseptic effect, but then it goes inside your body, and too much of salt displaces calcium from your bone. So yeah, so everybody talks about milk and calcium and vitamin D, but it's also important what you should not be doing.
Right, very good point. Yes, absolutely.
Sugar is there in processed food and everything. And I say to people that, you know, don't just change your diet drastically. Take half of what you are taking and automatically your input will reduce. So those two things, along with the exercises and the stretching that I mentioned. Now, if you already have a problem, like your knee arthritis, then people worry, oh, I'll need a knee replacement. But no, there are so many alternatives nowadays. So we have, you know, not just stem cell, because people are scared of stem cells sometimes, but your own blood sample, which gives certain ingredients like platelets, and we can mix them up in a machine, but your own cells go back into your knee to help nourish your cartilage along with certain lubricant gel. And that helps a lot of patients, you know, and we can help them delay knee replacement for a number of years. But of course, everybody is different, and we have to look at individual patient to say, hey, this will be suitable for you, this will be suitable for you, etc., etc.
Right. And is there a way to, because some people have quite weak bones, that they say, oh, my body feels like it's aching all the time, or we feel tired all the time, you know? So even if they want to do activity, which is very important for their back, I would say, health, they don't, because they get really tired if they walk a little bit. How do they build up this strength, and what is the way, or what is the reason they're getting so tired all the time?
Okay, well, again, a very relevant question. Number one thing is to have a good quality sleep. And what is defined as good quality sleep is not just your 7 hours. It is when you actually sleep. You know, so if somebody sleeps from 2 o'clock in the morning till 9 in the morning, that's not a restorative or healthy sleep. So scientifically, and it's amazing how this research is done, the ideal time to go to sleep is 10:45 p.m.
Oh, wow. They're so specific. It's right, scientific here. 10:45 p.m. We all better go to sleep by 10:45, everyone who's listening.
10:30 and 11. So, you know, we can take 15 minutes here or there. And because good sleep has the most restorative power for your muscles, for your brain, and for your immune system. Right. So that is number one. The second thing I would say is, like, half an hour before you go to sleep, 20-30 minutes, sit down and have a warm cup of milk, half or 3/4, without anything in it, no sugar, nothing. Really hot, warm cup of milk. Sit down, take 10 minutes, almost like you are sipping a glass of wine. But here there is going to be white wine, but the milk.
Yes, and much more nourishing as well.
Yeah, so that fan in it, which is nourishing to the brain. You are correct in using the word nourishing. And of course, protein, which is good for your muscles. So this is how you start your cycle. If you want to change lifestyle, start from the night, not from the morning.
Right. That's a very, very, very good point, because people think that, oh, wake up early, do exercises, blah, blah, blah. But you're saying, no, start from the actual sleep point where you're actually restoring your body back again to health, because it needs time to the immune system has to work at that time to clear up and to strengthen again, right?
So if I'm allowed to be a little bit cheeky or maybe sense of humor, because some of my patients used to love it here. So I'll probably, so it is about the morning after the night before. If you remember that concept, then
yeah, absolutely.
From a health perspective, of course, then I think that's where you should start, from the night before. And in the morning when you wake up and you get out of bed, wash your teeth or whatever it is, and then you sit down and have 1 or 2 glasses of plain water. Again, you have to give time to your body. That is the time. So take 5 minutes to drink a cup of water before you start having your breakfast or tea or whatever. So the third point.
What is the importance of that? That's just for our audience point of view, that maybe you can have hot water, or you can have maybe lemon water or something like that they normally have. Is that right? In the morning, warm water. What happens to the body? Why is it important for them?
So because we have slept overnight, and there is something called invisible perspiration. So a lot of water goes out of our body by the time we wake up, and we are dehydrated. So in the morning, a lot of people feel a bit lethargic and a bit weak, like you said.
Yes.
And if you restore your water balance, again, earth, the rivers flow in the earth. And what would this earth on this planet earth be if there were no rivers?
Absolutely, and no water as well. 70% of our body is water.
So
Yeah.
the rivers are the daughters of mountains. And you see, it's so beautifully and metaphorically weaved into our Sanatani ecosystem of scriptures. And, put it in a narrow bracket of religion, a lot of people get put off. But we should say that just explore it as an explorer.
Yes, and it's a life management skills, isn't it? What's taught there in the Vedas, it's there. And you also mentioned, Dr. G, that you said that, that make sure you have good quality sleep. In the morning, you make sure you drink the water. At night, you go to sleep. Is there any other tips? You were just about to start with number 3. Yes.
Sure. So walking as much as you can, even with support, having your, avoiding too much sugar, or that's another important thing for the muscles, and good protein balance. But if you do get definitive medical problem, then don't ignore it, because delay can be very harmful. And that's where we talked about, a lot of issues in the NHS. We here in Ahmedabad, India, are happy to support you for any medical need. Just take a flight from London. We are there for you from the airport onward.
Tell us a little bit about what you do then. Tell us, so that what can people, when they're watching, so we've talked about how we can do preventive measures. But now let's talk about people who have got problems. What can they do? And they really need some kind of medical attention, and they're literally suffering so much that they really do need to speak to some specialists.
So,
what do you offer? What do you do?
So my name is on the screen, and you can enter the word ortho after that, ORTHO, because there might be more than one Dr. Keyur Buch in India. Okay. So just enter Dr. Keyur Buch, my name is Keyur, ORTHO, then you will get me on Google. And of course, they contact yourself, Honey, and your team to get to. But we basically take care of you from whenever you are in London or Kenya or wherever, starting with analysis of your documentation and everything. And then we say whether we'll be able to help you or not. And if we are able to help you, then we'll invite you to our place. And from airport onwards, you are our responsibility. And we have staff with us, female staff for female patients, to guide them all the way from airport, or, whatever is the individual's comfort zone and medical requirement. And then we've got the latest and clean hospitals where we can help them with as well.
Yes. We're just sharing your Dr. Keyur Buch.
Yeah.
And of course, I am sure that's yourself, looking all handsome with your lovely photo there.
Right.
And all the different treatments that are offered as well. So all the details are here. And you have your clinic. And of course, you used to be UK based before. So you are very, very aware of how people in the UK live as well. All the hip joints, knee, back pain, sports injuries, arthritis, even trauma management, etc., that you offer, which is good. And spinal surgeries, which is, very important area too.
team with us where we combine orthopedics with neurosurgery to help spine patients. And team work always works better for a patient than one individual surgeon.
Yes, absolutely. I think that's a very good point that you said, because you have specialists there working with you in the hospital. And of course, it's a very is a good quality, clean hospital with the highest standard of equipment and medical facilities, right? So which can help. So anybody perhaps watching right now, if you are in a position where you really need some support and you really need to speak to some specialists, we just showed you the details of Dr. Keyur Butch, and you can at least contact and see if they could be of any support and any help to yourself. And when they do go through this and they go through the surgery, what is the process? What do you do? I mean, so they come to your place at the hospital. What actually happens to your patients?
Absolutely, yeah. So what happens is we see them in the clinic with our team, and whatever tests that need to be done, if they need to be done, we organize that. It takes literally a day or two to sort all that out, which might take 6 to 12 months here.
Yes.
And literally that is how it works. And then if the patient is likely to benefit from surgery, then we discuss that with the patient and the family on the phone, maybe if the family is them. We do that often. And then we have that kind of combined in-person plus teleconsultation. So the family can be part of the discussion if the patient wants and needs. And then after explaining everything, a decision is made with patient's involvement. Okay, I want to go ahead with the surgery now. Then we get them admitted, and typically our turnaround time is 1 or 2 days. So most people, 90% of the times, we can admit and operate with all the safety checks already done within 1 or 2 days. And we work on a fast rehabilitation program. So majority of the knee surgery, spine surgery, shoulder surgery, or whatever they will be walking or up and about in a day or two.
Oh, will they be able to walk? So after the surgery itself, they're walking around? Oh my God. And what is the success rate? I mean, how do you find them? What is how successful are these procedures?
Sure. So if any doctor says, including me, that I've got 100% success rate, don't believe that person. That's number one. Okay. But when we make a very considered and educated decision and execute it in a competent and modern expert way, then we can typically expect the chances of success in the region of 95 to 98%.
Wow, that is amazing. That is really, really, really high percentage. And also what I really appreciate is you said that you have a team of specialists, all very good at their own job. So everyone has experience and speciality in a particular area. You all come together, so you don't look at the person's just spinal problem or a back problem.
Yeah.
Come in, you look at them whole of what is happening, what is connecting with each other, what is, oh, this is affecting this, so we need to look at both of these areas, etc. So you look at it as an overall package. Yeah. Oh, I'm so sorry, Dr. Keyur Butch. We're just making ourselves available somewhere else. Please stay on the line, and we're just made ourselves to the Global Retreat Center. Hello, Seemaji. I know we've just received little visual that's coming through. Over to you, dear Seemaji. I can see you on the screen, but I cannot hear you.
So I am told that Sister Jayanti's talk is just starting up now.
Okay.
And that is what they're trying to showcase, but they can't share the audio because the crowd is quite noisy at the place.
Yes, no problem.
That's a quick point until we get them onto the, and it's about the patient's expectations also. So if I give a quick 20-second example, so there was a gentleman who was having spine surgery with us, and his question was about his personal sexual life after the spine surgery. And so then we had to, incorporate that into our plan as well, from before and after surgery. So every unique needs and wishes as well, and we typically try to tap into that.
That's amazing. That is really good. And whilst we're waiting to go back, with Nishit will tell us when we're there, you know, some people tend to have issues through the bladder issues and bowel issues. And here that you think it's just a back problem, and suddenly it's affecting all other organs of their body. You just mentioned the sexual functions as well. So there are all these different areas that start getting affected just with a back problem. So your spinal treatment that you're doing with back treatments are taking into account all of this. Do you find that people who are having bladder issues or have lost control of bladders and bowel movements, you will be able to help them get back on track again?
Sure. So the bladder and bowel problem can be linked with the spinal nerves, or they may be because the individual bladder muscles and the ligaments that support the bladder have gone weak. And then, so what we do is we have like expert gynecologists in case of a female, and a urologist as well. And in case of male, just a urologist, to actually look at it from independent perspective and say that, look, there is this problem in the bladder, which is unrelated to spine, but needs to be dealt with. And we recently had a patient from London, actually. We did knee replacement on her, and then we found out during the investigation that she had a bladder problem, and she thought because she's not mobile enough, her bladder is big, but it was an independent urological problem, and we got her into medication. So she had come for the knee surgery, which was fantastic, but then she went back with a better bladder as well. So
that's brilliant. That's really great. So I'm really, really pleased, Dr. Keyurji, that you've come here and you've joined us today. You've given so many tips to people who are suffering, unfortunately, with back problems, knee arthritis, joint pain, all sorts of things that we are going through and nowadays, and the patients are increasing all the time. And of course, what our Dr. G was also, Rajiv G was also mentioning, we're just here with Mitaji, who's just joined us here. I'm sorry, we're just moving off, and let's see if we can see what Mitaji has to say. Hello and a global namaste to you, Mitaji. You look amazing with your beautiful hat.
Global namaste. I've been listening to the program, and good to see you, Keyur Bhai, over here. We have been in touch for a long time, but have not been able to see each other.
yeah. So it's nice to see.
So Mitaji, did you have any questions or anything for Keyurji while he's here?
Keyur Bhai, everyone goes through this orthopedic issues. Sometimes, it's like a chronic issue, which might have started from impingement of ligament. In my case, I have that in my ankle. And I was asked that, if it gets operated, then it might become worse because the whole body's weight comes on the ankle. So I did not go for that. And that was in 2009. So that has become chronic. So it keeps on reminding. So I have to wear like stirrup type, shoes. I've given up on my high heels and or else platforms. And it comes up in heat, hot weather, especially when I go to India, it swells up. So what would be your advice with regards to, because as age goes on, people advise to minimize bone-related surgery. What would be your advice about this kind of, chronic issue, impingement of ligament?
And what do you have to say about that, Dr. Keyurji?
So first of all,
she's saying that she's concerned about age as well, because the healing process takes longer when you're a bit older.
Like, my mom is 83 and she has got both her knees and her hips to be replaced. But I think now she is too frail to go through that. So what would be your advice both for my mom and for me?
Fantastic. First of all, Meeta, so nice to see you. It's such a surreal experience to suddenly have you on the screen, and
we're outside my house.
Yeah, so thanks to Honey and Team Healing Earth for that. The thing is that age is never a criteria for us, okay? Because again, you are from London, so I'm giving example of a patient from London without naming or location, etc. Same thing, body weight only 31 kilograms. 31 kilograms, and she was refused knee replacement, but she was in pain. So somehow they got hold of me, Ahmedabad, and so I said, look, I can't guarantee you anything, but you have to bring your mom over, and we will assess her holistically, like Haniji described just now. And if there is any possibility that we can help, then we will help. Otherwise, we have to go back to London. If you are ready for that, then please come, because we don't want to have anybody come with rose-tinted spectacles when, although it look beautiful on you, of course, right now, but giving them false assurances, but realistic expectations. As it happens, medically she was fit, and apparently the family did a research and they found out that this is worth going into Guinness Book of World Records, that an adult with a normal health, 31 kilogram, having a successful knee replacement, is the first such case in the world. And that's from London, done in Ahmedabad. So never ever, my mother had surgery when she was 90, and the quality of life improved. At 83, you want them to have good quality of life for next whatever number of years that Bhagwan has given them. So similarly with the ankle, what's the quality of your bones? We have to make that assessment. And what is going to be the risk versus benefit ratio? So it's a very nuanced decision, if I use that word. It's a very balanced decision. It's a very educated decision. It's bespoke decision. It's customized to Meenaji. It's customized to me. It's customized to Haniji. It's customized to your mom. And we take deep personal interest in our patients' requirements. And
this is really beautiful here, Dr. G. Thank you so much. And Meenaji, I hope you found something really interesting there. I think we're just moving on to our live performance that's taking place. But I just wanted to say, Meenaji, so there's no age issues at all. And Dr. G, thank you so much. I'm just going to move on to the Global Retreat Center. Let's see what's going on there. And I believe we're now closing up today, Nishit. Is that right? Or are we going live or are we coming back?
We have one more guest today. We have Dr. Hema Malini joining us from Germany. And so that'll be the last guest for today. And
Absolutely.
I believe what we are watching on the screen is the team at the Global Retreat Center as they wind up their event for the day today. These are probably the last few minutes as they wind up their event. So we're catching the last glimpses of today's special event.
That's beautiful, Nishitji. And of course, Dr. Keyur Buch had said such amazing things to all our, viewers out there. You've got brilliant tips on how to prevent your back problems and your, joint problems and all sorts of problems, which is great. So I'm going to go to sleep by 10:45 every day. I better start doing that as one of my tips that I've learned. And secondly, of course, if you have issues and there is nothing preventative anymore that you can do, then of course you've got a chance to go to Ahmedabad. There's a very brilliant, state-of-the-art hospital waiting for you with the best clinicians and surgeons and consultants who will support you. Dr. Keyur Buch, thank you so much for joining us here. From all of us here on Healing Our Earth, a global namaste, and best of luck for all the wonderful work you're doing.
Global namaste, and we will catch up again. So nice to have met you and spoken to all of you. Amazing.
Thank you so much. Thank you. So that was Dr. Keyur Buch, all the way from Ahmedabad, who's joined us today, but he's also UK-based, so he has the best of both worlds. And we now move on to Dr. Hema Malini ji, who's sitting patiently, waiting here. A global namaste to you, Hema ji.
Global namaste to all. I'm really very much happy to be with you all in this very wonderful day. And thank you so much for inviting me to share few of my thoughts.
Absolutely. I mean, we're having a special, celebration of wellness, and everyone who's joined us today, all the contributors, they've been all sharing their tips and their advice on how to better our lives through health prevention tips, or how to become, healthier if you have any issues.
Yeah.
This is talking about mind, body, and soul.
By this time, everyone would have shared almost all their wonderful insights. And during this closing time, and I may share a few of my thoughts.
Please do. I'll be looking forward to that.
Energy which connects us all. So I am really into this way of healing with the chakras, healing with the universal energy. So I am so much grateful for this magnificent universal energy which connects us all here, and it is one platform where it really works for the global peace.
That's beautiful. Thank you so much, Hema ji. Hema ji, you have this beautiful.
All. And so first I would like to mention about the universal energy. So we can all feel it by using it. It is actually omniscient, right? It is omnipresent. It is everywhere. So we can feel it by rubbing the hands, just simply in sitting in our own places, just by doing like this, and then close your eyes. That is the most important, because that is the time when the alpha waves get it emerges, right? So close your eyes, just start rubbing your hands like this, palms, and then start waving your hands. So at one point of time, it gets repelled. So that is the particular place you can feel the universal energy. And from there, you can go beyond, beyond, and beyond. It is almost completely surrounding us, all 360 degrees. So we are sitting in the center. We are covered by universal energy. So it is like the donut. Okay. So we all know about the 7 chakras and the energy passing through this. So the Anahata chakra really works wonders, where it is the space where the energy from the Mooladhara, Swadhisthana, Manipuraka, and then it passes through the Anahata wonderfully and comes out to the Vishuddhi, Agnya, and Sahasrara, and again comes back like this. So it is all like a donut, all 360 degrees, and we are inside that. So according to our Ayurvedic science, we see the Annamaya Kosha, Pranamaya Kosha, Manomaya Kosha, Vijnanamaya Kosha, and Anandamaya Kosha, which is deep inside. So from the below, the Mooladhara, Swadhisthana, Manipuraka, it is all the physical entities coming on to the Anahata, it comes to the Manomaya, and then comes the Vijnanamaya and Anandamaya. So it is all together holistically, we can see the energy circulating in and around us. So that sort of energy we can maintain with the upright posture. That is the most important for entering into this kind of electromagnetic energy, because once we start to sit straight, when the spine is erect, automatically the energy passes from one chakra to the other very easily and effortlessly, right? Once we are slouching like this unknowingly, the energy gets stuck. So it is the first and foremost, we have to sit straight, and that will maintain not only good posture, that will maintain good thoughts. Our thoughts in turn, our words in turn, our actions, habits, values, and finally it leads to destiny. So it all starts with the posture we maintain. That is the most important. And secondly, I wish to tell about the biology of belief. In that book, Mr. Bruce Lipton has said that the belief system, what we have, determines our destiny. So it is all again the same circle, we are rolling about. Our Mahatma Gandhi has also said the same, and universally it is all accepted. So it is not disproving the theory of Darwin's theory. It is going along with it, and some point it comes away and tells that it is not the genes or the genetic matter which determines our destiny. It is the belief what we give to our thoughts, the belief in turn into our thoughts. So if we believe that we are powerful, we are healthy, we are in turn healthy. So in one way or the other, we are health seekers. We all are health seekers, right? Either physically or psychologically, emotionally, somewhere we seek some energy. So we are all health seekers, but the belief what we think, even though chronologically, if we become aged also, if we think we are young, we are young, right? If we think we are healthy, we are healthy. So it is all the belief system we have to boost up ourselves. So the posture maintenance, the belief what we give to ourselves, these are all the very subtle things we can boost ourselves to maintain our wellness. So with this, I don't want to take much of the time. So with this, let's start accepting ourselves, accepting the surroundings too, appreciating the surroundings, be self-contented with whatever we are and wherever we are, because that will be the utmost wealth anyone can possess. And then with at last, what we can see is the gratitude. The gratitude makes everything very powerful. So the hearty gratefulness and the holistic surrender to this magnificent universal energy, and that makes us electromagnetically start attracting the abundances in the universe. Abundance may be in any form. It is not only the wealth, it is the health, the joy, the inner peace, contentment. All these are abundances. So we can start attracting it and start to visualize the goal to be very much crystal clear. The path which we visualize to reach the goal should be always crystal clear. So we should have that belief in mind, and we should start traveling and set our goals. And that's it.
Oh, this is just so beautiful, Hemaji. Hemaji, I have to say, some very, very powerful, beautiful pearls of wisdom you've just shared with everyone here. And I think, what you mentioned about just simple things like sitting straight, because then you allow your energy to go up and down, and because everybody knows the spine is full of nerves, so if you look at it medically as well, if you're slouching, you're still curving your spine, your nervous system. So by standing straight, you're also allowing the energy to move up and down as well, so which is very true, which is the invisible force, as we say, that's around our bodies. But at the same time, you also talked about all these things about thoughts, habits, values, actions, and your destiny. So that connection of thoughts, habits, values, and belief systems, actions, and all that side you talked about, it's actually shaping your destiny. People think, oh, my future, I don't know what it's going to hold, but you have everything in your own hands of how you wish to design your future and your destiny. So that's a very powerful point you've just shared with us as well, that people have this power themselves to change their future. And the other part I love that you mentioned was Bruce Lipton. Bruce Lipton, I'm a huge fan of his. I watch all his lovely videos. I totally believe what he has to say, and he talks sense, because when he speaks about things, he gives you scientific facts. He gives you scientific proof.
He gives a lot of scientific facts where he tells about the telomere. The telomeres are the things which are present at the end of the chromosome, and the length of the telomere increases with this belief system, and with the proper maintenance of food, our sleep pattern, maintaining the circadian rhythm will lengthen the telomere. So that will in turn act as anti-stress and anti-aging also.
Yes,
the energy which goes all around and around us, it all connects us, and this is called as the torus field, TORUSFIELD. This is such a wonderful thing to be noted. So we are all inside this torus field enjoying our life.
Oh, wow. This torus field, I'll have to find out more about, because I don't have much knowledge about that. But the telomeres that you spoke about, that's something maybe our audience and viewers who are watching right now, the telomeres is a very important part of your body because it helps you to heal faster. It's similar to when you have prana in your body, which is a lot of energy. You find yogics will heal very quickly, or they don't age very quickly. Or if you cut your finger,
and here I want to mention about one mudra where you're mentioning about the prana. So the prana mudra, what we use is, this is the fire element, and this is earth, and this is water element. And when we bring all these together, the prana shakti of the body increases. So the immune power increases, in turn, even our vision increases, the hair fall decreases. And it is said that our rishis had used these kinds of mudras for maintaining the energy, even without taking food or water. For a longer time, they were in tapas. So they were using these kinds of mudras for accumulating the energy. So the flushing up of energy.
Yes, it's very nice. I just want to share with everybody, it's like when you have an iPhone and you charge it. So if you charge it and it's really full, or you've got petrol in your car, you'll be able to go all the way to Scotland, from London. But if you've only got a little bit of petrol, you can't do too much. So your body's a bit like that with the energy. If you've got a lot of energy stored in you, it will help you to get more positive. It'll help you to do much more, become more active, be more creative, and to heal faster as well. So yes, I can definitely, and the telomeres are a very important part of that, because that actually helps you to heal. So if you look after and protect and grow your telomeres, then you will find that, like you mentioned, Dr. Hemaji, that you age slower. Your body stays more active, and it stays more energetic and energized as well. So yeah, it's very nice, very good point. The other part I felt was very, very interesting, what you talked about, is your wealth. Your wealth is not just material things. Your wealth is actually self-contentment, peace, inner peace. If you have satisfaction, and this is one of the most important things you could say to anybody, because then whatever situation you're in your life, you'll always still be happy. So in our life, we will all go through ups and downs and roller coaster rides. Someday you'll have the money, someday you will lose the money. Sometimes you have health, sometimes you won't have health. Whatever the case is, sometimes you have success, sometimes you won't have any success. It's okay. But when you're content and you're peaceful and you have that inner, contentment, I think that was a very powerful thing you said, that's a real true wealth. Yes, very, very beautiful tip there. Finally, you mentioned something to do with the electromagnetic field. What was that about? You said the universe, the abundance that you have is through the electromagnetic field. Can you just perhaps share the final thoughts on what do you mean by the electromagnetic field for our viewers and our audience members?
Actually, we can feel it, as we mentioned, we can feel it like this, right? So due to our lifestyle or due to our food intake, certain elements of our body can get decreased or increased. So we can see that in our fingers, that thumb represents the fire element, fire, air, space, earth, and water. Okay. So due to our diet or lifestyle, certain elements can go up and down. So while we do these kinds of mudras, these points where these fingertips are coming together, the electromagnetic waves start moving. So it starts circulating, it becomes like a circuit. So the feet has to be grounded, and your body, if your spine is straight and your feet is grounded, automatically when you keep your hands in certain mudras, the energy starts circulating here. So it becomes like a circuit. So it comes and goes around. So
what is happening at the moment, Hemaji? I'm doing this right now. I'm using one of the mudras you've just taught. And you said this is one of the mudras you can, I can feel like pulse throbbing, right?
That is a very subtle thing, because in certain mudras, certain people can feel the twitchings and certain people
can't. I feel the energy.
If the energy balance, if there is some imbalance, we can feel it right now so that it is getting balanced right away. So it is a sense of feel, it is subjective feel, it is inexplicable. It can just be felt by anyone individually.
Yes.
By doing this, the imbalanced tattva, that is the element, becomes balanced with the usage of particular mudra. If the fire element is more, we have to use certain mudra. If it is less, we have to use certain surya mudra. Right? So it depends. So we can make the tattvas balanced with these electromagnetic.
That's beautiful. And Hemaji, to finish off with, if there were 5 mudras people need to learn, like for the earth, the fire, you've got all the air. What are the 5 mudras that you could perhaps finish off to share with our audience members?
Yeah,
so if anybody
there are a whole lot of mudras, and especially I always go for 3 main mudras. So first is the prana mudra. Second will be the apana vayu mudra, where we bring the air element under the fire and all the other 3 together and the little finger out. That is the water element out. This is an excellent mudra, which is also called as the Mrita Sanjeevani mudra. because it gives life to even to a dead person. So Mrita Sanjeevani Mudra. So it is seen that a person who has angina, who has got angina priorly, and if he starts doing this, he or she does this, within 20 to 30 minutes of time, the heart functioning revives.
Wow, beautiful.
Really, I don't want to tell it it is not like a textual reference. It is, I have seen it with many people, even with my own mother, I have seen this. So even now she tries this mudra whenever she feels some discomfort. And because why I am telling this mudra along with Prana Mudra is, Prana Mudra works for the lungs and Apana Vayu Mudra works for the heart. So these two are getting correlated. When these two are functioning properly, our breathing and internal circulation will be proper. So this is an excellent mudra, Apana Vayu Mudra, and it also relieves the stress. So I feel that everyone, not only the health seekers, everyone should know this. Even the upcoming generation should start knowing these kinds of mudras to save our own lives and in turn others' lives also. So it is a wonderful mudra. And the third one will be the chin mudra, where we are keeping this air element in this part, not the end tip part. In between this part, we are keeping the index finger and the other three fingers very much relaxed like this. And this is called the Jnana Mudra or the Chin Mudra. We usually keep here. This is actually the Vayu Mudra. So when we keep it here, the pineal and the pituitary glands get stimulated, especially the pineal gland, where the melatonin hormone gets secreted. So for the insomnia health seekers, I recommend this, and till now I'm getting wonderful results. So we have to keep our hands in this pose, mudra, and then go to sleep just in the supine pose, switching off the lights. That is the most important, because only in the darkness the melatonin hormone gets secreted. There is no other main substitute like food or medicine. They are seen in the markets, but usually I don't recommend that, because only darkness can give the complete secretion of the melatonin hormone. So being in this mudra in the darkness, when you go to sleep, definitely there will be a good quality sleep, not the quantity of sleep. The good adequate quality of sleep can be obtained. And in turn, the next part of the day, we can acquire that energy.
That's beautiful. Thank you so much. These are three very powerful mudras. Thank you. Lakshmi ji, you're here on screen all of a sudden practicing these beautiful three mudras. Did you try it? And what do you think of these mudras that have been shared?
You know, this mudra, this one, it had a real impact, something happening within myself. And I just realized, then I thought I should be talking to Dr. Hema Malini that, what are the other mudras that we can really practice on a daily basis?
Yeah, so here you go. So you've got the first one, you've got the second one and the third one. Thank you so much, Lakshmi ji, also for trying this out. Nishit ji, I think we have Dr. Hema ji, who's been removed from the spotlight. Maybe we need to put her back on the spotlight so I can see her. I cannot see our dear Hema ji. So Hema ji, whilst we're talking about the mudras to finish off with, I just want to say thank you very much for joining us today, sharing these lovely, I believe we need to remove Lakshmi ji from the spotlight, dear Nishit ji. So Nishit ji, why don't you share with us, what are the insights you have received from Hema ji, what she has shared? You're in mute, and is there a way to?
I tried out this the one with the three fingers, the three elements.
Yes.
And I tried out the one for the increasing the melatonin one.
Ah, yes. Did you, and also how important do you think this is? Because we talked to two different doctors, actually three different doctors, just one after the other. we spoke to Dr. Sanjeev Ji as well to talk about how do we, bring in health and wellness. We then talked to second Dr. Ji to say, Dr. Butch Ji to say that how do we look after our spine and our full body. And then now we're talking to our Dr. Hema Ji, who's talking about how we bring in the invisible life force, the prana, into your life as well. There are so many different layers of wellness and of healing. What are your thoughts on that, Nishit Ji?
Yep, it brings me back down to the first question we had, that this is a holistic approach to wellness and well-being. There is no one thing that is going to directly impact everything at a go. And so definitely it's like peeling the layers of an onion. There's all these things layer on top of each other. You got your physical, mental, and you've got this pranic energy. You've got various other things like Dr. Amrita talked about the different energy types, the Rajas, Tamas, etc. And so all these things play their own part. And I think, for example, for insomnia, if this is a way out without having any medication, ask only the people who suffer from it how much trouble they get from it. So having a simple solution like this that can help them alleviate their problem, and they don't have to go down the route of medication, etc., and other issues. I think Mitaji also has a question. Mitaji, you are welcome to ask your question, that we need to wrap up. We are at the end of 7 o'clock almost.
Yes, we got a few minutes, Mitaji. Please come and join us and ask any of the questions that you may have.
Yeah, thank you so much, Hema Malini ji, for showing the mudras. I knew about it, that for meditation, we use Chin Mudra usually in that position. What I was wondering, for the Vayu Mudra, upon Vayu or Vayu Mudra, do you also press the thumb completely? And is there another Vayu Mudra like that, which is what I remember from my training as a yoga teacher that you
are mentioning, ma'am? This one is this mudra you're mentioning about?
Yeah. So it is completely, kind of tucking in your thumb.
It is actually the air element should be under the base of the thumb. So we are index finger here and bringing the other three elements, that is the fire, space, and earth together, and the element outside. So it should be like this.
Right. Okay. And is there, thank you for showing the one for, heart, angina. Is there one for blood pressure? I know that, Shitali Pranayam is good, but but, do we have any mudra for blood pressure?
Yeah, we have a whole lot of things. Actually, when we do all these things in a combined way, it gives a whole lot of effect, not on particular mudra. When it is done in a combination way, according to actually, as we are in our science, we see everyone as a separate entity, like individual kind of treatment. So according to their constitution, to their lifestyle, to their food habits, everything differs. So for the Pitta kind of constitution will be different. So it differs actually. So these are all the general mudras, and we have particular mudras for particular diseases, like for migraine, for back pain. Even for back pain, we have certain mudras. So it all differs. For generally, we don't give mudras for a BP or something like that.
Right, that's a very
it is all with combination, so it should not have any side effects too. So we have to be very careful in doing this, because the Surya Mudra, when we do it, it increases your BP level, your heat level increases, and your BP increases. So that may have a different impact. So we can't generalize certain mudras. And this is my view.
Very nice. Thank you so much, Hemaji. Thank you very much, Mitaji, as well, for a really good question. You always come up with amazing questions. Thank you so much. Final maybe comment from our Rajiv Ji. Rajiv Ji, I just wanted to say that you come from a proper scientific background here. Orthodox medicine. What would you say about Hemaji, and do you feel these are very important areas to also include as part of your preservation and part of your healing process?
Thanks a lot, and I think it was a very interesting talk. it added some value to me. And I think coming, as you mentioned, that practicing the modern medicine for so many years, it's quite good to see there are lots of benefits of that. However, there is no harm adding the benefits. And as we say, sitting in particular posture like Chin Mudra is immensely powerful. You know, when you're sitting doing your work, you can do that. Or Apanvayu Mudra is actually quite good because you just press that finger, you connect these two, and then depending on what, you know, it's not a spiritual reason. I find that just saying Om in that powerful mudra is immensely beneficial because for a medical purpose, medicines actually try and treat, but then healing is a power which is a glue in between the bricks. So you can add the bricks, but then you can add the glue through these different techniques, and mudras are quite useful. The advantage is I'm myself a qualified yoga teacher, so I understand the value.
Yeah, wow. So you know about all of this. You know, sometimes I think, Dr. G, that, you know, like if you press this or you press this or you press that, you have nerves all over your body, you know, which are connected. So it's like when you press a pipe and you open it, suddenly the blood rushes, right? So in a way, it's like the energy rushes in a particular area. So as Hemaji said, if you're holding this one, that will have probably connected to your heart. Or if this one is, you know, so people think that how can doing this help me with my health? Well, you can look at it maybe that way, that there are certain energy areas that you're adding more energy to, you know, like a little pump of water. Like if you close it, then it stops. But if you open it up or something, it suddenly flows. So maybe you can look at it like that. But thank you so much, Rajiv Ji. Thank you very much for your contribution for today. Hemaji, thank you very much. It's been absolutely amazing with all the information that you've shared. We're now coming to the end of our program, and thank you to every person who has contributed today. Are there any last minute messages from you, Rajiv Ji, that you'd like to share before we say goodbye to our audiences?
So I think one message I would like to give is that people have open-mindedness, because we are commonly stuck in one or the other. And people from Ayurveda just think the Ayurvedic medicine is the best. They think, oh, wow. So it's kind of there. People from modern medicine think exactly the same way. There is a tube pipeline that actually just goes. We should really have junctions so that we can connect each other, take the advantage of each when it needs. And that's what is called the complete integration.
That's beautiful. What a lovely thing to say. It's like what I would share with our audience members. If you're exercising, somebody likes cycling, somebody likes to do dancing, somebody likes to do weight training, it's all helping the body. But it's not like one is the best, like the weight training is only the good one, or the aerobic training is the only good one. It's like anything that works for you would be good, that it's connected to your thoughts and beliefs, and you know, you also react to. Because there are some medications you may not react to, but sometimes if you do meditation, you'll be able to sleep very peacefully. But if you're taking tablets, you'll have, I don't know, withdrawal symptoms or some side effects, for example. So each person is as well different. So we have to also consider that side. So that is a very good point. Thank you, Rajiv Ji. And finally, Hemaji, what would you like to finish off with before we say goodbye to our audience members?
So I wish let peace be unto all, and let's all practice all these kinds of, as Dr. Rajiv sir said, let's be together. That is the most important. Let's be integrated together, because our ultimate aim is to heal a person. So in whatever way it is, the energy we are all connected with, let's heal ourselves and be together, and that's it. Let's
beautiful
join hands together for a wonderful future together, and let's be the role models for the future generations too. Thank you so much.
I love that part, the real role models. And yes, because if you have healthier lifestyle, if you're like that, you're being the right leader to help others also follow those kind of standards. because if people start accepting, oh, it's okay to be ill when you're older, it's just one of those things, you have to suffer. It's like a belief system, people do not understand that you don't have to. There can be other things you can do, and there are things to improve your lifestyle. It doesn't mean you have to accept where you are at the moment. So I would always finish off with saying to everybody out there that please do not suffer where you are right now. There are always methods, always solutions that you can try to experience, try to try out, experiment with. Just use it as a journey to see, try this, try that, try this. This works. Implement that bit into your lifestyle. Try this. Oh, this doesn't work. This works. Let's implement that. Whatever works for you, but also know that our specialists and our wonderful contributors are providing you with that selection, those options for you to consider. So thank you, Hemaji. I wish you the best of luck for all the great work that you're doing. Keep changing lives, transforming lives, and enjoying the unity that we talk about. And I hope you will all continue supporting our Healing Our Earth. As Nishitji had mentioned, we have some future events coming up. So I just wanted to remind you, on 30th of July, we have a special Friendship Day where we are all going to be sharing messages about friends and friendships. Today, we did speak about how important it is to have good friends around you that will help you on your life journey. So let's celebrate some of our good friends. So next week, do make sure you do tune in, because you will get a chance to really experience and get an insight into what friendship is all about. Also, on 6th of August, we will be celebrating our 200 episodes of our wonderful Healing Our Earth. We cannot believe that we've reached the 200 episodes with the help of our wonderful Healing Our Earth family members supporting us, and our audiences, which are growing and growing and growing all the time. So thank you for coming along and joining. Here is our International Day of Friendship on 30th of July. We move on, and here is our Let's Celebrate Together 200th episode, which is on 6th of August. So do join us for that. The Indian Independence Day as well. What an important historical date we have to celebrate. So do join us for that and celebrate. The World Humanitarian Day, which takes place on the 20th of August, will be a very important day because we believe in the religion of humanity here. We do not believe in like we have to follow a particular faith. We believe that all faiths need to be supported. All faiths need to be respected. Whatever your path is, it does no problems for us. We accept everybody for this. So the humanity side, the humanitarian side of life, being kind, being compassionate, being generous, being understanding, all those is with, this is what we call the religion of humanity. And that's what we all follow, every single one of us, whatever background we come from. So with that, I'd like to finish off with a special prayer to say to send blessings to every person who's out there, to send positive vibes about health, wellness to every person who is here, and to finish off with a special mantra. So with that, from Healing Our Earth, you're listening to Honey Kalaria here, and I'd like to pray that every single person who's out there, I'm talking about Healing Our Earth audience members, their friends, their family, their communities, our world, our planet. We pray that positive vibes are sent to every single one of you. We pray for your health and wellness, and we pray that you will remain happy, content, and of course, share love, joy, and unity everywhere you go. With that, I'd like to finish off with an Om Bhurrbhuva Swaha. Om Bhurrbhuva Swaha. Tatsavidurvarenyam. Bhargo Devasya Dhimahi. Dhiyo Yona Prachodaya. Om Tatsavidurvarenyam. Bhargo Devasya Dhimahi. Dhiyo Yona prachodayam. We send you love and light from Healing Our Earth. Thank you for joining us. Until next week, a global namaste.
Lovely. We are now in the private area. Great job, everybody. Well done today.
Thank you, everyone. Thank you so much. It was so much fun. Everybody joining in. Nishit, thank you for your lovely, always your great little summaries. I love those.
It was a good session today. I really enjoyed it. Learned a lot of things.
Me too. I think it was a fantastic, lovely session, and everybody spoke so well, and they added so many great things to the and shared very transformative things for the audience.
And it was very nice to see new people come in on the sessions as well, sharing their experience and expertise with us. So it is nice.
Yes, thank you. Well, until next week, we just wanted to remind everybody we have our picnic next week on Saturday. So I hope you all know about this, that we're having our Healing Our Earth picnic at Kenwood Park. So if you are joining us, please contact Seema or of course Nishitji, just to let them know that we are attending so we can add you onto our little registers. Or we ask everybody, if you can, just bring a plate of whatever you want along, any food that you want, it's no problem, or a drink or something. And we'll just share, enjoy a little bash together. And on the day, we're also going to be recording some little visuals about friendship. So we're going to be showing that the next day. So think about what you'd like to share about the friendships as well on that day. So it'll be really good, and it'll be a cool day as well. So Nishit, is that it for today?
That's it for today. I'm looking forward to the picnic in the park.
Yeah,
and catching up with everybody in person. Everybody's invited, whoever can make it to the park on Saturday next week in the afternoon. I think it's from like 3-4 o'clock onwards.
It's 4 o'clock. From 4 o'clock, we're all meeting at the car park on 4 o'clock at the Kenwood Park. If you come later, no problems. You'll see us because there'll be a bunch of people going, yeah, and you hear the music and you'll know we're there. You will not miss us. That's for definite in the park.
There's plenty of parking on the street. And
there's free parking on the streets next door to the door. So they're all free parking. So you can just grab a space somewhere on the roads.
It's outside the congestion zone as well. So feel free to drive down if you don't want to go by tube or anything.
Yes. I think it's nice because we'll be there till late, So if you bring your cars along, it'll be great as well. And Lakshmiji, would love to see you. Come and join us if you can. We haven't seen you for a while.
Definitely.
Yeah, 4 o'clock next Saturday. So that's the date with all our lovely little Healing Our Earth members. Rajivji, I hope you're going to join us as well. But in body and spirit. Yes, thank you, everyone. So I shall take your leave now. My mum's just come out of hospital on Friday. So I just wanted to say thank you for everybody who sent their messages. She's back home now. So thank you for that.
That's really nice to hear.
Thank you.
Bye-bye.
Bye, everyone.
Bye, everybody.
Bye.
Bye.
Bye. Thanks.